Good morning, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished guests, and everyone. We would now like to open today's event with our first keynote speech. And let me note that we have a few changes in our program today. The first keynote speech is by Mr. Jose Fernandez, Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment. He will be presenting on the topic of 5G and beyond. Mr. Fernandez will be making his speech via video call. Mr. Fernandez, please.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening from Washington, and good morning to you in Tokyo. It's my honor to join you at this very important event. And I'd like to extend my thanks to Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications and the Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium for co-hosting this conference and for inviting me to deliver remarks. As the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment, I'm responsible for a wide range of global topics, from addressing climate change to trade to aviation, among many of them. But among my top priorities, the ones that I spend the most time in, is telecommunications, and in particular, 5G. And so to be invited to speak at this conference is both a privilege and an honor. It's also fitting that Japan is hosting this conference. Japan is a leader and innovator in advanced technologies and has already adopted a multi-vendor approach to 4G and 5G networks. Japan actively leads 5G coalitions and technology development to bridge the digital divide, enabling countries around the world to meet challenges and opportunities. These technologies are offering great opportunities, and Japan is shaping the global environment in a positive way. The timing for this conference couldn't be better. As we watch countries around the world deploy 5G networks or prepare to deploy these networks, the forward march of technological development reminds us how important it is to get these technologies right from the beginning. 5G is transformative, but here today, we're talking about the future. 5G networks are being deployed now, which means that now is precisely the time to start thinking beyond 5G to 6G and to the advanced technologies and networks that will turn today's science fiction into tomorrow's reality. Now is precisely the time to apply the lessons learned from our country's experience with 5G, including the need for trust, for supply chain resiliency, and for the importance of open and interoperable interfaces, which is why we, along with Japan, see the potential for Open RAN. And now is precisely the time to ensure that these networks are open, interoperable, reliable, and secure, to ensure that they're built and operated by trustworthy equipment and by software vendors, and that they can be trusted as the backbone of a vibrant, inclusive, global digital economy that allows all people and businesses to benefit from the promise of the future. And now it's also the time to think about how to build networks, develop industry-led standards, pursue approaches that are technology neutral, ensure equality, and ensure respect for human rights. Standards that align with our democratic values. Because, as President Biden has said, we must shape the rules that will govern the advance of technology so that these rules are not used to pin people down, but are used to lift people up. As all of you well know, beyond 5G and 6G is far more than just a bandwidth and a lower latency. Beyond 5G presents an opportunity to identify central aspects that must be held up as universal baselines for the responsible deployment of these technologies. First and foremost, we start with trust. Trust is foundational to the success of beyond 5G networks. Users, be they governments, international corporations, or individual citizens, must be able to trust these beyond 5G technologies with some of their most sensitive information and operations. They must trust that equipment and software vendors have not abused their position, either of their own accord or at the behest of an authoritarian regime to impact the security, reliability, confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the systems and processes that are built upon these networks. Trust can't exist where information and communications technology and service providers are beholden to authoritarian governments. Governments that can compel domestic companies to provide security officials with broad access to data, facilities, and equipment without meaningful legal recourse or disclosure. We believe that the diversity of equipment and software providers must be supported and promoted to give the consumer the greatest range of choices and to allow the best technical solutions to rise to the top. We must encourage and also create enabling environments for innovation and competition. We need more market participants, each bringing their own best-in-class service or their best equipment. Services or equipment that may be unique, perhaps, to the circumstances of their own country, but that have global application. Interfaces, hardware and software alike, should be open and interoperable, allowing the best-in-class solution to rise to the top of the market. You know, the internet was conceived to share information, to move information from one point to the other, and if a connection along that route went down, to then reroute it quickly and effectively. Today, that network has grown into billions of devices, all of them tied together by a common foundational set of interoperable standards. The innovation of tomorrow will rely on this foundation as we progress beyond 5G. In addition to these conversations, we need to continue to discuss among ourselves a number of items. For example, the US has begun to adapt our policies to a new era, which is also why we've renewed our engagement in multilateral forum. Our belief in the multi-stakeholder approach to discussions of technology policy issues is steadfast. And this is why I offer my sincere congratulations to Japan for the election of Mr. Mitoki to the Universal Postal Union. The IPU is an important organization, and the position that he will take on is critical, and he is a perfect fit. And this is also why we are so enthusiastic about the candidacy of Doreen Bogdan-Martin for Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union. The global reliance of all of us on information and communication technologies and the internet during the COVID-19 pandemic shows the importance of electing a candidate with Ms. Bogdan-Martin's deep experience and expertise in closing digital divides and extending the benefits of connectivity to people all over the world. This conference with this group of participants at this moment in time is the perfect venue to meet these challenges. This is our chance together to build these networks the right way and empower our fellow citizens to rise to the greatness promised by the development of advanced technologies. I thank you for the chance to start this conference, this very critical conference, and to speak to you today. Going forward, the United States will continue to engage closely with you all now and in the future in all of these vital topics. We wish you the best for the conference, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandez. And now the second speech is by Ms. Julia Lopez, Minister of State at the UK's Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport. Ms. Lopez has recorded her speech.
Hello, I'm Julia Lopez, the UK's Minister for Media, Data and Digital Infrastructure, and I was delighted to be offered the opportunity to address the Beyond 5G International Conference to set out the UK's policy on looking beyond 5G. This is a really important issue, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to colleagues in Japan for putting on this excellent and timely event.
Japan is a close partner of the UK. We're natural partners on digital issues, and we enjoy a deep collaborative relationship on issues ranging from telecoms to data flows to cybersecurity. I look forward to strengthening that collaboration further over the coming months and years. I'm very, very grateful for Japan's leadership in convening representatives from international governments, industry and academia to discuss such an important issue. The agenda looks fantastic, and I'm sure that the conversations today will build on those from day one and prove to be extremely fruitful as we work together internationally to chart a path forward for the future of our telecommunications networks. Events like these are an important opportunity to learn from the differences and the relative strengths that exist in our respective markets. So while I'm unable to join you all in person for the conference today, I look forward to working with you all on this important issue in the future. In September, I took up my role as Minister of State for Media, Data and Digital Infrastructure at the UK's Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport. The fundamental importance of digital infrastructure and the role that secure and reliable connectivity plays as the backbone of a digitised and data-driven economy is already very, very clear to me. I'm thrilled that one of my first speeches since taking up this post has given me the chance to set out some of the UK government's priorities for 5G and beyond. In order to look to the future and be able to set out the UK's vision for beyond 5G, it's important that we first assess where the telecoms market is now and how we got here before looking forward to where we want the market to be over the next decade and beyond, and also how we work together to get there. My reflections will of course primarily be based on experiences and work being undertaken in the UK. However, the supply chains that underpin our networks are inherently interconnected, and international collaboration will be essential to addressing the barriers to creating a more diverse and resilient telecom supply chain. I'll start by setting out some of the overarching policy ambitions that we have for the UK telecoms market. Thanks to our landmark shared rural network agreement with the mobile network operators, the first of its kind in the world, 95% of the UK will have 4G coverage by the end of the programme, but we want to go further than that for next generation technologies. This government's committed to ensuring the entire nation has access to world-class, next-generation gigabit connectivity that's secure and also resilient. All 4 of the UK's mobile network operators have now rolled out 5G networks, and our ambition is for the majority of the population to be able to access 5G by 2027. We also launched the £200 million 5G test beds and trials programme in late 2017, which will run until the end of March next year. The programme was established to help explore the benefits and challenges of deploying 5G networks. It supported 36 projects across the UK in many different industries, including manufacturing, healthcare, creative industries, transport and logistics. Over the last 2 years, as a result of the pandemic, the work of our telecom service providers was shown to be more important than ever. In an environment where the way in which everyone lives changed in an instant, being able to rely on our broadband and mobile connections became ever more crucial to everyday life. The way we work, play, shop and catch up with friends and family has become more and more reliant on fast, secure, reliable telecoms networks. There is, however, more that we can and must do to help ensure the security and resilience of our telecoms networks and the infrastructure that underpins them. These are global challenges that will become increasingly important as we rely more and more on the benefits of connectivity. And that brings me on to the UK's priorities for our networks today and beyond 5G. In the UK, we conducted a comprehensive review into the supply arrangements for the UK's telecoms networks in 2019. That review highlighted 2 key challenges with respect to the UK's supply chain. The first, that the previous security regime did not sufficiently incentivise operators to prioritise the security of their networks. And the second, that there is a clear trend of increasing supply concentration and a subsequent lack of supply diversity in the access network equipment market. While the review itself looked primarily at our supply arrangements for 4G and 5G networks, if we do not take action to address these challenges now, we will be faced with the same issues for future generations of wireless technology. And while the review looked at the situation in the UK, these 2 issues, security and the resilience of supply chains, are the same for governments across the world. We've made good progress in seeking to address these 2 key challenges. In order to maximise the benefits of 5G and full fibre networks, we need to have confidence in the security and the resilience of the networks on which they are built, the supply chains on which they depend, and the equipment and services that support them. That is why we have introduced the Telecommunications Security Bill. Once enacted, it will place new security duties on the UK's public telecoms providers to address the most significant security risks to our public telecoms networks and services. It will also provide our government with new national security powers to tackle the risks posed by high-risk vendors. The second key challenge identified in the review was the lack of choice in the telecoms access supply market. This presents a critical security and resilience threat, which will only increase as we consider the wide range of critical and sensitive use cases that 5G and future generations will enable, including various industrial and safety applications that demand the highest levels of stability and resilience. Over the past 20 to 30 years, the global telecommunications market has shrunk rapidly. There are now significantly fewer scale vendors supplying 5G networks than there were at the advent of 2G connectivity. In November last year, the UK set out our long-term vision for a healthy 5G supply market, a market characterised by the principles of openness, flexibility and diversity, and built on an environment where competition and innovation bring forward new deployment models based on open interfaces and interoperable standards. That strategy sets out a balanced approach to delivering this long-term vision, one that seeks to grow the supply chain whilst also ensuring it's resilient to future trends and threats. We believe that this requires three core areas of activity. The first focuses on working with the incumbent suppliers. The incumbent suppliers in the UK market, Nokia and Ericsson, have a critical role to play both now and in the future in leading and enabling innovation in the market. We want to work with them to ensure their resilience and ability to supply the market in the short term and their robustness over the longer term as the structure of the supply market evolves. The second area of activity is about attracting new suppliers to the market. We can take steps to build resilience and competition by removing barriers for new suppliers and incentivising telecoms operators to work with and integrate new suppliers into their networks. We have had constructive conversations with a range of potential new suppliers to the UK market, including strong Japanese brands such as NEC and Fujitsu. We welcome the commitments that NEC has already made, including establishing a 5G Open RAN Global Centre of Excellence in the UK. And we also welcome the recent announcements that UK operators Vodafone and O2 have made in this space in agreeing to work with new suppliers to promote greater diversity of supply in their networks. The third and final strand of this strategy relates to accelerating the development and deployment of open interface solutions. Governments had an important role to play in this, firstly in establishing an R&D ecosystem designed to accelerate the development of interoperable technologies, and secondly supporting industry to build influence and capability in telecom standards to help support diversification and innovation. Being able to effectively test and demonstrate the potential of interoperable technologies is absolutely crucial to this work, and we've launched a number of flagship research and development projects in the UK to start building momentum. Our Smart RAN Open Network Interoperability Centre, or SONIC Labs for short, is an industry-facing testing facility designed to look at interoperability and integration of network solutions, immediately starting with Open RAN. It aims to help foster an open and disaggregated network ecosystem in the UK, consisting of large and smaller suppliers. We also launched the Future RAN competition, otherwise known as FRANC, earlier this year. It's a £30 million competition that will address some of the key technical barriers to widespread Open RAN adoption, accelerating the availability of high-performance Open RAN solutions. The breadth of interest we have received in that competition shows there's a great deal of appetite in industry and academia for taking this work forward and supporting the development of competitive Open RAN products. Lastly, I'd like to mention the UK Telecoms Lab. Once it opens its doors, the lab will help reduce barriers to entry for new vendors by providing an independent testing ground for new equipment, both in terms of security and interoperability. All of these initiatives will play a role in building a more diverse, resilient and transparent telecom supply chain for 5G and beyond. In parallel to this work, we're developing a wireless infrastructure strategy to set out the UK's ambition for the development, deployment and the adoption of advanced wireless technologies in the UK over the next decade, so that we can drive growth and innovation in every part of our country. Over this time frame, we know that 6G will be developed. The focus of this conference on looking beyond 5G is evidence itself that the race has well and truly started. As we develop the wireless infrastructure strategy, we'll be looking at what else this government can do to support the development of future generations of wireless technology. Our work will develop over three strands. Firstly, driving the development of 6G in a way that meets our future connectivity needs. Secondly, ensuring that UK mobile industry is incentivised to invest in 6G. And finally, ensuring that the legal and regulatory framework is fit for purpose to support future wireless innovation. We also know that UK academia and industry partners are already contributing to the early work in shaping what will constitute 6G networks, and we want to help facilitate this further. And that brings me on to the final point I'd like to make today before closing. I'm naturally focused on the work that the UK government has done to try and help create an environment for our telecoms networks that's secure, resilient and diverse. But I want to be clear that collaboration with industry and international partners is an absolutely essential part of our work, whether that be in seeking to open up the market now or in creating the right conditions for 6G in the years to come. Our supply chains are interconnected, and so to drive the change we want to see and to build a more diverse and secure telecom supply chain, we will need to embrace an open and constructive dialogue with our international partners. The UK is committed to having that international conversation, and we're really grateful for the positive engagement we've had so far with a range of partners, including colleagues in Japan, who, as this conference shows, are at the forefront of building a better environment for 5G and beyond. We were pleased that earlier in the year, G7 leaders recognised the importance of secure and diverse supply chains and the foundational role that telecommunications infrastructure such as 5G plays in underpinning wider digital and ICT infrastructure. We believe this will be a crucial first step in helping to build international consensus on these issues. We now want to build on this momentum, collaborating with international governments and industry to help drive the lasting and meaningful change to the benefit of both current and future generations of wireless technology.
In closing, I'd like to express my thanks again to the organisers of this event for allowing me to address the conference today and to set out the UK's thinking. We shouldn't underestimate the power of greater information sharing between nations, whether that be from governments, industry or academia. Organising events such as this is an excellent example of how we can take proactive, positive steps forward by bringing together experts from around the world to swap notes on the issues that matter to us and the way in which we plan to address them. As I hope I've made clear, while there are many challenges to address as we collectively look beyond 5G, the UK is committed to working collaboratively to try and find solutions and to help grow the telecom supply chain and ensure it's resilient to future trends and threats. I look forward to working with you all in the coming months to address these challenges, and thank you again for having me today.
That was Ms. Lopez. Thank you very much. And now the next speech is by Ms. Louise Hyland, CEO of the Australian Mobile and Telecommunication Association Limited. Ms. Hyland will be making her speech via video call. Ms. Hyland, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Ohayo gozaimasu. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I represent the Australian Mobile Telecommunications Association industry, and I'd like to speak to you today on a few different matters. First of all, I'll just introduce you to the role of AMTA, which is the name of the industry body, how the mobile industry works with the Australian government to shape policy. I'll talk a little bit around 5G in Australia and beyond, and give you an update on the status of 5G in our country. Some of the things I'll speak about include what we need to bring that 5G vision to reality and some of the investment opportunities in Australia. So first, a little bit around about AMTA. AMTA is the peak industry body and the voice of Australia's mobile telecommunications industry. Our vision is to promote an environmentally, socially and economically responsible, successful and sustainable mobile telecommunications industry in Australia. And we aim to do that, achieve our vision through effective industry representation and leadership. We operate through a number of committees, which are the engine room of the organisation, and through which we gain member support to advocate policy positions to government. We also focus on generating consensus on whole of industry issues and improving the level of trust between the industry, related industries and key stakeholders and the wider community. And fourthly, we aim to promote an improved level of understanding of the contribution of telecommunications to the Australian community. And our members include mobile network operators such as Telstra, TPG Telecom and Optus, service providers, mobile phone manufacturers such as Samsung, ZTE, Motorola, and network equipment and other suppliers. I'd just like to speak briefly about how industry works with government. So AMDA and its members engage collectively, and then members engage individually with government to shape policy. And there's three key areas which are policy priorities. One is, of course, radio spectrum, which is critical to mobile telecommunications. Secondly, networks and infrastructure. We need fit-for-purpose regulation for the deployment of networks. And thirdly, a key policy area is to continue the co-regulatory approach, which we have in Australia, that has been the foundation of 3 decades of competition and growth in our mobile sector. Our key government stakeholders are the Department of Communications, also the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which is effectively the government agency responsible for radio spectrum and consumer issues. And also increasingly an important stakeholder is the Department of Home Affairs and Security. And we just listened to our previous speaker from the UK emphasising the importance of security in our emerging networks. But the key difference with 5G for us as an industry association is that we will now be engaging with a much broader group of stakeholders across government and industry. And that's in some key sectors. And these are sectors which are also happen to be industries which are prominent for trade between Australia and Japan, namely health, agriculture, energy and smart cities and transport and smart manufacturing. Just give you a little bit of an update on 5G in Australia. Australia is actually one of the early adopters of 5G. It was launched in Australia in 2019 and was initially in the mid-bands of the 3.5 gigahertz. Now the carriers are expanding their coverage in the low bands, so under 1 gigahertz, and recent auctions have concluded for millimetre wave in Australia. And we're now seeing speeds of 5 gigabits per second. Australia's been ranked 3rd in the global 5G speed benchmark. And all 3 carriers now have 5G networks and are providing 5G services. Just to give you an indication of the Australia's place in the world, which I mentioned previously, but here you'll see a graph or chart which is actually part of the report produced by Austrade, our own government agency, in terms of which is the benchmark report on why Australia, but it just shows that Australia is up there with the leading countries in the world in terms of average download speeds, and in fact faster than many other countries, including the US, Germany, the UK and Canada. And again, just this next slide will show you that in terms of the economic opportunity for Australia is significant. You'll see there, this is an analysis from Ericsson that shows that between 2020 and 2030, so right where we are now, there's the opportunity for 5G to make a significant impact in terms of addressable operator revenues, in terms up to 53%. And if you notice the key industries there, again, they're the key industries where Australia and Japan have significant trade relationships. You'll see mining, energy and manufacturing, health, and public safety. I thought I'd just speak briefly about some of the use cases in Australia and what we're seeing. We've seen how government and industry can play a role. And there's 4 key areas where I think that sort of demonstrate that. One is in supporting innovation in new technologies. So that's critical to a digital economy. And the Australian government recently announced its 5G Innovation Initiative. And that provides seed funding for a number of projects to showcase the benefits of 5G. And I'll demonstrate or go into some of those use cases shortly. Secondly, where government can play a vital role is as an early adopter of 5G by including 5G in the delivery of government services or as part of government-funded infrastructure builds. Also in Australia, there's significant opportunities where government provides incentives to broaden regional coverage. Now, obviously, Australia is one of the sixth largest landmass in the world, with a population of 25 million people. So there's a challenge in terms of geographic coverage. And there's a number of programs where government provides incentives to ensure that there is coverage in what we call the Mobile Black Spots program, which identifies areas in regional areas where there are black spots, and then with participation by industry, undertaking programs to roll out coverage to those areas. And again, there are programs, the Peri-Urban Mobile Program, which does that more on the fringes of urban areas. And the fourth area where government and industry play a role is in collaboration in information and knowledge sharing, particularly in crisis management. And we saw recently, you would know, a few years ago, there's significant bushfires in Australia, and there was significant information sharing between government and industry to enable emergency services to respond more effectively. I'll now just talk a little bit around some of the use cases that have received some government funding, because I think it's quite significant. And some of the examples may prove interesting to our audience today. So the first one is a 5G-enabled livestock counting project. And that's where TPG Telecom will be using 5G for high-quality video streaming to count sheep at a regional livestock exchange, automating the process and removing human error. And a supporting 5G Edge network will process the counting on site and relay the data in real time back to farmers on a tablet or mobile device. And given the importance of agriculture to the Australian economy, these sorts of initiatives are very much welcomed. The second one I'd like to mention is the 5G connected cobots. So this is a project that aims to demonstrate how 5G can be used to offload both sensor data and intensive processing from the cobot to a powerful edge compute platform, which is capable of processing the data. And then based upon this, instruct the cobot how to interact with its surroundings, including nearby humans in real time. And this is a lot of key learnings that are applicable to 5G-based remote control of cobots and autonomous entities such as cars, robots, and drones. And there's a couple of others as well, which are particularly of interest in terms of emergency services. So another project is a 5G remote controlled firefighting tank, which is using 5G to support long-range remote control of an autonomous firefighting tank capable of traversing extremely dangerous terrains to support rescue, path clearing, and firefighting missions. And again, another in the electricity or energy space, which is trialling the use of drones and vehicles equipped with 5G connected ultra high definition cameras with computer vision to intelligently monitor critical electrical infrastructure. So that will help to reduce the time to diagnose faults, increase safety, and reduce carbon emission from vehicles and helicopters. And not part of the government's initiative, but we're also seeing increasing use cases in industry itself. And here you'll see one from Telstra, where Telstra is bringing its 5G technology to new bicycle helmets to increase rider safety through its 5G connection. And the helmet will be able to warn riders about roadwork and accidents and warn of possible door openings and see corners and pick up oncoming vehicles. Just like to briefly now turn to secure G, because that's a persistent theme as we're seeing with 5G and beyond. And in Australia, this is a particularly important consideration. We're seeing increasing focus from government. As our society becomes more connected and we're more reliant on ever on 5G as the digital glue that connects society and industry. And it also, of course, makes it a potential target for attack. So it's vital that our mobile networks are safe and secure. And the Australian government is building a secure G connectivity test lab. and also undertaking research into 6G security requirements. Australia and Japan have a common interest in securing telecommunications networks as critical infrastructure, given the importance of digital connectivity to our respective societies. And so that brings me to the challenge. And while the potential of 5G, not only in Australia, but internationally is significant, the investment costs are indeed substantial, and more can be done to ensure that we can realise these benefits in Australia sooner. It was recently noted by Infrastructure Australia in their report broadly on Australia's infrastructure needs, that there were two key issues in terms of 5G. And one is, as I mentioned before, a critical focus is infrastructure. And the cost to build infrastructure needs to be sustainable. We need more affordable ways to locate 5G small cells on public buildings and street furniture. And industry also needs a long-term pipeline for new radio spectrum to provide operators with a roadmap for spectrum availability, and to provide flexibility and sustainable pricing to deliver 5G networks to the vast majority of the Australian population. So reform is important. The costs to deploy this infrastructure, this critical infrastructure, are borne by the network providers, and ultimately that is reflected in the price we pay for our services. I know that the conference is entitled Beyond 5G, but I did want to emphasise that in Australia at the moment, we are focused on the deployment of 5G and ensuring that we have significant deployment and uptake of those services. But of course, in terms of Open RAN and 6G, Australian mobile operators have not yet deployed Open RAN for 5G. And whether the focus is on 5G or what becomes next, mobile networks need to be high-performing, energy efficient and secure. The major mobile network carriers and vendors in Australia are members of the O-RAN Alliance. 6G standards are yet to be developed, and Australia's focus at the moment is to leverage 5G's capabilities so Australian enterprise and consumers are the most advanced users in the application of 5G and ready to transition to 6G. And in terms of the partnership opportunities in Australia, I thought it would be just helpful to look at some examples. A recent one where in UTS, which is an academic institution in Sydney, Nokia has partnered with the University of Technology Sydney to build and run a state-of-the-art 5G innovation facility at the university's Tech Lab campus. The 5G lab will enable Nokia, UTS and their partners to push the boundaries of 5G by testing new, exciting 5G use cases. Australia encourages interest from overseas corporations looking to invest in innovation enabled by 5G. And that's in our key industries, which is agriculture, mining, energy, health, transport, smart manufacturing, and emergency services. So in conclusion, Australia is well progressed in its rollout of 5G. There are significant potential benefits for government, consumers, and industry. However, rolling out 5G alone will not bring change to Australia. It's essential that governments, industry, communities, and consumers continue to collaborate and bring new ideas enabled by 5G. This will make our cities smarter, our health services more accessible, and enhance our agricultural, mining, and energy sectors. The sooner this happens, the sooner our economy and society will benefit. Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much, Ms. Hyland. The next speech is by Dr. Ina Schieferdecker, Director General of the Federal Ministry of Education and Research, BMBF. Dr. Ina has recorded her speech as a video for us.
Esteemed participants of the Beyond 5G International Conference, foremost, thank you very much for inviting me to address you. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to present the German research and innovation activities that will go beyond the 5G mobile communication standards. The past 1.5 years of the COVID pandemic have shown just how much our lives are affected by communication technologies. Our lives, both private and professional, very much depend on whether we have broadband access to the internet. It's only through modern network technologies that we can limit our physical mobility when needed and be able to achieve so much from home or other places. These technologies have enabled us to rearrange our working and private lives effectively during the pandemic. However, communication technologies will continue to gain in importance well beyond the pandemic. They are crucial for numerous forward-looking applications such as connected autonomous driving, telesurgery, smart cities, smart factories, Internet of Things, and collaborative robotics. Clearly, applications like these involve the transfer not only of public information, but also a lot of personal information, personally induced information, and other sensitive data and metadata. A safe, reliable, and real-time transfer of data would ensure physical safety, for example, in human-machine collaboration. Since the national rollout of 5G infrastructures first started, there has been intensive discussion in Germany about the criteria network equipment suppliers should meet with regard to central network components. These led to the issuing of a catalogue of security requirements for 5G by the German Federal Telecommunication Regulator, the Bundesnetzagentur. One important conclusion arising from this process was that we must reduce the heavy dependence on non-European companies in the telecommunications supply chain. This is a matter of the technological sovereignty of Germany and Europe. Allow me to explain what I mean by this concept. We need to continue to be in a position to help steer the international development and application of key technologies on an equal footing and in line with our values. In this way, we can contribute to safeguarding competitiveness, jobs, and prosperity without compromising on values that we consider vital, such as freedom, the rule of law, and sustainability. Thus, it is not a matter of seeking independent self-sufficiency or even autarky. What we want in relation to key technologies like 6G is to define and ensure the requirements of products and services ourselves. This also includes substantial involvement in the definition of international standards. In addition, the required skilled workers need to be trained to be able to fully understand how to develop, apply, and use these technologies. In all cases, we attach great value to international cooperation. In this context, it is particularly important to us to work with partners with whom we share common values like you. I am therefore very glad that Vice Minister Sasaki-san of the Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication and State Secretary Lucas of the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research agreed to promote cooperation in research and development on future communication technologies, such as beyond 5G and 6G, in a joint video conference on the 1st October of this year. We are already thinking about what comes after tomorrow and want to provide our own ideas for the communication technologies of the future and be actively involved right from the start. The digital transformation has become faster, underlining the need for a strong, secure, and reliable network infrastructure. 4G provided us for the first time with a wireless broadband internet, which also made simple connected machine applications possible. 5G is now providing the next strong boost and will raise the digital connectivity of society and the economy to the next level. However, 6G will be the mobile data technology of the future and determine and possibly revolutionize our communication in the next decades. That is why the Federal Ministry of Education and Research launched the first German research initiative for 6G technologies in April this year. 6G is to be the successor to 5G around 2030 or even later. The goal of the first funding measure launched by my ministry in this context is to create the basis for an innovation ecosystem for future communication technologies, including 6G. I'm delighted that we can invest roughly 700 million euros into research on these future-oriented technologies by 2025. This is a clear signal that shows the importance we attach to 6G. Many other programs have also started around the world, which will lead to strong competition in 6G research. The ministry is working to ensure that Germany not only develops the technological foundations for 6G, but will work with partner countries to become a leading supplier and user. Under a first funding measure, we have selected 4 so-called 6G research hubs for funding worth over 200 million euros in total. The 4 research hubs are 6GEM, 6G RIC, 6G Live, and Open 6G Hub. The coordination offices of the projects are located in German cities, including Aachen, Berlin, Dresden, and Munich, as well as Kaiserslautern. The project started in August for an initial period of 4 years. The 6G research hubs are built on scientific excellence. The idea is that research collaborations involving outstanding research institutes and universities will produce innovations for the communication technologies of the future. The aim is to generate new collaborations in which research institutes and universities work together in the field of 6G. They will address data transfer not only using wireless networks, but also fiber-based networks. The 6G research hubs therefore combine outstanding expertise from both these fields. Experts from all technological levels contribute within these research collaborations. Research topics include the application of new materials and the development of components such as antennas and amplifiers. In addition, it includes complete modules such as modems and also networking management software. Besides the 6G research hubs, the ministry is also funding a platform for future communication technologies and 6G, also known in short as a 6G platform, in order to link together different actors and to pool 6G activities. As an umbrella project within the 6G initiative, it's our purpose to process and coordinate overarching research questions and the development of the base of a future 6G standard in close cooperation with the 6G research hubs. The platform will also drive international harmonization with other 6G programs and address questions concerning regulation and standardization. The 6G platform was launched last month, and it's coordinated by Professor Hans Schotten of the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. Professor Schotten will be taking part in the panel discussion this afternoon. The 6G platform represents a good instrument for networking, particularly with regard to future collaboration with Japanese partners. The next important milestone of our 6G initiative is the funding called 6G industry projects for the research of holistic systems and component technologies for 6G mobile communication, which was launched this September. The measure ensures that stakeholders from the telecommunications industry, user industry, and industry organizations are also involved. The participation of these players will enable application-oriented development and the transfer of the research results into the international standardization and regulatory processes. The aim of this funding measure is taking an important step towards achieving German and European technological sovereignty in communication technologies. We want to expand research and development of 6G technologies and to strengthen the know-how in industry and beyond. Overall, all the calls aim to support the research and development of innovative solutions which can be combined appropriately as holistic systems for the next generation of mobile communication. All the necessary technological levels, in other words, materials, components, microelectronic, modular, and networking levels, will be addressed. IT security, software, and artificial intelligence represent further areas of focus as cross-cutting topics. The first projects are due to start in the middle of next year. I'm already looking forward to finding out what projects proposals will be submitted to us at the beginning of December. We are also already working very closely with European partners. For example, more than 90 partners from Germany, France, Finland, the Netherlands, Sweden, and the United Kingdom are working together under the umbrella of the industry-led European Eureka flagship project AINet, which stands for Accelerating Digital Transformation in Europe by Intelligent Network Automation. They are developing innovative solutions for the automation of fiber-based communication networks with the help of artificial intelligence. The research conducted in AINet is thus paving the way for the technological basis of the 6G network infrastructure. The BMBF is providing approximately 36 million euros to the German research partners in AINet. I'm very interested to hear about the contribution by the other speakers at this conference, especially relating to the Japanese beyond 5G activities. And I would be very happy if the discussions at this conference give rise to new German-Japanese research collaborations. I believe that such collaborations are exactly what we need to face in the future. If technological sovereignty is to be achieved, it is vital that partners who share common values, like Japan and Germany, must stand together. State Secretary Lucas and Vice Minister Sasaki have already agreed on fundamental cooperation. I see further-going possibilities and opportunities for the networking of the research communities in Germany and Japan, for example, in the early transfer of 6G into vertical industry. The harmonization of the global allocation of spectrum or the pre-competitive coordination of the development of global 6G standards are also common interests in my view. So for the further development of future communication technologies, intense exchange and international cooperation are more important than ever. These technologies will shape our future lives to an extent that we can only just about imagine today. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your attention. And I wish you inspiring talks and discussions and good results at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ina. The last speech is by Dr. Bernard Barani, Deputy Head of Unit E1, Future Connectivity Systems, Directorate E, Future Networks at DG Connect, European Commission. Dr. Barani has also recorded his speech as a video for us.
So good morning in Japan, and many thanks for having me with you today to share our views of how we in Europe consider the future evolution towards beyond 5G system and eventually 6G type of systems. So before entering into the subject, a few words on the political framework in Europe. We have today operations under 6 political priorities, 2 of them being very important for future mobile communication systems. The first one being the so-called Europe Fit for the Digital Age, which is our commitment to digital technologies with an addition compared to previous digital policies, which is our strong focus on sovereignty and autonomy, which is our ambition to regain grounds on technological elements where Europe is potentially a little bit behind. The second very important political objective is the so-called Green Deal, which is our commitment towards carbon neutrality by 2050, which has, of course, very important impact on how we conceive future systems. And the last element being the cyber security element, which is key to ensure that critical infrastructure such as 5G infrastructures or beyond 5G infrastructures respect the level of cybersecurity which is needed to control industrial processes which are connected to those. So in that context, the Commission published already last year its intention to launch a 6G partnership. And we are currently working on the definition of this partnership with our industrial counterparts and also with the research community. So before we do that, we have to take into account a number of factors for change, and the first one being the growing presence of vertical industries. This is a move that was started with 5G, but we believe this will expand when we move beyond 5G and towards 6G, in the sense that we expect a much stronger presence of vertical industries requirements driving the game. This is, of course, connected to new business models beyond the classical MNOs. So we can think of verticals, but we can think also of a neutral host type of business models. We can think of micro operators and potentially other much more versatile business models that we can expect will materialize. Another very important trend is the so-called softwareization of networks and also network disaggregation, with implementation of network functionalities in software which are run from cloud computing platforms such as the vRAN approaches that we can see also in Open RAN type of approaches, which are very much debated around the world these days. we believe that this is a trend that will have a potentially strong impact on future connectivity systems. New approach to security, also a very important trend, taking into account that we can see that more and more network platforms are implemented across heterogeneous domains, either from a business perspective or from a technological perspective, and ensuring end-to-end security across domains which are not controlled necessarily by the same entity raises additional challenges. In terms of autonomy and sovereignty, we intend to try to put some emphasis on microelectronics and clouds, which are two domains where is a little bit behind compared to our strengths in connectivity. And very important as well is the so-called human centricity, which is our commitment towards the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, where we believe network platforms can potentially play a role to reach or to support these ambition goals. And this, in our view, has potential impact on the community with whom we work and how we are going to work with international partners, how we are going to approach standardization and deployment stimulation models. So in terms of 6G itself, for beyond 5G, we started to think of it already 2 years ago with, let's say, two classes of applications. First of all, applications which are driven by new requirements emerging from the vertical industries, as I already mentioned. It's the top right corner of this slide. We expect that this vertical industry will come with more, let's say, demanding KPIs compared to what 5G can provide today. But we see also, of course, as with each new generation, new classes of applications looming. And here we can think of applications like holographic communications or Internet of Things, which is mixing two capabilities of terahertz communication, connectivity on the one hand, and sensing capabilities to provide a representation of surrounding environments. But other type of applications include the deterministic end-to-end beyond the best effort models that we have today, and more globally, all, let's say, immersive applications which are really stretching the envelope of current capabilities of networks. At the bottom of this slide, you can see our focus on Sustainable Development Goals, which is on the left-hand side about ultra-low energy, at the same time from the network side, but also for the use case which are running on top of the connectivity platform. So an approach to optimize both aspects. EMF radiation, we believe this is also a very important aspect to handle to increase citizen confidence in radio systems. And on the right-hand side, you can see also other requirements coming from the Sustainable Development Goals, such as affordability, accessibility, openness, where we can think of technologies like NTN, non-terrestrial networks, to improve accessibility of systems, but also we can think of softwareization of network as a technology, as a technological approach to bring down the cost and increase the accessibility and affordability of this type of systems. In the middle, we have several requirements coming from the perspective of autonomous management of networks, the so-called zero-touch management. Programmability and flexibility are also important aspects, end-to-end security, trust, and privacy. All this, as you can see, very much supported by AI or machine learning type of technologies across the full chain. That means from the physical layer up to the service or even application layer. So we started this year with 9 exploratory projects on 6G, with the EXAX project being our flagship project, which is led by the key players of connectivity in Europe. And these projects have delivered the so-called European vision for the 6G network ecosystems, which is based on the coming together of 3 worlds: the physical world, the digital world, and the human world. The idea behind is that through a massive digitization of the surrounding environment and having a representation of the surrounding environment, we can extract intelligence from what's happening around us, and with connecting this intelligence, we can also have a complete representation of what's happening in the world surrounding us, and we can then act using a network compute fabric, we can take decisions and act on the physical world using these representations. So these projects and vision, you can find more information which are indicated at the bottom of this slide. We have in parallel identified, let's say, a number of requirements which I mentioned on the left of this slide, but also technologies and how the technologies can be mapped to the requirements, and also how technologies support a certain level of KPIs that we want to achieve. At this moment in time, the definition of these KPIs in Europe is still an ongoing work. What is also important is that we want to complement the KPI, key performance indicators, with KVI, key value indicators, which will be quantifying or qualifying the level of achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals objectives. So societal aspects being taken into account by these key value indicators. To make that happen and to progress on these technologies, we will expand the 9 projects that are running now with a so-called joint undertaking. It's a Smart Networks and Services joint undertaking, which is a partnership with the industry. The 5G Infrastructure Association will represent the private side, which has now been relabeled as 6G Infrastructure Association. This association, of course, supports this initiative, but also other associations support the initiatives, which are also representing the cloud computing domain or the IoT domain in such a way that we can address a complete value chain perspective in our initiative, which is supposed to be financed at an rate of 900 million euros from the Commission side. So in terms of timing, we are now starting the EU Horizon Europe research program. So the partnership will map the duration of the Horizon Europe program and the overall timeline that we take into account for contribution of this initiative to the overall and global 6G developments is basically to have a start of the standardization process around mid of the decade towards delivery of first 6G systems by the end of this decade. We also expect to contribute very much to the vision that ITU has planned to deliver around first quarter of 2023. And at this moment in time, we are working towards a first call for proposal of 240 millions, either by the very end of this year or by the very beginning of next year. And this call will expand our work on research and innovation and pave the way towards the development and deployment in Europe of proof of concepts and of pan-European test platform. So with these words, I want now to stop this presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that very soon we can meet physically in Japan. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barani. Next, please welcome our panelists for the first panel session. Ms. Jaisha Ray, Associate Administrator for International Affairs of National Telecommunications and Information Administration, and Mr. Yasuo Tawara, Director General for Global Strategy Bureau of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. And the moderator is Mr. Alexander Bodding, Director of International Programs of Open RAN Policy Coalition. The title of this discussion is Towards Open, Secure, and Trusted Beyond 5G. Ms. Ray, Mr. Tawara, and Mr. Bodding, please.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for that introduction, and good morning to our friends in Tokyo. My name is Alex Botting. As mentioned, I'm International Director of the Open RAN Policy Coalition. and am delighted to moderate our discussion today along with Ms. Ray and Mr. Tuara. Before we jump into the discussion, I did want to extend a brief thank you to our hosts for bringing together this event. The Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications has done a fantastic job in pulling together such an impressive event. And indeed, we are truly honored that we've been invited to participate. I was asked by our organizers to provide a brief opening presentation to frame some thoughts about this topic before we get into the question and answer session with our panelists. I promise to keep things fairly brief, but I will jump into that presentation now before turning to Ms. Ray and Tuara-san for the Q&A portion. Okay, hopefully you all can see my screen. So first of all, what is Open RAN? First of all, let's start with what is traditional RAN. Traditional radio access networks are constructed such that the radio hardware and software are proprietary. The interfaces that are utilized tend to work best when working with equipment from a single vendor, a single manufacturer. When you try to connect equipment from different manufacturers, you see significant performance loss. And because of that, we've seen a concentration in the number of vendors. When we talk about Open RAN, it's really an architecture rather than a technology. And it's about opening the interfaces between the different equipment such that they can work at a very high performance level with one another. And indeed, equipment can be more easily switched out between manufacturers in a way that doesn't compromise on performance, and it can be done in a timely fashion. There are a number of benefits that come with this: a more diverse ecosystem of suppliers, reduced costs, benefits in terms of innovation, as innovation can come from a much broader base of companies, and indeed faster deployment of equipment. So the organization that I represent was founded about 18 months ago. We are now up to 62 members from 11 countries. And the purpose was to raise awareness of Open RAN and some of its benefits amongst government officials, and to promote policies that accelerate the adoption of open and interoperable solutions in the RAN, precisely to bring about some of those benefits that I mentioned before. We sit within a broader ecosystem, however. There is the ORAN Alliance, which is principally known for its standards development in this space, the very same interfaces that companies will utilize when developing their equipment and deploying it. That is typically developed out of the ORAN Alliance. The Telecom Infra Project is focused more on testing and putting into practice Open RAN architectures. And then, as I say, our focus is more on the policy environment. So where is Open RAN today? We run a neat little tracker of deployments around the world. I always emphasize this: it's impossible to be fully comprehensive on these things. We work with a number of companies in the industry. They share information with us about where there are deployments. Some of it we pick up open source, and we know of at least 38 countries at this point in time that have Open RAN deployments of one form or another. It is possible that that number is even higher and that we're into the 40s, but at very least as a baseline, deployments in 38 countries and really geographically spread. This is not something that's concentrated in any particular region. Likewise, we have gotten a lot of interest from governments in engaging to learn more about Open RAN and how they can support it. So we have had bilateral meetings with 33 countries at this point in time, and many others have tuned into various events that we have hosted and webinars. In some cases, we've even helped to develop policy recommendations at a national level for given the specifics of their existing policy environment and network architectures and which companies are present, to help them develop policy recommendations for how they can most effectively drive Open RAN adoption. In addition, available on our website, we pulled together what we call a policy roadmap. It's much more general and seeks to highlight all of the different things that governments could potentially do to advance Open RAN adoption. Not every one of these is going to be relevant to every single country, but we figure by pulling them all together in one place, governments can really look at and consider each of these options as they do look forward to 5G and beyond. Delighted to say that in both national and multilateral forums, we have seen a number of these recommendations adopted. At least 4 countries we've tracked have put forward quite exciting policies to promote either Open RAN adoption or investment in R&D. And likewise, there have been discussions within the Quad and the G7 about how they can best cooperate to drive this forward. As we look ahead to beyond 5G, one of the things I want to emphasize is that those very benefits that of Open RAN that were relevant to 4G and 5G will continue to be relevant beyond. A diverse supplier ecosystem is a positive thing broadly. Lower costs, more innovation, faster deployments, these are things that are not specific to any particular generation of network, but in fact are beneficial in all generations. Some of the topics we may get into in our panel, but I think people should consider more broadly is as we move beyond 5G, are there unique needs within standard setting bodies that need to be addressed? How do we continue to incorporate security by design? And what barriers to Open RAN adoption will persist even as we move beyond 5G, and how best can we address those? One thing I do want to emphasize on a positive note, it's always nice to end on a positive note, is I think we're better positioned to have these conversations today. There are a lot more forums where governments are sharing ideas and best practices with one another, where there's great consideration going into how networks are constructed for the future, and certainly within the private sector, the level of investment and interest in this space is exceptionally high. So we should consider these, but I do think we're well positioned today to address any particular needs. With that, I will invite our guests onto the sort of virtual stage, and we can perhaps begin with some questions. So the first and foremost, we mentioned the sort of steps that governments are taking to advance open interoperable solutions. I wonder, Jaysha, perhaps you could begin. What is the US government doing in this space?
Great. Thank you so much, Alex. So my name is Jaysha Ray, and I am the Associate Administrator for International Affairs at the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA. And before I get started to answer that question, I just wanted to thank MIC for inviting me to participate today. As I've noted to some of my Japanese colleagues here, this is my first international trip since I've started this position at NTIA about 16 months ago. And I've been really looking forward to joining you all. And it's so appropriate that Japan is first on my list, given our close partnership in 5G and beyond. So before I get to the question on what specifically the US government is doing, I just wanted to quickly note, and what you heard from Undersecretary Fernandez this morning as well, is the US government is fully supportive of industry's development and deployment of Open RAN. But we also recognize the importance of maintaining the full suite of incumbent suppliers. But we also welcome the emergence of new market entrants and telecoms innovators from Japan and other like-minded countries, as well as the international partnerships between them and US companies that we've already seen form. Now, while the development and deployment of Open RAN can and should be industry-led, there is a role for governments to promote Open RAN success. And so with that, just a brief overview of the activities the United States is pursuing to reduce barriers for new market entrants, to increase the diversity of vendors offering 5G network equipment, and to promote the development of open and interoperable networks. So on the technical side, the United States government is supporting research and development in advanced wireless communications technologies. And for example, NTIA's lab, the Institute for Telecommunication Sciences, is working to investigate ways to accelerate the research, development, and deployment of open interfaced, standards-based, interoperable 5G networks. And this lab is building out its own 5G laboratory capability, and initial testing will focus on analysis of Open RAN equipment capabilities, performance, and integration. The United States is also actively examining which options are best suited to incentivize production of 5G infrastructure, including Open RAN, and grants and tax incentives are both under consideration. And one example of an incentive program is something called the 5G Challenge, which will be a prize challenge run by NTIA and the Department of Defense to accelerate the development of an open 5G ecosystem. In addition, our Congress has authorized something called the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund, which would provide grant funding to support innovative new technologies and market entrants. Discussions are currently underway about the appropriations of up to $1.5 billion, which would be administered by NTIA. But NTIA isn't the only US agency working on the promotion of open architectures. And in fact, we recently launched a US government vendor diversity working group to coordinate all the activities of all the various agencies working on this approach. One example of another agency working on promotion of Open RAN is our Federal Communications Commission, which held an Open RAN showcase last July, where we heard from over 30 vendors whose open, interoperable, and open interface solutions are going to be ready by January of 2022, if not sooner. You can find more information about this showcase online. In addition, the FCC has created innovation zones in 2 cities in the United States, which will help promote platforms to test the integration of Open RAN. In addition, my colleagues at the U.S. Agency for International Development have been conducting Open RAN workshops with stakeholders, and they're looking to support pilot projects on Open RAN around the world. And so I'll stop there, but just wanted to provide a quick snapshot of some of the activities underway in the United States. Thank you.
That really is a true interagency effort, and quite impressive, I might add. Tawara-san, I wonder if we can turn to you. The Japanese government was one of the earliest movers, if not the earliest mover, in terms of putting in place incentives for interoperable and secure network equipment. I wonder if you could talk through with our audience what that looks like in practice and the policies that were put in place.
Thank you, Boateng-san. First, I'm Yasutara, Director General of Global Strategy Bureau, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication of Japan. Our bureau is in charge of policies for advancing ICT R&D and standardization, such as beyond 5G, and internal strategies such as international dialogue and cooperation on ICT. So, first of all, I would like to say I'm sorry, I'm not so very good at English. So, sometimes I use in Japanese, so I'm sorry. And of course, 5G is an important infrastructure that supports our socio-economic activities, and it needs to be secure and highly reliable. So it is very important to avoid a supply chain risk of 5Gs. So the Japanese government, we has already provided support for expanding the introduction of 5G Open RAN, including tax credit and budget supporting for manufacturing the equipment, Open RAN equipment, and the development and interoperability test environment, OTIC. So we would like to actively continue such policy guidance for ensuring open network architecture continuously. Thank you.
Thank you to Ara-san. And I wonder, before we start to think beyond 5G, which is ultimately the focus of the event, would either of you like to speak to what other governments have done in this space? You know, we flagged the German government and the UK government as examples, but really any examples you think that are fitting out there in the rest of the world that are worth flagging for the audience?
Well, I'm happy to kick off on that, Alex. And as you mentioned in your opening remarks, you're seeing deployments all over the globe. But other like-minded governments are actively pursuing their own technical and R&D efforts to promote these deployments. And these are focused directly on Open RAN or other closely related issues. So, of course, Japan is a key leader here, and so we just heard about some of their efforts. In addition, Australia is pursuing a Secure G connectivity test lab, which is co-designed with industry that will enable businesses to test measures, protocols, and standards and software that underpin transparent and secure 5G connectivity. Now, we heard from the United Kingdom's Minister of State at DCMS earlier today as well. And she described some of the United Kingdom's efforts in this area. So they have an effort on Future RAN, a competition that will allocate up to £30 million of research and development funding to projects that support the goals of its 5G supply chain diversification strategy. We also heard about their Sonic Labs effort, which will demonstrate and foster an open, disaggregated network ecosystem of large and small suppliers across the telecoms industry. And then finally, just yesterday, Germany announced its allocation of the first tranche of funding intended to enhance competitiveness in Open RAN. And we understand that additional funding will be provided over the next few years, and that developing and testing efforts are one of the focuses. So clearly, there are a lot of activities underway by governments, and we only see these growing in the near term. Thank you.
It has been truly remarkable. I think I mentioned that our organization was stood up about 18 months ago now, and I believe every single one of those initiatives has come during that period of time. So in an 18-month window, all of those examples that you just read out have come together, which I do think speaks to the level of interest and excitement amongst governments, but also what they're hearing from their domestic industry in terms of the opportunity in the market that Open RAN presents. As we look forward, I think we've summed up quite well the individual activities of particular governments. Where should governments be thinking about cooperating with one another to help advance open interoperable solutions beyond 5G? Tawara-san, perhaps I can send that question to you first.
Yes, we believe that beyond 5G will support our daily lives and economic activities more closely than the current 5G. Reliability and security will be required more. Avoiding supply chain risk has become a policy issue for 5G, and there are similar issues for beyond 5G. Such as an important basic infrastructure from the perspective of economic security, it is not appropriate for the networks and services of beyond 5G to rely solely on the technologies and products of the limited number of specific companies. So, in addition to seeking higher performance and functionality, we believe it is important to realize beyond 5G in a more open and interoperable manner than ever before, so that a variety of trustworthy suppliers can provide equipment and services. So, therefore, it will be better for the government to promote effort to further accelerate the openness of telecommunication infrastructure, including 5G, in private sector, considering development beyond 5G. So, it is very important for each government to get interested in Open RAN and understanding its necessity. So, based on such understanding, it is important to globally work on the effort for promoting open architecture of 5G and other network technologies. Hence, we will actively work on information sharing through workshops or some overseas experiment project on Open RAN, such as interoperable OTIC system, trial system. We will promote such effort with a lot of countries, I think.
I couldn't agree more. International cooperation on open networks will really be key to ensuring that they can reach their full potential and deliver the maximum benefits. Put simply, we can't go it alone. And so I was really pleased to hear this morning, or earlier today, from all of the keynotes who agreed that international cooperation is just so key to our success in 5G and beyond. 5G infrastructure markets, supply chains, and the factors that have driven their consolidation are global. So too must the efforts be in order to support the sustainable progress and the promotion of open networks. And so we were just so pleased that last April, US and Japanese leaders publicly committed to advancing secure and open 5G networks, including those based on Open RAN, by fostering innovation and promoting trustworthy vendors and diverse markets. Then in September, the heads of state of the Quad, which includes Australia, Japan, the United States, and India, similarly acknowledged the role of governments in fostering an enabling environment for 5G diversification. They further highlighted that Quad members are advancing the deployment of secure, open, and transparent 5G and beyond 5G networks, and are working with a range of partners to foster innovation and promote trustworthy vendors and approaches such as Open RAN. And governments like Japan's have already invested in developing research labs and test beds and considered policy tools to promote open networks. And so we have much to gain from exchanging information and collaborating. And it's no surprise that NTIA and the US government have engaged extensively with Japan and with our Quad partners and with additional governments to discuss the best ways to remove barriers for new entrants to the market and to incentivize investment in enabling technologies. And as Alex mentioned in his opening presentation, and as we heard earlier, the G7 has made progress in this area as well. And we are pleased to see this topic being discussed within APEC and ASEAN. I'll note that another key opportunity for cooperation is the upcoming Prague 5G Security Conference later this month, where we see a great opportunity to expand the discussion on the role of governments and cooperation to promote vendor diversity for 5G and beyond. So we look forward to continued collaboration with Japan and other partners on this critical effort.
It's an impressive feat of coordination. That is, we've probably ticked off most of the major international forums of policy cooperation around the world. And I know that both of you have been very active in driving forward that agenda. And I would say both congratulations and thank you for your efforts on that, because you've done fantastic work in not just focusing on one favorable forum to drive this forward, but in really engaging as many partners around the world as is possible. So I think that covers well the government to government piece of things. How do you think about the role of government and the private sector working together? Both of you have referenced the importance of the private sector driving this forward. We need investment from the private sector. We need innovation coming out of the private sector. And indeed, we are seeing a lot of that playing out in practice. But as the two meet together, how should they be considering how best to cooperate with one another?
Private organizations such as Oran Alliance currently working on the standardization of 5G Open RAN. It will become important to accelerate private sector-led effort to standardize Open RAN, in parallel with promoting R&D for the realization of an open and interoperable beyond 5G. Thus, we think it is essential to work on making Open RAN widely available and to make it the standards architecture for beyond 5G when it is realized and deployed. We hope that operators and suppliers of the private sector will actively work on the standardization of Open RAN activity and the introduction of equipment compatible with the Open RAN. Furthermore, I want them to actively participate in the discussion and the standardization activity to materialize the requirement for the beyond 5G. I'd like to support our government support such private sector's effort.
Well, I agree that the standards work is just so important, and I really am grateful that you covered that so well. Another interesting thing to note is just how many Open RAN deployments are taking place in the United States, in Japan, and in more than 36 other countries. And so when considering 5G and beyond 5G, maintaining and even accelerating this industry-led momentum towards openness will really be key. And so I would also encourage private sector players who have already successfully deployed Open RAN to help explain this approach to policymakers around the world, even in countries where they may have not yet made a major commercial interest yet, especially to help correct any misperceptions. Now, there is such a strong interest in Open RAN among many governments. But as this is a newer approach, there are also a few questions that market leaders from the United States, Japan, and other like-minded countries can surely help to answer. And public-private dialogue and multi-stakeholder input will just be so critical inputs to government policy making on 5G and beyond. And that is why engagement with industry is just such a high priority for NTIA and the whole US government. For example, we consulted with industry when developing the implementation plan for our national strategy to secure 5G by completing a formal request for comments. Our plan then took into account the nearly 70 responses we received from companies, industry associations, and think tanks representing a range of interests and aspects of the full telecommunications ecosystem. In addition, NTIA has hosted 2 industry listening sessions focused on market incentives for 5G security as well as vendor diversity to hear directly from our industry partners on these objectives and their ideas on incentives and how the US government and industry can collaborate towards 5G vendor diversity. Finally, we were so pleased to participate in the Quad Open RAN Forum this past July, which was organized by the Open RAN Policy Coalition and which had 560 participants from at least 30 countries. Quad leaders have now launched an ongoing industry dialogue to solicit private sector input on Open RAN, as well as committed to cooperation on testing and test facilities. So we've seen so much progress here in this government-industry collaboration and look forward to engaging with our industry partners even more in the days to come. Thank you.
Well, I can safely say that the feeling is mutual on that, and we've, as the Open RAN Policy Coalition, have been delighted to engage with the 4 Quad governments on that initiative. One thing I wanted to take the liberty to add there is, there is an exceptional amount of innovation coming out of Japan and the US in terms of new capabilities that are being developed by companies and new vendors coming into the market, but that is by no means limited to Japan and the US. We have seen some truly exciting companies coming out of India, for instance, that have been integrated into Rakuten's network in Japan. We've seen companies from Germany integrated into a Spanish company, Telefónica's networks in Argentina, and indeed the trials that were announced by the German government yesterday included a number of European vendors in there. In fact, I think it might have been exclusively German and other European vendors that were used in those projects. So it really is exciting to see innovation emerge from so many different parts of the world, and great to see that governments have been responsive to that, looking to incorporate private sector into those discussions, and it really has enriched the conversation, I think. Turning to another question for our panelists, as we look forward to future generations, next G, 6G, however we would like to frame it, are there new considerations that we should take into account as regards promoting openness and interoperability, or do you view this largely as a continuation and, dare I say, expansion of existing efforts that are underway?
I'm happy to kick off there. With the transition from 4G to 5G, we saw really an expansion of the existing capabilities, such as enhanced mobile broadband and the application of telecommunications to newer verticals and business processes. But with 6G, I believe we will see a similar approach, and enhancements will be made to overcome limitations found in 5G. But we will also see new 6G features and requirements that will help to push the technological envelope even further. One example could be seamless, ubiquitous access, where a user is unable to perceive any differences in coverage, even as they themselves move through areas serviced by different types of telecommunications. And that may sound straightforward, but to develop real-world technology and deploying it will be a heavy lift, which really could be an opportunity for governments to assist industry in developing and providing the best solutions to our communities. And then finally, there will surely be new use cases enabled by 6G. We don't need to wait for 6G to arrive, though, to explore these potential use cases and begin collaborating with our international partners, which is just another reason why I'm pleased to be here with you all today discussing Beyond 5G and starting this conversation.
So many keynote speakers says, as you know, so study on the function required for beyond 5G and our R&D on the potential core technology of them have begun in Japan and the United States, Europe, and some other countries. So beyond 5G, 6G. We believe the 6G will be new network system that realize ultra low power consumption and ultra security and resiliency, autonomy and scalability. In addition, the typical three features of current 5G: high speed and capacity, ultra high speed and capacity, and low latency, and ultra new mirrorless connectivity. However, I understand that at present there is no global consensus on what specific function will be required for 6G and what the core technology. I expect that 6G will be an innovative network that introduces new technologies such as all photonic signal processing technologies and terahertz waves, and also integrate satellite communication system and a new communication platform like such as hubs. By introducing such new technologies, we will be able to realize 6G network with ultra high speed communication and dramatically lower power consumption, and wider coverage and more resilient to disaster than 5G. It may also be possible to realize significantly more reliable, more secure, and secure new networks by utilizing quantum security technologies and AI technologies. I think features such as security and low power consumption and resiliency is especially important when consider 5G. However, I believe that such innovative 6G network will not be realized immediately and completely independent of 5G, but rather than an extension of the current 5G technology in a certain way. So it is both important to develop the current 5G system and to continue the R&D on the core technologies of beyond 5G. Both are very important, I think.
Tawara-san, I think you were understating earlier your talent with the English language, because I think you articulated there a fantastic vision, probably in a more complex way than I could. That concludes, we're coming up against the top of our allotted time, I believe, and that concludes the questions that I had for our panelists. Would panelists like to say a minute of closing remarks before we end the panel?
I'll just really elaborate a little bit on what I said at the end, that this is just the start of the discussion, and I am so grateful to Japan for taking the leadership here to start this discussion on 6G now and not 5 years from now, because I think it gives us the opportunity to collaborate sooner rather than later and really ensure that we are moving towards 6G together and with our like-minded partners. So again, thank you for inviting me to be here today and look forward to the further cooperation.
Thank you, Rei-san and Boting-san. It is, I said before, to make 6G more secure, reliable, and innovative communication infrastructure. We will continue to work with various players, various countries, and in the R&D or core technology and advancement of 5G. At first, it is very important to continue the activity to spread the secure, open 5G networks at first to the global. So we will continue to work together with the United States or other like-minded countries. We will try to expand such a secure net to realize to such a secure future networks. I believe we can realize such an environment. Thank you.
Well, it's wonderful to finish on a positive note, and I would just echo the points of both panelists that, first of all, honored to be invited to present on behalf of the Open RAN Policy Coalition and to moderate the discussion. And we are incredibly optimistic about the potential for cooperation in this area, and thankful for the efforts of both the Japanese government, the US government, and so many of our friends and allies around the world. I did just want to close out by thanking Associate Administrator Ray and Director General Tawara for a fantastic discussion, and wishing you all the best for the rest of the Beyond 5G conference. Thank you all.
Thank you. That was Ms. Ray, Mr. Tawara, and Mr. Boting. Thank you very much for what has been a very lively discussion. Thank you. With that, our first panel session and the first half of today's conference is complete. The second half will start from 1 o'clock and will begin with keynote speeches. Please enjoy the lunch break and return to your seats by 1 p.m. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. We will now commence with our keynote speeches on the topic of Beyond 5G in the World and International Cooperation. The first speech is by Dr. Abhimanyu Gosain, the Technical Program Director at Power Technology. Dr. Gosain has recorded his speech as a video for us today.
Hi, good evening. My name is Abhimanyu Gosain, and I'm from Northeastern University. Thank you again for the invitation to present at this conference at the highly esteemed guests and attendees. Thank you for the consideration. I'm here to talk about 6G research directions and timelines from a US and a global perspective. So just by way of introduction, Abhimanyu Gosain again, a Senior Director at the Institute for Wireless Internet of Things at Northeastern University. This is an institute formed to coalesce the expertise at the university of faculty, staff, and students to drive innovation around 6G and beyond. We'll talk a little bit about the NSF, National Science Foundation funded Platforms for Advanced Wireless Research, which is building testbeds at large scale to drive 5G and 6G research, and I'm the technical program director for that. I'm also part of the Department of Defense Innovate Beyond 5G program as a senior advisor, and I'm the founding director of the Open Air X Labs initiative here at Northeastern University, supported by the National Science Foundation and DoD, to accelerate beyond 5G and 6G softwareization, both from a radio access network perspective, cloud network, and you see the number of alliances that we are actively engaged in, are supporting, and are contributing to. We also inherited and operate the world's largest channel network emulator called Coliseum, which was developed by DARPA here in the US. And similar to this event are also organizers for the flagship 6G Symposium event in the United States, as well as a couple other community engagements that we foster to deliver talks and bring the community together. I'll start with Power. That's our flagship program, and that is the basis, the fundamental basis for accelerating and promoting research here in the United States. The analog of NICT in Japan is the National Science Foundation, and it funded a public-private partnership in late 2017 alongside 35 leading companies, which you'll see on the next slide, which are part of the entire telecom value chain, from chipset providers, chipset vendors, tier one OEMs, network providers, as well as large-scale network operators. It's a total investment of about $100 million US, and it's being managed by an entity called the Power Project Office, led by Northeastern University and US Ignite. The key stakeholders for this program are researchers, industry, as well as communities. At the end of the day, these platforms are being built in and around campuses across the United States, 4 at last count, and we'll go through each one of them and how they enable research going towards beyond 5G and 6G. And there are some fundamental principles I want to tease out that should give folks in the federal ecosystem, the funding agencies, the sponsoring agencies, and industry a light into how to think about 6G research, as these are the formative years for it. So these are the companies. Obviously, these are global names. Some of them may also have a presence out in Japan. So I encourage, again, the federal sponsors and our academic partners to reach out to these companies, if not already having done so. And just a brief introduction, right? So in 2017, and this is something I always like to say, this is a slide that's unchanged from 2017. These were the technical areas that when we were building test platforms. And this is around the time of, in the 3GPP release cycle, somewhere where we were in the midpoint of having defined the specifications for what would become 5G. And obviously, we're still continuing that journey, as evidenced by what's coming out in release 17 and 18 shortly, before we start fundamentally moving towards 6G. So millimeter wave was extremely important, and we needed to enable and foster R&D, research and development, and systems testing with millimeter wave on the licensed frequencies here in the US, 28 and 60. Obviously, I'm omitting 39. That's very actively being used in Japan. We were looking at softwareization back then. So softwareization, virtualization paradigms, network slicing. How are we going to disaggregate the network, both on the cloud side? So again, disaggregating it from the dependencies of the underlying hardware, but also on the radio side. And this is what we've seen with the explosion of the O-RAN paradigm. So this was something that we had kept in mind back then. And this all came to fore because we had the best trusted advisors, both from industry, the federal ecosystem, who are helping shape the narrative of what kind of test platforms are going to be needed as the journey to 5G progresses. SBA, service-based, microservice-based architecture, where things were built into self-contained containers on top of Kubernetes and Docker. This was still, again, in the formative years, and now we have stabilized and have really production-style networks running at scale. AI/ML, spectrum sharing, massive MIMO, just to name a few. Again, this is something that I really feel giving ourselves a pat on the back for actually anticipating the kinds of areas that we would need to secure. And this was work that was happening for years. So this was an investment that was made in 2017, but the program was formed about 24 months before that to really try to shine a light on the kind of technical areas that we were going to investigate. The platforms really, on the previous slide, all those technology areas were divided up into the platforms that were then funded. These platforms have been are in varying stages of readiness, as you can see. The flagship platforms were the first two ones selected back in 2018, Powder and Renew in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Cosmos in New York. These are both remotely accessible today for conducting reproducible research along the topical areas that you saw on the previous slide. Powder is a flagship platform primarily promoting software-defined networking, Open RAN research, and massive MIMO communication, all done in a programmable manner where experimenters can come in and conduct their research, gather their results, and can do all of this work remotely. Cosmos in New York is looking at millimeter wave, as well as a very, very novel optical backplane technology built on top of the ROADM switches, which are the reconfigurable optical add-drop multiplexers. In addition to that, the AirPower platform in Raleigh, North Carolina, which is trying to intersect connected mobility with UAVs and the terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks for 5G and beyond. So how does the third dimension, the Z plane, now affect channel communication both in 4G and 5G? And this is going to be coming online by the time this talk is broadcast to the community out there. The last one, the ARA platform, is a rural broadband platform being built in Ames, Iowa, which is going to be looking at bridging the digital divide. Again, I feel this is an analog to what's happening in Japan, where a large population lives in metros, but there is a significant portion that we need to service that are living out in rural areas. And so the cost of delivery per bit and incentivizing our network operators to build networks through technologies that will pay for themselves over time is a key mandate of this platform. And then Coliseum, which we talked about earlier, which is the world's largest RF emulator that is located here in Boston, are all available for remote experimentation right now. And Coliseum, again, is large scale, so 128 programmable radios, a significant compute fabric, including CPUs, GPUs, FPGAs. And the whole approach we take is like a Lego approach, where there are modular building blocks that can be swapped in and out as technical and technology areas need to be experimented. Now, this is all at an applied research level. There needs to be a significant amount of foundational fundamental research. So this is all the math and the physics that needs to happen, including devices. And that's all considered as inputs into these test platforms. And that's the kind of a roadmap I would like to share and promote in your thinking as you begin the journey on building your roadmaps for 6G research, both from a technical perspective, but also from a policy strategy and funding perspective. So OpenAirX Labs was an initiative that was set up to tackle the software problem. So all of these technologies that you saw, there are very limited software implementations of these technologies that are full stack. So there may be certain physical layer attributes that are available, but then there's nothing at the MAC layer and up. There may be some service management orchestration techniques, but nothing on the infrastructure. So building something that would work end-to-end as a reference benchmark system was important to us. And we partnered with the Open Air Interface Software Alliance in Eurocom, France, to build a North American home to serve the power community primarily, but also the rest of the academic, federal labs, and industry ecosystem by being the point place for developing and development of the Open Air Interface 5G software stack, which for us would be the springboard of taking the development into beyond 5G and 6G. A couple key contributions we make is to stabilize software by providing a rich CI/CD, continuous integration, continued development framework, which is no human in the loop, completely automated, living in the cloud system that I'll try to briefly touch on. But the whole notion of setting this up is, again, as a key input driver into building those applied research results that are going to form their way into some of the technical reports and standards as those standards evolve over the course of the next 10 years. 6G Symposium I talked about. Here are just some key numbers. I just wanted to emphasize we've done a new edition in 2021. Unfortunately, due to being in a global pandemic like we are here, it was conducted virtually, but we had presence from all over the world. So it was very well attended. And what this gives us is a kind of a data point that tells us that the entire world is ready to talk about 6G. So it's not just marketing, but from a technical perspective, there are technology areas that are being considered that will be key inputs into the 6G standard. So 6G research timeline. What we mean by 6G or next G research is technical advances that are aimed at beyond the natural evolution of 5G. So something where we need to sort of go back to the drawing board and start foundationally. I think without getting into the timelines, and I know that in this event, there'll be people who have different timelines in mind, but given historical context and a 10-year development cycle, we believe that the target date for 6G will be around 2030. And I'll reference some charts from international standardized agencies and industry. And what this also allows us to do is to sort of fundamentally rethink the relationships that have formed, that have matured all the way from traditional RAN, radio access network, physical layer players to the hyperscalers, cloud, and industry verticals that have moved in. How are they going to be part of the 6G? How can we make them join the 6G journey with us? And all the technology dependencies that this will cause, which will drive the changes, and this will need time to development of technologies, development of proof of concepts, and development of KPIs and metrics that are going to be important to the stakeholders of the future. And the best time to do that is now when we're in a pre-standards phase. Before people diverge and start to develop IP and then come back into the standardization process, this is the time when the guard is down, when everybody's coming together to conduct research. And that is something which is going to be very important as the stakeholders consider and think about how they're going to position 6G investment and 6G partnerships. From our perspective, that we in the US that we are seeing, and this is a distillation of some of the work that we're doing with the ATIS Next G Alliance here in the US, is we're looking at higher and higher up in the spectrum band. So millimeter wave was not enough, but now there are fundamental science results that are telling us that terahertz, true terahertz, and something above 300 gigahertz is possible for communications. Right now, it's primarily used for passive sensing and radio astronomy, but this would be something that's going to be really important. AI, ML, all the way. All aspects of the network are going to be touched by AI, ML, both from all the way from the wireless RAN side to the network side to the core side. Dynamic spectrum management. Spectrum is a finite resource. We are all hearing all the different kinds of strategies that global countries are using for dynamic spectrum management, and same here in the US. Midband is still going to be very, 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 very important. FR3, which people are looking at now between 7 and 40 gigahertz as being something important. And how are you going to have sharing frameworks in there? Obviously, UAVs are not going to go anywhere, and so neither is NTN. So LEO satellite players, we'll have 5G in the space. All of these need to be considered. And obviously, security and privacy, given all the geopolitics being discussed around 5G and 6G, it is something that we really want to pay strong attention to and develop standards that will be fed into standardization bodies and bring out the contributions both from academia, industry, and federal labs. So for terahertz, just wanted to give you a little peek into what we've been doing here at Northeastern University. So we have the world's first integrated testbed for ultra broadband communication in partnership, and this is work that's led by Professor Giuseppe Jornet here at Northeastern University in partnership with NASA JPL, which has built these RF front ends that, believe it or not, have been out in space for sensing for the last 10 years. What we have done here is we've taken those radios and made them and proven to the world that communication is possible on this. So we have terahertz communication at 2 terahertz, 1 terahertz, but also at 275 and 300 gigahertz. And we've shown issues around oxygen absorption, etc., are some things that we are able to manage. So there are some key techniques that we have. So I encourage you to go check out that paper. We've been able to realize bandwidths as high as 2 gigahertz to 32 gigahertz offline, and we're working on making the system be more robust and online. But just a peek on the work has already started, and time is of the essence, and we all need to sort of come together and exchange our technical roadmaps and work together before the standardization process kicks off. Working back from 2030, which is the number I sort of put in the ground based on our discussions here, we believe it's time to support academic research now. And the pre-competitive nature with the stakeholders coming all the way from different global players is going to be important. So we need to really build and sustain momentum through global collaboration, even though there is a pandemic that is in between us, to share research results, to build the partnerships, and to strategize how investments are done in the global community to maximize such that the sum of the parts is greater than the individual contributors. And that's the key notion here that I want to sort of bring across. And I appreciate that there is such a diverse mix of speakers here, all the way from Europe, the US, as well as from Japan, that have been invited to this forum. We're obviously going to see a proliferation, and we're already seeing it around 5G and beyond in different consortia and alliances that have come up, and we are tracking most, if not all of them, by providing significant contributions in the form of specifications, test and integration, test platforms, as well as key partnerships by submitting open source software into some of these alliances. And this is going to be the paradigm that we're going to have to look at 6G as we move into the future. Really quick primer onto where and how we're going to see 5G and 6G involved. And 5G doesn't just go away. For those who've been seasoned veterans in this industry, they know 4G is still going to be supported all the way till 2023. And 5G, through its evolution, is going to continue before it sunsets in the 2027 timeframe. So you will have the legacy networks being built at the same time the 6G requirements are being defined somewhere in the 23-24 timeframe, which gives us about 24 months. To prove out some of the foundational techniques and topics before the requirements are going into the 6G timeframe. This is from the ITU side, and this is sort of the process that we believe is going to be followed again, where there are going to be technology trends that are going to be, that need to be identified now, and the feasibility document needs to be submitted in the next year or so. Before the performance requirements are distilled from there, the community comes together, we submit the technology proposals, we evaluate them, and all along this journey, we will need testing, proof of concepts, foundational and applied research systems, and that's what we here in the US community, the federal ecosystem, are championing an approach that will be more public-private partnership based, with industry and the federal government coming together to drive investment to really champion and spearhead some of these technologies that will be the foundational foundation of 6G. So what has happened here? In the US, the National Science Foundation has started a new program called RINGS, Resilient and Intelligent Next G Systems, with partnerships. And this is interesting because you're going to see, in addition to the traditional players like Ericsson, Nokia, and Qualcomm, there are lots of hyperscalers here. Hyperscalers are interested and are moving into the 5G and the 6G domain. There is support, and apologies for the formatting here, but there's also support from other parts of the US government, from NIST, as well as from the Department of Defense. In all said and done, this is supporting fundamental foundational research to the tune of $40 million. It's just a start, but it has received a lot of support from the Biden administration and the White House, and there is significant additional funding and resources that are going to be pumped into the foundational research work. So this program is going to start in Q1 22, and then we'll really want to accelerate the learnings from this program and feed that into some of the standardization work over the next 24 to 48 months. This, on the DoD side, there is an Innovate Beyond 5G program strategy that's being led by Dr. Sumit Roy under the OUSD, Office of Undersecretary of Defense R&E department, and they're looking at technology frontiers. And here, what's important to take is this, on the right side, a layered approach. So there is this notion of affecting standards through pre-standard studies, through modeling and simulation. And then at the end of the day, we're not satisfied just through studies. We need to start to think about material transitions. So these are transitions that are going to have to go from COTS into GOTS, which means from the commercial industry into the government space. And for the DoD, being at the forefront of technology, these are the kind of areas that we are going to be looking to push, which is around distributed mobile MIMO across multiple spectral bands, multi-band, multi-RAT operation, dynamic spectrum management, terrestrial, non-terrestrial integration, as well as network softwareization and virtualization, in the context of how can you use a commercial wireless network through certain enhancements, and as far as possible, keeping it commercial without having to build a new snowflake in the context of a defense tactical environment use. How do we come closer and meet industry so that those solutions are applicable into the defense domain? So with that, I'm going to stop here, and I really appreciate your time and attention. Please do feel free to reach out to us. I hope we're able to get back to regular travel and we can be together in person, but understanding the constraints for now, I really would like to thank the entire committee, MIC, NICT, University of Tokyo, and all the other partners and fellow speakers. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goseng. The second speech is by Dr. Matti Latova-Aho, Director of 6G Flagship. Dr. Latova-Aho has also recorded his speech as a video.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be part of this very interesting and timely conference today. My name is Matti Latova-Aho. I am 6G Flagship Director at University of Oulu, Finland, and also since the beginning of November, Global Research Fellow at University of Tokyo, working with Professor Nagao. 6G time schedules are becoming more clear as time has passed. A lot of activities have been started already, and almost every week there are some new type of activities being either announced or starting. In Europe, European Commission funded initiatives are starting to grow gradually, and in the next Horizon Europe call, there will be new possibilities to start even new activities, as you have heard in earlier presentation by Bernard Barani from European Commission. The working schedule for ITU-R working groups is becoming more clear, and currently the vision work is ongoing, and also the requirements work will be started within the 2 next years. 3GPP is going to define very soon the targets for release 18, which is often called as 5G Advanced or starting of 5G Advanced. And that will actually be very important also for us 6G researchers in showing the way how 5G is planned to be evolved. And of course, we as researchers, we have to go beyond what 5G Advanced can eventually deliver. And so it's really good time these days to start to be more clear and start to write down more concrete plans towards 6G research, which is now ongoing already. Our flagship program was started 2018, and we are now finalizing our phase 1, which was just putting things together and getting started all critical research areas. And in phase 2, starting next May, we will be at full speed, able to go towards our refined plans in trying to define our own ideas towards 6G system concepts. Our research agenda is relatively broad. We are covering issues from different technology areas of various sorts, starting from applications, going to networks, wireless connectivity challenges, RF and implementational issues as well is one of the important areas for us. Regulatory related matters is definitely very critical, as everything will be depending how spectrum regulation will be matured and defined in the end of the day. As we all know, the sustainability development goals is these days especially extremely important to incorporate to any technology development of the future, and wireless technologies in particular can have a major role in delivering the type of services and applications supporting global sustainability goals. We believe also that business landscape can potentially drastically change in the future during the 6G time era, and therefore we have decided to make also serious efforts to trying to identify some of the techno-economics related issues and trying to understand how different critical verticals are going to be supported with wireless technologies in the future. So this is our playground in 6G research, and I'm pretty sure that in any of these 4 domains, we can identify very interesting research challenges in trying to collaborate. So before we start to speculate what areas we should try to collaborate globally, I think it's important to understand that why do we talk about 6G? Why do we need 6G? First of all, when we look at the targets of 5G that were set for 5G were really amazingly high, and they were good targets. There's nothing wrong with that, but maybe the technology wasn't completely mature yet to take us there. So definitely 5G needs further evolution versions, but we probably also have to think far beyond 5G, the capabilities that we can imagine that the next generation technology could have. And this is needed because of the massive automation of society that is really in the heart of 5G vision already, will require more than 5G can offer. And this massive automation of society, it's such a huge transformation of whole society that we have to really push all technologies to the capabilities and limits of it. There are also new technical requirements not addressed carefully enough in 5G. For example, very accurate localization and sensing embedded to the wireless communication system itself without explicit building additional network or capabilities to support that. Also, global connectivity, closing the digital divide gap is very important for the sake of service continuity, but also for the sake of trying to achieve the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals and really trying to make the platform available for realizing truly digital society of the future. Therefore, we think that 6G requires more radical transformations in 3 major areas, in pushing the capabilities of wireless transmission to the limits, and in the limits meaning that we can afford to implement those and we can afford to deploy those in terms of energy efficiency targets, for example. We also have been talking about a lot combining artificial intelligence to future critical infrastructures and digital services, and that definitely applies also to wireless networks and applications. So we have to try to utilize automated processes, artificial intelligence as much as possible in optimizing the operation of the future systems, as well as providing amazing applications to end users of the future. We think that the future image, future vision of the society would not be possible with the existing business ecosystems. We need to think about how to develop those further. We would need new ecosystem stakeholders to be part of building the infrastructure, making the sufficient investment to that, as well as bringing in the required deep understanding and knowledge of critical vertical application areas in order to be able to make that kind of applications that are the most efficient in serving on those specific areas. I think regulation policies is the cornerstone when we start to think about future innovations and how these transformations can be made possible. And as an example, frequency regulation is close to us wireless researchers. That's good example in the sense that without innovative regulation policy, nothing fantastically new is possible. For example, if this local spectrum licensing would be made possible at as many frequency bands as possible, then new stakeholders and new application areas would start to grow organically, holistically. New investments would be made to different sectors of society, and digitalization would get a great boost from that sense. So regulation policies play really a key role in that. And when we are thinking about 6G development, and once the World Radio Conference will decide on 6G frequency allocations and how nationally that's then going to be implemented, it is super important, as we know, spectrum licenses are given typically to around 25 years. So whatever is decided for 6G frequency band allocations and how it's going to be used and deployed in practice has consequences for several tens of years to come. So we have to be smart enough to allow birth of new types of ecosystems in the future by relaxing some of the spectrum regulatory rules. Once we start to set targets for the next generation communication systems, there is a bunch of technical requirements that will be set to that. And now that we are in research phase, we are just guessing and trying to set some targets and performing our research with certain numbers in our minds. Those are very important, but those are not, let's say, very difficult to be defined in the end of the day. What is more difficult to quantify, at least, is these value-based targets for the next generation systems. If you start from security, privacy, trust-related issues, we all understand that those are important targets, but how can we quantify that? And how can we set some concrete, tangible targets related? Also, United Nations Sustainability Development Goals will set certain targets for the next generation system development. How can we quantify those 17 goals to technical targets? That needs quite a bit of thinking. How do we incorporate some of the ethical values to the targets of next generation system development? And how do we make everything transparent? How do we involve critical verticals in defining all these requirements, etc., etc.? So there are lots of global 6G policies that need to be agreed before the exact specification work can eventually start. Finally, I would like to summarize my talk with defining some of the key areas for collaboration in global 6G research. These 4 areas, societal, business, standards, and technology, all need to be covered and considered. As an examples, I have listed some here to try to be more illustrative. What do we mean by these? Societal, for example, digital inclusion via global coverage is a really challenging research topic still. There are a lot of remote areas that are not covered by any networks currently, and we have to try to find specific solutions for remote areas, which are often poor, where many times you don't have even energy grid. So we have to look at multiple different alternative solutions, including satellite. Also, this global coverage is important for enabling truly digital societies happening in practice, as we need service continuity. So irrespective of where the citizens are, they should be able to access some of the critical future services. Secondly, business. I think currently when we look at how mobile networks have been evolved, all have been depending critically on mobile network operators. This local 5G concept launched already in Japan is a good example of new types of players entering to the market and reasons why they need to be allowed to enter to markets. So there are local needs, very specific needs coming from different vertical areas where those stakeholders which are willing to invest and develop the applications should be able to operate. Standards. I think global collaboration is also in the future key to the successful next generation systems. And without a global uniform standard, the next generation will not be successful at all. We have so far had, and maybe also in the future, new mobile generation every 10 years. Business is reshaped in 20-year cycles, but we have to also understand that spectrum regulatory principles are happening at much slower pace, and whatever is decided there will have long-lasting impacts on how anything can be developed for the future. The last one, technology. Of course, it depends on who do you ask, what are the favorite research areas and topics, and what everybody sees as the most important ones. I think these security-related matters is, in the end of the day, by far the most important. If the users of the future systems don't trust that the information is handled securely, or the data privacy cannot be guaranteed, there will be absolutely no trust on the future systems. That's by far the most important thing to take care of. Future network architectures will be changing because of many reasons. One of the reasons being that due to explosion of future vertical application areas, there will be definitely a need for customized solutions for serving the best way different types of vertical applications. Those networks will not be compatible as such without changing drastically the network architecture to be more, what I could say, service-driven rather than access network infrastructure-driven, what is the case so far. Efficiency of future radios. Efficiency can be related to data rates, reliability, latency, localization and sensing accuracies, whatever is the target of the optimization of the network for certain application. So we have to push future solutions to the limits of physics. And now that we are going to higher and higher spectrum bands above millimeter waves towards sub-terahertz and terahertz, eventually, there is a lot of possibilities for innovation and collaboration. Finally, artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can become much more real-time and context-aware, combining the distributed nature of wireless networks to be part of AI processing. There will be huge number of sensors collecting real-time information about the environment, about what's happening around. And that information has to be processed in a smart manner in order to make these future AI-driven applications something that we cannot even imagine today, but the capabilities are definitely there. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Latva-Aho. Next, Mr. Jonathan Spalter, President and CEO of U.S. Telecom of the Broadband Association, has also recorded his speech as a video.
America Karano Goisatsu. I'm Jonathan Spalter, President and CEO of U.S. Telecom, the Broadband Association, and I am honored to have the opportunity to speak to you today from Washington, D.C., about my vision for a global policy framework to achieve our shared connectivity goal, the accelerated deployment of next-generation high-speed broadband networks that are foundational for 5G, 6G, and beyond, and will connect people, businesses, and governments around the world. U.S. Telecom represents broadband innovators, both here in the United States and beyond, and our members are at the cutting edge of the global connectivity revolution, providing a full array of services and technologies over wireline and wireless networks. Despite the first two letters of our name, U.S. Telecom's membership and perspective are truly global. We're pleased to count both NTT and NEC as U.S. Telecom members. These companies are leaders in the deployment and adoption of 5G solutions and dedicated and reliable partners to U.S. Telecom in promoting global connectedness and innovation. Today I will share with you what I believe is a unique opportunity for our two nations who share a common value system and an equal commitment to improving the livelihoods of our citizens and the global community writ large. You know, with predictable advances across all of the sciences, including the technologies being discussed at this conference here today, our two governments and our respective industries have a rare opportunity to nurture a level of collaboration and professional partnership that is absolutely essential to harness human energy in service of our highest ideals. I will share my thoughts on how we might construct a bridge between this grand vision and the concrete foundational and policy building blocks that will determine success or failure. As we embark on building these business and policy foundations for 5G and beyond, we need to be both humble and bold. Humble in knowing that any prediction about future technologies and their ramifications can be subject to mockery with hindsight. And just to point out one example, in 1876, the president of Western Union, the American Telegraphy Company, said the new device called the telephone has too many shortcomings to be seriously considered as a means of communication. Well, flash forward 110 years, and Microsoft's former president, Steve Ballmer, famously predicted that the iPhone would never get much market share. Well, we all know how that went. But the history of innovation also tells us that boldness is our path forward. As the ancient Japanese proverb tells us, if you do not enter the tiger's cave, you will not catch its cub. That truly great success is rarely achieved without some corresponding measure of risk. So, as we look at the world today, it is clear that powerful and accelerating forces are placing enormous stress on institutions of every type, on our environment, how we govern ourselves, how we work, how we raise our families, and how we adapt to technological change. Our success in harnessing these new technologies for the benefit of all humanity will depend in large part on building the right policy frameworks and working with the right partners in both industry and in government. As technological advances accelerate exponentially, we will no longer have the luxury of long planning horizons. We must recognize that the policy, regulatory, and business norms in place today must adapt to a hyper-dynamic business, social, and political environment. That it is as true in the United States as it is in Japan, especially as 6G applications already come into focus and deployment is anticipated to be just 1 decade away. In a recent study, McKinsey estimated that by 2030, there will be 2 billion new users coming online, generating another $1.5 to $2 trillion in global GDP, due in part to network expansion and growing affordability of devices and services. The report recognizes the United States, Japan, and South Korea as pioneering countries, but notes that China is building out the backbone for fixed and cellular networks at a faster rate than any other country, with the aim of offering 5G in all major markets by 2025. And India is digitizing faster than any trailing market. Still, in many places, investment has yet to materialize at the scale of the opportunity. A recent Bain & Company report provides additional context for some of the more significant challenges that telecommunications companies face. Key among them, managing the infrastructure supplier network in light of geopolitical tensions, while trade conflicts and cybersecurity concerns are affecting the role of Chinese manufacturers in network build-outs in many regions of the world. The report also notes telecom companies are likely to face questions from investors, employees, and business partners about long-term strategies to meet global challenges involving sustainability. To complete the picture, we may add privacy, cybersecurity, trans-border data flows, and trust concerns, as each of these interdependent domains can create friction and undermine the necessity for seamless global connectivity. This is a world of dizzying change and rapid innovation. Disruptive technology has a positive connotation in the venture capital arena and in places like Silicon Valley and the global base cities being developed in Japan. It means game-changing advances in efficiency, business productivity, and economic and social development. It means growth and opportunity for lots of companies, their workers, and the communities they serve. The communication sector is at the center of this battle for the future. Disruption is a good thing, but we must ensure that disruptive technology brings social and political dynamism and social connectivity, not the isolation, inequality, and economic tumult seen in recent years. We must also be wary of drifting towards a surveillance state, a dystopia that many thoughtful people see in a future metaverse of augmented reality and virtual reality, where the line between the physical and virtual worlds is blurred, if it's noticeable at all. So all eyes are on 6G, which, using higher frequencies than 5G, is expected to support data rates of 1 terabyte per second and microsecond latency communications, which will facilitate massive improvements in imaging, presence technology, and location awareness. It will make the environment much more contextually aware, devices more seamless, and networks more autonomous. And as such, 6G will present important issues regarding privacy and security and trust, even more than in the ubiquitous connectivity environment of the current 5G era. It is here, privacy and cybersecurity, touchstones of both 5G and 6G, that we should work towards even more of a global emphasis on harmonization of best practices for cross-border data transfers and more. These capabilities should prompt us to ensure that the world of 6G serves all of humanity, not just those who hold positions of power or who have accumulated the most resources. The world is at a fork in the road with regard to how governments, businesses, academia, and citizens interact with each other. We're seeing the intrusion of government in the marketplace in different but concerning ways. While the extreme version of this is how China, Russia, and other authoritarian governments are charting one path based on top-down command and control planning of the economy and total social control of their businesses and populations via big data and AI-enabled surveillance that would make Big Brother blush. The other path is ours. The dynamic free market competition, permissionless innovation, and freedom of expression and belief the United States, Japan, and our post-World War II allies have nurtured and advanced for decades. It's a model that should favor true public-private partnership and collaboration. The world's future will be determined by whether this model of competitive, expansive, free market democracy can harness human ingenuity and progress to prevail over the command and control restrictive structures of authoritarian governments. Which path will prevail is a matter of choice and not a foregone conclusion. Countries like the United States and Japan have a decision to make, and it's not always clear which direction we are leaning. Here in the US, voices are calling for government action that would compete with the private sector. Some are even advocating for government-owned broadband networks or for the Defense Department to dictate how spectrum is actually used. Sometimes the path you take simply depends on your destination. And where do we want to go? We want to end up in a world where 6G by design is more ubiquitously available and promises economic growth to all parts of society. 6G cannot sort the world into haves and have-nots. We need to think globally about 6G use cases to address global needs. So what's the path forward? We have lots of work ahead of us. Apart from all the hard thinking, there is hard doing ahead. We have three main things to do. First is increase investment in our core wired broadband backbone and generally. Second is expand competition. And third is reduce barriers to deployment. Let me start with investment. Policy debates and headlines are often dominated by the amount of investment that industry is devoted to building sustaining connectivity infrastructure, and rightly so. Today's high-speed networks would not exist without staggering investment and effort by private industry. In the U.S. alone, broadband capital expenditures reached $80 billion last year. But we can't let our foot off the gas pedal. These investment burdens cannot be shouldered by industry alone. Rather, industry and government must work as mutually beneficial partners at each stage in the lifespan of next-generation networks, from the R&D stage to deployment to innovation. And particularly in light of the pandemic era's unprecedented demand, likely now permanent and increasing, for secure, reliable connectivity and remote work capabilities, it should be clear to all policymakers and industry leaders that investment in broadband is in both the public and private interest. Now, public-private partnership is not just a policy buzzword. It matters, and it matters deeply. Deep collaboration and shared investment is absolutely indispensable to secure, reliable connectivity, and it simply cannot be achieved through government or private sector investment alone. And this is one reason why U.S. Telecom created the Council to Secure the Digital Economy, CSDE we call it, a partnership to governments worldwide that has spearheaded groundbreaking private sector policies for the security of the Internet of Things and cybersecurity incident response. And that's just the beginning of our work. This type of collaborative partnership should be leveraged to advance broadband innovation through public-private testing initiatives and R&D. For example, the U.S. Department of Defense's 5G test beds have provided literally dozens of opportunities for private sector companies to deploy and test 5G applications in particular use cases such as factories and warehouses that will be valuable for both the U.S. government and business interests worldwide. Further, the $2 billion in grant funding for the Public Wireless Innovation Fund and the Multilateral Telecommunications Security Fund contained in the pending U.S. Innovation and Competition Act at our Congress here in the United States will provide for breakthrough innovations in the United States and abroad. Alongside the massive private capital investments that industry makes every year on broadband infrastructure, governments also have a key role to play in funding deployment, particularly in areas of the world that remain unserved. In both the United States and Japan, bringing high-speed internet connectivity to rural areas is a challenge that we must meet. The $65 billion for broadband deployment approved just a few days ago in Washington in our Congress is potentially game-changing for millions of households in unserved or underserved communities in the United States. Second, competition. The investment and innovation driving global communications technologies are a direct product of competition. We know that. Broadband providers deploying all sorts of technologies are competing around the world, and recent technological advancements and marketplace entry from non-traditional providers is further bolstering competition between fixed and mobile broadband services and driving innovation in quality and security. However, we cannot take competition for granted. Our economic security and the long-term sustainability of the investments we are making in broadband infrastructure depends on a diverse and competitive marketplace. While there have been some troubling trends in recent decades, such as increasing consolidation of the equipment vendor market and some government-backed national champion vendors undertaking approaches that appear to be aimed at eliminating competition, I have a hopeful view of the future of competition in global communications, including in 5G and beyond, right through 6G. First, the deployment, development, and maturation of private sector-driven consensus technical standards for 5G open radio access networks and other aspects of next-generation communications break down barriers to entry for new innovators, prevent vendor lock-in, and allow for interoperability and specialization. In short, technical standardization facilitates competition. We cannot allow nation-state dominance of global private sector standards bodies. International bodies which are member state or government-led should seek like-minded government partners to reform the structure and working methods and to focus on the appropriate technology within the scope of the organization. Reform could include enabling cooperative relationships with other expert organizations, such as the liaison relationship between 3GPP and ITUR WP5D as one example. Similarly, Forward-looking governments should partner with like-minded ones to promote the importance of the industry-led global standards specification development model by underscoring its value in driving past innovations such as the wireless revolution, which connected billions of people in developing countries in a remarkably short amount of time. Also, 5G and future generations of communications are enabled largely through cloud and software-based technologies whose markets and innovations are highly competitive and fast-moving. These technologies of the future are where the United States, Japan, and our allies will predominate. One other point. The global market, consisting of trusted suppliers and network operators based in free market democracies like the United States, Japan, and other allied countries, is large and dynamic. It is not an adversarial race like that between the United States and China. It is and must continue to be a promising competition among innovative companies operating in markets that promote the rule of law, intellectual policy, and free market competition. Third and finally, we must contend with the well-documented barriers to deployment that constrain the benefits of investment and competition. Deployment barriers are not limited to the wireless components of 5G networks. Freeing up access to spectrum is a clear priority, but 5G networks cannot operate without fiber backhaul. This is an essential input, now and in the future. In the United States, we support lifting regulatory barriers to speed the deployment of wireline fiber-based networks. Some barriers exist at the local level: unreasonable zoning restrictions, onerous permitting processes, construction moratoriums, and aesthetic restrictions on antenna placement all make the very act of constructing networks slower, more costly, and more difficult. These barriers block investment and innovation and damage our shared interest in secure, reliable, ubiquitous connectivity. Now, these concerns are not just unique to the United States. Some are globally systemic, including those we saw in the pandemic. The supply chain disruptions that have affected our industry, particularly regarding semiconductors, are acute. Global leaders in industry and government must address these challenges in a thoughtful and well-coordinated manner. The recent discussions at the G20 and ongoing work between governments and industry through the quadrilateral security dialogue among the United States, Japan, India, and Australia offer a productive and promising path forward. The removal of these barriers is urgent, but fortunately it is also, I believe, achievable, provided it is done in a coordinated, uniform manner around the globe with public-private engagement. Now, putting this policy framework into practice is not an abstract exercise. In fact, NTT and NEC are great examples of the sort of private engagement with policymakers that is required to promote investment and competition and to remove barriers to deployment. You know, our experience demonstrates that concrete mechanisms for global public-private partnership are already in place. Now, we must simply commit to using them. Domo arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spalter. Next, Dr. Magnus Frodheim, Vice President and Head of Ericsson Research, has also recorded his speech for us.
Thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Magnus Frodheim. I'm head of Ericsson Research. I'm happy to talk to you here from the Ericsson headquarters in Stockholm. The title of my presentation today would be 6G, Enabling the Cyber-Physical Continuum. Before going to 6G, we need to reflect a little bit on the rollout of 5G. It's been a very great start of 5G rollout, and we are now sort of 2 years into the commercial operation of 5G. So we have a lot of active networks. There are plenty of devices on the market, and on the markets where it's introduced, we see a good take-up of the 5G services, and the subscribers are moving into 5G, and they are using more and more data on top of the 5G networks. We can also see that we are now in the shift of moving from 5G non-standalone to 5G standalone, where we'll also have the 5G core network in operation and the full 5G services on top of that. Looking at the 2030 scenarios, what will 6G really be used for? This is, of course, a very sort of difficult question to answer. We have been looking at this, and we believe that the future use of 5G evolution and into 6G will be in these 4 areas. We are seeing the Internet of Senses. This will be a much more immersive, richer experience compared to today. You will interact with your friends in a much more immersive and richer way. So here we are thinking about the virtual reality, the augmented reality. We will add spatial sound, you will have touch and feel, you will have the taste and smell, etc. And you will be able to store these experiences, and you will re-experience them, and you can share your experiences, etc. Then we have the connected intelligent machines. These are very capable machines that are have a lot of power, they have a lot of compute, they have a lot of sensors. They will be able to do a lot of intelligence on board, so to say. But to really be efficient, they need to be connected. And by being connected, they can collaborate. A machine entering an area where already other machines have learned, have experiences, can take advantage of these experiences. If they need to solve something together, they can coordinate their actions, etc. So the connectivity for the intelligent machines will be key. In order to do this, you really need the digital representation. So from the physical world, we will have a digital representation of that physical world. And in that digital representation, you will have all the 3D maps of everything, you will have all the sensor information, and all the different objects, they will have their digital twin that then will live in this digital representation. Another area which will drive obviously a lot of investments is the transformation to a more sustainable society. And here we will, of course, make sure that the network in itself are more and more energy efficient, and we are able to serve all of these new services with consuming less energy. But more importantly, by connecting everything, you have the possibility to have the operation of the different other industries more efficient. And that can directly save a lot of the CO2 that we need to do in the coming years. How should we then build this? We think we will have an intelligent network platform. It will consist of 4 pillars. One pillar will be the connectivity, and here we can expect more advanced air interface solutions optimized for even higher frequencies, even higher data rates, even lower delays. But also adding the capability of serving both the extremely advanced machines, but also to the very, very low energy, low cost type of sensors. The next thing here is the trustworthiness. And here I think we really need to take steps forward comparing to 5G, going into 5G Advanced and 6G. Because here we need to build the networks from the start to be more robust, they need to be more resilient, and we need to put even more emphasis on the privacy aspects given the sensitive character of these new type of services. The cognitive aspects, we need the network to be fully cognitive. It needs to be built from the start to be data-driven and the capability of learning as it goes. And finally, there will be a lot of compute needed in these future systems. And part of that compute really needs to be integrated in the network, into the network compute fabric. This will facilitate that you can offload devices with compute-heavy tasks into the network, and you can prepare for other services that need spatial mapping, etc. So let's look a little bit into this cyber-physical continuum. So we will have these 2 worlds. We will have the digital world, we will have the physical world. In between these, there will be a lot of connectivity, because everything from the physical world, all the sensors, all that information needs to be transferred over to the digital world in order to keep these things in sync. And then in the digital world, you would like to actuate, and the actuations, the signals, the controls to the robots, the actuators, will then go back to the physical world and performing the different tasks. If you start to think about this, you realize that you will be able to look at what happened, you will be able to go back in time, you can do root cause analysis, but you can also, of course, from all of that data you have, you will be able to learn. So you are able to train your models, you are able to build up a perfect sort of learned model about this physical environment and all the different objects and their specific characteristics. By that, you will be able to predict. You will be able to see into the future and predict what will happen. And you can even take this model and you can simulate different actions in the digital domain. And then you can select the action that you would like to see and leading to the outcome that you want. And by that you get this programmability. So this opens up a lot of possibilities. So we have made a video to illustrate this possible future, and you will see an augmented reality type of gaming situation at first. It will go over to a more sensory information and distributed reasoning, etc. So please enjoy the video.
I think we got away.
I'm not so sure, Mum. He's still out there.
Quit being so dramatic. Game over, Val.
No, we can still make it. Use the bubble gun.
What, are you crazy?
I've run the scenario 21,465 times.
Silly dog wants me to fight demon with bubbles.
Hurry!
Yeah. Calm down.
Told you it would work.
Let's do something else.
Fetch!
And you got it.
Mom, maybe we should slow down a bit.
Don't you start now. I'm winning. Why did you let this happen?
I'm sorry, but according to my calculations, putting your arm in that position was necessary to avoid a fracture on your femoral neck.
Analyzing cognitive ball. Region balance, mineral deficiency, and vision. Ending respiration.
Here you go. Thanks. I've got it. Mom, I'm sorry, but I have to ask, how do you win at fetch?
Guess you don't know everything, do you?
So, nice movie, right? I really would like to have one of these robot dogs. You did see the human assistance, the gaming capabilities, the human-machine coexistence in the movie, the distributed intelligence and the reasoning, and then it turned into these on-body, in-body sensors, the explainable AI, and the human oversight in order to provide trust in these systems. So there's a lot of research already started, and now aiming for 6G, and these are going on in the different regions. Of course, we have in Europe, there's a lot of EU projects. I will return to that. In the US, there is also new initiatives. And of course, we have everything here in Japan, where there is the Beyond 5G Consortium and the Innovative Optical Wireless Network Forum, etc. So let's look a little bit at these initiatives. So in Europe, we have the HexX project. It's a large project. It's halfway now. It's been running now this year, and it has next year as well. And it's funded through the Horizon 2020, one of the last calls there. We have 25 partners. There are operators, there are universities, and it's led by Ericsson and Nokia here. Nokia is the project leader, and Ericsson is the technical manager of the project. In the US, we have more activities now this time compared to previous generations. So we are seeing already that from a standardization perspective, the Next G Alliance is formed. Already before we started to 6G, we had the platforms for advanced wireless research being built at very advanced test beds for 5G evolution type of work. And of course, this will continue now and be a perfect platform for doing early 6G research. And there's also financing now coming from NSF. We have the RINGS program, where we are now evaluating project proposals from a lot of different universities. And Ericsson is one of the founding partners and contributor in this program. If you want to read a little bit more about Ericsson 6G and our vision around 6G, we have a white paper on our homepage, Ever-Present Intelligent Communication, a research outlook towards 6G. That's all. Thank you for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frodig. Next, Mr. Etienne Chaponiel, Vice President for Technical Standards at Qualcomm Incorporated, will be making his speech via video call. Mr. Chaponiel, please.
Hi, thank you. So, let me share the document. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. It's really a pleasure to be able to speak at this conference, and I'm going to be presenting some views on what's happening beyond 5G. And I think from what I also heard from our colleagues from Ericsson, we wanted to maybe take a first step to actually reflect on what we've been able to do so far with 5G. As we've seen, all the markers are actually really green on 5G. It's been rolling out really quickly. We're expecting more than 1 billion connection by 2023, so that would be even a faster progression than 4G. We already have more than 175 operators who have deployed 5G, and we're expecting another 275 who are right now investing, and we're expecting deploying eventually. We already have more than 750 million smartphones, 5G capable smartphones, who are effectively planned to be shipping in 2022. So lots of very good numbers for 5G. It's accelerating globally. It's a very exciting time for this technology. And one thing I wanted to really emphasize here is what you see at the bottom is that, yes, there's a lot of handsets, but handsets is not the only type of form factor or the type of devices in which we see 5G. So it's also exciting to see this type of technology going in more than just the traditional handsets. And for good reason, and that's what has been mentioned a few times already. It's the fact that 5G is supposed to be one of those generations where we're able to go quite a bit beyond the traditional connectivity business or use cases. There's a number of other use cases which are effectively on the plate for 5G to be able to address. I'm not going to say that all of them are being addressed now, but this is definitely on the target for 5G to be addressed. And there's a number of either studies or economic studies who have effectively given pretty high numbers in the amount of business that can be generated with this type of technology. So good emphasis there, and good start at least for 5G. Of course, this is all possible thanks to a number of features which are going a bit beyond the traditional part, whether we're talking direct communication, for example, in the use cases of car for V2X, or whether we're talking features which are very important for the industry, for empowering Industry 4.0, or XR type of use cases. Those are the type of basically features that are the foundation for what 5G is going to become and it's also the foundation for what comes after 5G, so what's beyond 5G. One particular area I wanted to insist on maybe a little bit more is what you see here in the corner of that slide, those millimeter wave, mobile millimeter wave and wide area 5G. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because if you think about it, I mean, if we go back a few generations, the cellular industry has always, addressed increasing frequencies and increasing frequency ranges. Like going up to maybe 2 gigahertz, and then the 4G, and that was in the 3G time, going up to the early mid bands in the 4G time. And now in 5G, we've effectively come into this new, this completely new era, if we say, of effectively having 5G communication for millimeter wave. And so it's important to emphasize that, because it actually provides a lot of really exciting opportunities in terms of what can be done there. And it can be done in many different places, whether it's for outdoor deployments, to really increase today's mobile experience, really, focusing more on the traditional handset initially, but definitely something that can be deployed outside for more the traditional type of coverage, but also something that can be a technology that can be deployed indoor as well, complementing Wi-Fi if there's already some connectivity there. But that's interesting aspect really for millimeter wave is the amount of bandwidth that's available. It's really providing a very significantly larger amount of bandwidth to the customer who are there. So very useful for dense environments where you're able to do that. The reason I was insisting even on that is because it's indeed a new step. It's a pretty big step for the wireless industry. And I think it makes sense that the industry actually really leverages this type of new opportunities before even going way beyond that. So that's one example. The other example I wanted to highlight there, and that's maybe effectively talking about one of those dense use cases, the case of a stadium, where if you use 5G millimeter wave, you can put antenna locations in those stadium in the correct place to be able to effectively reach a really large amount of users. We've done a number of studies. I mean, not us alone, but a number of different operators as well have done that, and it's really possible to take advantage of the much larger bandwidth that we have available for millimeter wave. So you see some very exciting numbers, and in particular, it's actually really useful because those are the type of places where you typically want to have pretty high definition video type of stream on your devices. So having access to the type of bandwidth is really interesting. Furthermore, you have a very large density of people, as I was saying. So it's definitely some interesting, exciting aspects that we are trying to build on to make sure that we have really a solid foundation before we go beyond 5G. So that was the thing I wanted to insist on. Now going back to the more the standards parts of the presentation. So as we were saying, right, 5G has started back in 2018 when 3GPP basically put together a technology proposal that was effectively accepted as a 5G at the ITU. That was release 15. It was really a focus on EMBB. It was also some limited type of architectures. In release 16, we've already increased the industry in the sense of the industries that we're trying to address with the EU RLC, with NRN license, with Sidelink. So there's been an additional improvements on positioning. So that was the second effective wave of completing 5G. Release 17 is the one that's getting completed now in 3GPP, and there's more basically to complete this initial vision of 5G. And now, do we stop now or do we actually continue? What we really see, and that's already accepted in the main group that's dealing with 5G, meaning 3GPP, is the fact that there's a second wave of 5G advanced features which are coming, starting with release 18. So it's going to be starting in 2022, so next year, where we're going to see a second set of very interesting 5G features, so that you really have a complete system that you're building on top of. And this is going to keep 3GPP busy for a number of years. We expect that at least 2 of those releases are really dedicated to 5G, and then we'll need to see after that how the evolution is going to go. So this is the current technology evolution and standards evolution that we see happening in 3GPP, and this is effectively feeding the evolution path for 5G, which then becomes 5G advanced, starting from release 18, once you've been able to, over release 15, 16, and 17, to have a very good foundation for 5G that can be deployed quite extensively. So that's the idea there. The other thing that we see, going back, that's just a different view of the same thing. It's effectively the fact that there's actually a lot of new features which are being provided there. Some of them are building on top of existing features which have been there from the start of 5G, from the foundation of 5G. Some others are really trying to push the boundary of 5G, and this is what we're going to start to see in the beginning of 5G advanced with what we see in the release 18. I wanted to maybe just spend a little bit of time on one of those, because it's one where effectively we hear about it everywhere, and in the context of 3GPP and 5G, we're going to see it being used quite a bit. We expect starting in release 18. How much of that is going to be completely standardized versus doesn't need to be fully standardized remains to be seen. But in general, the concept of effectively using machine learning inside this end-to-end system design is going to start to see the light of day in this standardization, at least effort in 3GPP. Many people, I mean, not only us, but many people have done a number of studies on that and done a lot of research on that. There's a lot of things that can be done and that can effectively leverage other trends that we see in 5G. One of them is regarding all those network architecture enhancements, where you can use some machine learning algorithms to decide to run the different type of hardware software combination and where to do the function split in the RAN to improve the flexibility and efficiency depending on the actual scenario that you're in, and something that can be quite dynamic. It can also improve the procedures. You can optimize effectively your entire system, because you can train your system through machine learning algorithms that you can have on the network, and you can do it. There's different type of machine learning techniques that you can use. You can use federated learning, reinforcement learning. A lot of different use cases can be offered there. The other thing that's important to note and understand is that all those wireless systems are humongous generators of data, right? And so data just to optimize the system, to run the system, or decide the transitions through the system, but just for running and optimizing the system, just managing this huge amount of data through machine learning, data storage, access, registration techniques is going to be a very interesting endeavor that 3GPP is getting into. And then even going further, right, you can even improve or expand existing use cases that exist today, right? I mean, more of the hardcore, low-level radio features that you use for, for example, for massive MIMO, for SON, the self-optimizing network with channel state indicator feedback. So basically, what tells you what the channel quality is, or beam management, right? You can use some technique of machine learning or AI, as it's known in general. Different names are being used to really optimize a number of the features, not all of them. It doesn't always apply really completely well, but there's a number of places where it's very attractive to be using those type of techniques. So that's something that we expect is going to come starting in release 18, and then some of those things take time actually to hash out and discuss and agree on within the standards settings. So it's something that can take a bit of time. Other parts, and we've talked about that a little bit, but as 5G Advanced really gets out there, we really hope that it gets used more and more for further use cases beyond mobile broadband, and places where it can really merge the capabilities of what's needed for enhanced mobile broadband, massive IoT, and ultra reliable low latency type of communication. So that's what we have for the industry, for example. Or more in the consumer device, consumer space, features that basically can help the fact that you have a very close connection to high compute basically clouds of servers, of GPUs, effectively servers that can provide the content really quickly to the end device, and that you can use for extended reality, augmented reality, whether it's for gaming or for more professional application. There's a very interesting problematics that come up when you start doing this, whether it's in how you distribute the computing between what's on the device and what's on the network. How do you split the rendering between, again, the same thing to make sure that you minimize as much as possible the type of delays. So those are also exciting things that we expect to start seeing as 5G gets done. And all of that to effectively, come to that natural conclusion that effectively when you have these advanced capabilities, you really merge the physical, virtual, and digital world into something that can provide new experiences for effectively the human. And with this type of merged world, this is where you can start seeing, going back to those timeline aspects, where you can start seeing that, first you build a foundation, you expand it in, release 16, 17, you have a second phase of 5G features, which are really building on top of what has been done previously. Whether it's through artificial intelligence, machine learning, or even higher order of millimeter wave and enhanced features. This is all what's going to be needed to then go to the next phase, basically to start working on 6G. And here you're seeing a pretty vague timeline below. Effectively, it's generally happening every more or less 10 years. So we can expect that around 20 or 30, you'll start seeing some 6G, not only standards, but maybe more than that. And the type of topics that we're looking at here are, a lot of them are very new. A lot of them we don't know about. What we know is that we need to build a foundation for it right now. And the foundation really starts with really research and development, right? And the research and development over it, never stops, because you have those teams who are working on this already for 5G, who are effectively transitioning this work into what can happen after. And at some point you will start calling this 6G. And then you will have to start basically taking advantage of all the advancements in either semiconductor computing capabilities and all the lessons learned from what you've done in 5G to effectively be able to build on top of it. So this is what we really expect to see. And this is what, as my colleague from Ericsson was saying before, we start seeing a number of industry bodies around the world who are looking at what can be done after 5G. So we're really at the research phase. But even beyond the research phase, what we see is that even at the ITU level, right, there's this work stream that started for IMT 2030. So that's kind of the code word for 6G, if you will. So there's already a timeline. I mean, the IT was not putting the technology together, but they are going to start looking at the vision, the requirements, and they are going to put together the entire machinery of how do you come up with global standards for 6G. And so this is the work that's happening. This is not a final thing. This is just work that's being done. So going back to this and try to conclude my presentation here, what we were saying is really 5G is really this unified connectivity that we have for this decade. There's already a strong momentum. There's a big continued evolution path starting from release 15, 16, 17, finishing now. The second phase of it with 5G Advanced, that's really going to try to get 5G into those other new use cases. And after that, we're going to start looking at in the standard realm, because of course in the research realm it already exists, but in the standard realm, then we will start seeing the discussion about how to have technology proposals that can meet all the 6G requirements that the ITU will have put together. So I think I would leave it at that, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chaponier. Next, Mr. Sam Samuel, Director Engineering for Emerging Technology and Incubation at Cisco Systems, has also recorded his speech for us.
Hello everyone, I'm Sam Samuel from Cisco Systems, and I'm here to give you a talk for the next 15 minutes on trends that are beyond 5G. To understand trends, we as network engineers really have to project out 10 years or more. We're projecting out to a future state of the network, and what we're really trying to do is design a network for the future that is capable of dealing with future business needs. And so what I'm going to do over the next 15 minutes or so is take you on a journey over those things that I think need to be considered for a future network that would lead to successful business outcomes. So, where do we begin? I guess a good place to begin would be with what are the drivers and the sorts of challenges that a future network will have. In actual fact, there are two sorts of drivers that we're looking at. The first one are the kinds of drivers that we currently have but don't have really good solutions for. And the second kind of driver are the sorts of things that we have to have in order to solve a future problem. So in other words, it's kind of a transitionary thing that we're doing as we prognosticate the future. We're trying to solve the problems we haven't already solved and then account for the problems that we need to solve in the future. So how do we do that? A good place to start is to understand the economics of the networks we have today. We know that the traditional economics for networks are breaking. We know that the revenues in these networks tend to be flat. We know that the costs of running these networks tend to be growing. Furthermore, there are certain operators around the world that are actually borrowing money to operate those networks, and the investments and the borrowing are not necessarily translating to future value. So that's on the economic side of it. In order for us to then to construct a network in the future, we have to take into account those economic factors, plus add a few things in that allow the networks to, target new revenues, for example. And to do that, we would have to look at new areas which networks have not traditionally been in. And in public networks, at least for 5G, we have looked at enterprise services as a means of increasing the amount of revenue that a network can potentially raise, or IoT services, or edge services. All of these things have been addressed by 5G and are currently being deployed. At the same time, we have to reduce costs. And in the case of 5G, we've done that by adopting some of the cloud native infrastructure approaches to the way that the infrastructure is actually constructed. So we have looked at scale from that perspective. We also have to look at the power efficiency of those networks and how the networks are automated. So if we're able to reduce the costs and allow for potential for new growth, the difference of the two leads to improved margins. But this is a trend that we've known for some time and is not new to us. But this trend doesn't happen in isolation. It just so happens that industry has also been trying to improve its own efficiencies. And that efficiency has led to digitization. And digitalization really is a means for an enterprise or industries to improve their own efficiency. So that's a trend we've known about for some time. However, over recent times, we've had other trends emerging. And these trends are quite obvious to us now because of the pandemic that we have been living through. A consequence of one of those trends is hybrid working. In other words, enterprises are no longer constrained to a single campus or building location. The workforce is now spread all over the place. And the implication of that is that the enterprise boundary is now defined in terms of applications. In order for enterprises to cope with this, they have had to further advance the digitization that they were undergoing previously. In other words, digitization has accelerated. So this is a new trend that we're having to cope with. There's another trend which this knocks onto. So here, this is a very busy graph, and I must admit that it may be a little bit confusing. So this can be explained through an analogy. What we're saying here, through analogy, is as follows. Public cloud has attracted more use from the enterprise for a variety of reasons. It's done that by supplying infrastructure that enterprises actually require. And they've done it through services such as low-code, no-code, and serverless. These services attract enterprises to develop new services on that infrastructure. By analogy, then, public networks in the future have to do something similar. The similarity manifests itself as cross-domain transparent operations, that the public network and the private network must have a relationship whereby the enterprise sees the public network as an extension of itself, that enterprise network can see the public network meeting its demands and matching its agility. So that cross-domain operations is an important trend that we've been neglecting for quite a while, but is manifestly there and is being brought out because of hybrid working and also digitization. So these three trends lead to something else. There are consequences to these trends. In actual fact, there are more consequences than I can enumerate in this particular presentation, but I'll go through 4 of them. And these consequences are as follows. We need a simplified network. For a long time now, we have treated mobility, or public mobility, as a separate network. And really, after many years of being in the industry, I don't quite understand why. We need to not design networks for corner cases as such. The reason for it is, again, if hybrid networking manifests itself as a trend that future networks have to account for on a daily basis, then that means that hybrid networking networkers, the people using the network, will access the network via any access mechanism. And these access mechanisms are likely to be heterogeneous. So if we're accessing the network heterogeneously, then surely we shouldn't be designing a network for a corner case. We must be ensuring that network access occurs easily and simply for any kind of activity that the network has to be able to service. So we have to be able to attach ourselves to the network, and we're attaching ourselves in various ways. But the really important thing here, because it is a heterogeneous network, that it has to have a simplified system that allows multimodal access to occur. So that's trend number 1. And trend number 1 is a consequence of hybrid working. The second characteristic is that, again, because the enterprise has its boundary defined by the applications it uses, then now there is a requirement on a future network to be highly reliable and available. But that reliability and availability must be over heterogeneous access. So when a link fails or a node is removed, it must be replaced speedily and in a manner which allows the applications to continue working and continue the enterprise to function. So what we're really looking for is a self-healing network for connectivity, functions, and services. But that self-healing network really manifests itself as a self-validating network. So not only does the network heal itself, but it validates itself back into a configuration that allows the enterprise applications to function smoothly. So that's the second characteristic that a future network will have to have. A consequence of self-healing networks is also a self-integrating network. Traditionally, every new generation of network has had to integrate with a previous generation of a network. And that can take time. At the same time, though, we really need to think of it again in heterogeneous terms. If we have a network that is composed of heterogeneous access, and that network has to be highly reliable, and we've introduced components that are self-healing in nature, then we also have to have a network that allows itself to be integrated and composed into a format that is suitable for the enterprise. So the enterprise can attach itself to any point in the network and construct a network suitable for itself. So what we're really looking for here is a characteristic that says that the network recognizes when a new network needs creating. And when it does create that network, all the connectivity, functions, and services are also brought in and integrated into this new topology that the network will have. The fourth trend, again, is a consequence of hybrid working. As we've said before, a network is defined by its applications. So there must be an application network of one form or another. That application network runs over a multipath network, meaning that's the heterogeneous component that distributes the application network over any kind of access mechanism. So it's important then for an application needs, through its policy, to be percolated across the entirety of the network to satisfy the demands that this application has. And therefore, the fourth trend is we need integrated policy percolation over, hopefully, common APIs over the entirety of the heterogeneous network. So those are four trends that are important. And by addressing those four trends, what we're really doing is removing business friction. So back to the analogy I gave earlier, where the public cloud is able to supply services that enterprise needs, then by applying these kind of principles, we are providing for a public network that also satisfies business needs. But those aren't the only trends that we have. There are others that we need to be aware of as well. And no presentation about future networks would be complete without the prospect of quantum in the title somewhere. So quantum networking in the future will also bring something different towards the way we do networking today. Quantum networking is very, very different in the sense that we're no longer dealing with bits, we're dealing with qubits. And qubits are a superposition of state, quantum state. The nice thing about qubits, or the nice thing about quantum state, is that it cannot be cloned. In other words, it's hard to copy. And if you copy it, you destroy the state. So in there is a potential answer to security for future networks. Communication over a distance using quantum networking uses entanglement as a fundamental component of communication. Entanglement describes two particles that are highly correlated, meaning that an action on one immediately is reflected on the other. And that is what has been termed in the popular scientific press and by Einstein as spooky action at a distance. So if we apply an action to one particle, the remote particle responds instantaneously. And we're able to do that kind of entanglement between matter qubits or qubits that would be used in memory, as well as flying qubits, as would be photonic qubits that are used for communication. These new principles of networking actually imply a very different kind of network management system, a system where we would have to be looking at the entangled population of the network rather than, say, the capacity of a network as we do today. But this leads to a further question. And the question is, where does this kind of networking fit into our future network? And the truth is, today, we don't quite know. but it is a trend that we need to account for. The next trend is again an interesting one, the need for unbiased AI or ML. The popular press has raised concerns over the biased recommendation systems that social networks have. The same would be true for recommendation systems in an automated network of the future. So, and the reason for saying this is important is that if the quality of the recommendation is poor, then the automatic management of the network will also be poor. Therefore, if we remove the bias from the AI and ML systems that are used to run these automated networks, then the likelihood is that we'll have improved recommendations and an improved network. So what's the end state for all of this then? Well, it would be a network that solves problems. It would be a network where you and your problem have already a solution thought for you by the network as it understands the needs that your particular demands of the network have. Now, if we're able to construct a network like this, then the likelihood is we would be able to drive the fourth industrial revolution, something that 5G is trying to do, and I believe that 6G will fulfill. There is a vast opportunity for us if we're able to do this, and by using the mechanisms that I've highlighted in this talk earlier. But doing this alone would be a difficult task. And the final trend is that to solve any of the problems or characteristics needed by a future network that this presentation has given will require international collaboration to achieve it. This is not something that can be solved individually. This is something that needs to be solved through collaboration internationally. And with that, thank you very much. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. Next, Dr. Amitabha Ghosh, Nokia Fellow and Head of the Radio Interface Group at Nokia Bell Labs, will be making his speech via video call. Dr. Ghosh, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to make this keynote presentation. What I want to talk to you about today is our vision for 5G evolution or 5G advanced and what 6G might be, what we'll use that for, what will be the key requirements and technologies. So let us get started and what we want communication to be in the next decade. So the agenda is pretty simple. What is 5G evolution and 6G, followed by a 6G timeline, and we'll discuss the 6G landscape, what all the previous speakers have already spoken about. So this slide is about each generation lasts a decade and optimizes use cases of the previous generation and introduce new use cases. So what we see here that 6G will optimize the main use cases for 5G user, which is URLLC, and it will introduce new use cases, which will be connecting world, massive scale AI, and sensing holographic video. So the upshot of this slide is that each generation optimizes use cases of the previous generation and introduces defining new use cases. On 5G advanced, in our release 18 narrative work, we have been focusing on expansion of the 5G services and to modernizing the 5G platform by enhanced AI ML support. We all know the 5G triangle with focus on EMBB, URLLC, and massive MTC. For release 18, what we are suggesting is to focus on expanding the services in between the triangle corners. Starting with extreme MBB, we are focusing on providing reliable high data rates with bounded latency. So So for extreme MBB, we are not aiming at boosting the theoretical data rate of 10 gigabits for eMBB, not to reduce the 1 millisecond latency for EORLLC. Rather, we are looking for reliable data rate practically anywhere in the order of 100 megabits and bounded latency values in the range of 5 to 30 milliseconds. So what we say, this is required to support this new applications like extended reality, cloud gaming, how to boost the beamforming performance, and edge computing. The second expansion area is NR Lite expansion in the form of enhanced RedCap, non-terrestrial networks, 5G drone support, of course, uplink coverage enhancement, sidelink enhancement, and sub-megahertz for verticals. And in release 18, we also want to focus on energy optimized MBB for machines such that we can go from days between recharging a terminal to preferable months or even years. The last expansion domain is X as a service in between MTC and URLLC. So we call it positioning as a service and timing resiliency and synchronization as a service. Finally, the last topic raised in this slide is AI ML powered by 5G platform. Already now we see proprietary solution for support of ML in 5G product. For release 18 and onwards, we see the need for open interfaces for support of AI ML, both for radio functionality optimization and network optimization. Moving along, what will 6G be used for? We can think in terms of three major categories. The first is about creating and consuming new digital world, virtual or digital twin worlds. These are some of the examples of use cases in this category. Think of a Star Trek holodeck for those of you who are Trekkies. Although we cannot create the complete holodeck, we can enable parts of it. The real-time high-resolution mapping of the physical world to create digital twin world is going to consume enormous amount of bandwidth. Designers creating new products can mix real and imaginary objects to see what their design looks like. Next category is augmenting the human intelligence. For example, so far we have been used for network information. If we do not know something, we look it up in the Google. Now, as AI becomes more powerful and widespread, we look at machines to provide us with intelligence, not just information. We can learn a lot about ourselves through body sensors. Network-based monitoring and analytics can make security lines a thing of the past. The last category is augment human control through cooperative robots, remote and self-driving drone and robot swarms. So the next thing is, how do you enable the foundation for the future? And a lot of my previous speakers have talked about it. What we have been talking about so far is really the unification of our experience across the three worlds: physical, digital, and biological world. And this is a new trend in 6G. So we need new sensing and actuation technologies to create the digital world and manipulate the physical world from the digital world. The computation requirements to do this will increase enormously, and distributed computing will be the major new theme. Devices may not be able to meet all compute needs and rely on a combination of edge cloud and local near device computing. We'll need knowledge systems that will store and process data and perform reasoning, prediction, and planning. Creation of digital worlds will require new ways of providing information to the humans. So 6G will not only provide the connectivity but also maintain synchronization across the system to create a holistic experience. So I get asked this question a lot. What services do we expect from 6G? Or what will 6G do which 5G can't do? So here are some use cases I'll briefly discuss. Augmented reality for industry. So in 5G, we can do low resolution, high level tasks. In 6G, we can do high resolution, multi-sensory detailed co-design. Telepresence, high video quality. In 5G, limited scale. We can do mixed reality, holographic video in 6G. Dynamic digital twins and virtual worlds. No in 5G, yes in 6G. Wireless data center, where we want to make this small data center completely wireless. Can't be done in 5G. We need huge bandwidths and very high data rate to achieve this. Can be done in 6G. Zero energy devices, backscatter communication. We see this in this release 18 narrative creeping up. So this is very important. Currently, 5G advanced, there is a proposal to look at zero energy devices, but in 6G, we'll definitely have zero energy devices. So these are some of the use cases we'll provide in 6G. So next is, what are the 6 areas for the 6G essential infrastructure? So in our views, the 6 key technologies are AI, native air interface, new spectrum technologies, networks as a sensor, security and trust, extreme connectivity, cognitive, automated, and specialized networks. And I will discuss a few of them in today's presentation. So this is a roadmap to the AI optimized 6G interface. So you see a classical transmit receive, where we have the encoder, symbol mapping, modulation, waveform in the transmitter. In the receiver, you follow sync, channel estimation, equalization, symbol demapping, and decoding. So initially, ML will replace parts of the receiver like sync, channel estimation, equalization, symbol demapping, and decoding. Then the ML will replace multiple processing blocks, pilot separation reduction, UERX model training, as you can see. And finally, in 6G, ML designs part. So we call this native AI ML interface. So the transmitter and receiver will all depend upon the neural network. Moving along, I'll talk about the 6G new spectrums technology and the band options for a previous generation. So you can see the low band for 4G, 5G, refarming to 6G is basic coverage and IoT, which is less than 1 gigahertz. Then the basic capacity layer, which includes NTN and URLLC, at the mid bands. It is 2.5 to 7.1 gigahertz, licensed, shared, and unlicensed. And then you have millimeter wave in 5G, 5G advanced, which is used for localized, high capacity, and fixed wireless access, which is 57 to 71 gigahertz, and which is unlicensed, and 24 to 52 gigahertz, which is a licensed band. So moving along in 6G, everybody is talking about sub-terahertz. We'll have the D band 130 to 174, and beyond D band, we can go up to 300 gigahertz. Then 6G capacity expansion layer. This is, I say, is a very important, the golden band I call 7 to 20 gigahertz, where we can have good bandwidth, very extreme MIMO, so that we can get very high capacity and coverage. And then, of course, you'll have the 6G coverage expansion layer, which is less than 1.5 gigahertz, which is licensed and shared band. So this slide gives you the band options for a new generation. I'm pretty excited about the 7 to 20 gigahertz, which we call it the golden band. Next is extreme scalable MIMO. And I think this is an aspirational goal. We'll have 10x more capacity with 6G versus 5G. And basically what we'll be doing is increasing the bandwidth to 400 megahertz, make the number of elements go from 64 TXRU to 128 to 512 TXRUs in this 7 to 20 gigahertz band. That will increase the spectral efficiency beyond 10 bits per second per hertz. Next is the 6G network with a sixth sense. What I mean by that? So with increased network densification, use of wide bandwidth, massive MIMO beamforming, and sophisticated AI-based signal processing built into the system for communication, radio sensing from the same infrastructure is an exciting new possibility for cellular networks. It can create new services indoor and outdoor for operators to offer to customers. Optimizing the air interface for joint communications and sensing can result in significant deviation from current 5G specification, that a new generation of air interface will be more appropriate. And finally, the extreme networks. So we'll have these extreme networks, so we reduce the load on our macro and small cell network. So we can have body area networks, in-vehicle networks, industrial IoT network. So you offload the load from macro or micro to these very extreme 6G networks. So next, I'll briefly discuss the 6G timeline and our view. I think that the 5G advanced have still lot of runway left. We are starting on release 18 and it will continue up to release 20. We see 6G being deployed because every generation lasts a decade. By the 2030 timeframe, the IMT 2030 spec will be ready by that time frame too. So we'll see the first commercial deployment of 6G around 2030 timeframe. Moving along, the finally 6G region initiative has started. So in North America, we have the NextG Alliance. And I run the roadmap working group. I'm the chair of roadmap. A lot of exciting stuff going on NextG Alliance. In Europe, we have the HexaX Alliance, and there will be HexaX2 in 2023. Smart network. In Asia, we are seeing tremendous research in China, Korea, Japan, India, and this conference in Japan shows the high interest of 6G and 5G advanced in Japan. So finally, the goal of 6G is to augment human potential in the 6G era by connecting digital, physical, and biological world using extreme capacity and high synchronicity, and created a trusted platform with a sixth sense. And thank you for listening and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. Now we will take a short 5-minute break. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I would now like to announce the start of the tech session. First, Dr. Akihiro Nakao, professor at the Graduate School of Engineering at the University of Tokyo, will give a speech. The title of his speech is International Coordination in the R&D. Dr. Nakao, please.
はい、皆さんこんにちは、中尾です。私今 Beyond5G の推進コンソーシアムの国際委員会の委員長を拝命しておりまして、ここから技術的な話の、セッションをですね、させていただきたいと思います。 私、2014年に 5GMF のネットワーク委員会の委員長を仰せつかりましたけれども、そこから7年間経ちまして、あっという間に7年が過ぎたなと。で、ここから、ですね、9年かけて、2030年のですね、ネットワークを考えるというですね、こういう Beyond 5G の推進コンソーシアムの一員としてですね、これを進めていかないといけないと。結構、あっという間に時間が過ぎてしまうんじゃないかなと、思っているところです。で、Beyond 5G の、この推進コンソーシアムですが、昨年の12月の18日に、設立をされましたけれども、ほぼ1年が経とうとしています。で、この当時に我々が定めたこの技術の方向性は、7つございまして、その上の3つがですね、これは 5G の KPI をさらに伸ばす方向性ということで、さらに大容量、さらに低遅延、そしてさらに多数のですね、接続といったところに加えまして、4つの新たな付加価値を生むための低消費電力、それから安全性、そして自立性、で、最後、拡張性というですね、こういった合わせて7つの技術の方向性を定めて推進しようということをですね、総務省さんが決められたということになります。で、この推進コンソーシアムですけれども、昨日もこの話ありましたけれども、企画戦略と、それから国際委員会と2つ委員会がございますけれども、私が皆さんのですね、お力をお借りして進めておりますこの国際委員会ですけれども、実は今日のですね、国際カンファレンス、これは大きな目玉ということで、私今朝、昨日も少し参加をしましたが、今朝朝からですね、私の頭スポンジのように入ってくる知識がどんどん吸収されていくような感覚を覚えまして、非常に贅沢な時間かなと思います。各国のですね、すべての活動がこの時間に凝縮されていてですね、とても効率の良い知識の吸収の会議になったかなと思っております。で、この国際委員会なんですが、ミッションはこれホームページにも定義されてますけれども、この Beyond 5G を推進していくにあたりまして、その国際的なトレンド、このランドスケープをきちんと把握しましょうということが一つと、それから日本の活動ですね、これをインターナショナルなコミュニティにぜひ紹介をしてディセミネートしていくという、こういう2つのミッションがありました。で、この、振り返るとですね、今年どういう活動をしてきたかといいますと、4回、国際委員会を開催してきております。昨日の五ノ上会長のですね、挨拶にもございましたけれども、毎回100名から120名以上のですね、参加がございまして、非常に国際連携、それから国際の他の国々でですね、推進をしている活動に関しての皆様の高いですね、関心が伺えるという、こういうことになっています。で、まず第1回は、これ我々は、他の国々のですね、今日もたくさん出ておりましたけれども、我々が集められる情報をですね、皆様にご紹介をして、どういうランドスケープになっているかということをですね、ご紹介していました。ここがキックオフになりまして、で、そこからですね、今日もお話をいただいたフィンランドのですね、6G フラッグシップのディレクターでいらっしゃるラトワアホ先生ですね、のお話を聞いたり、それから、今日もこの後ですね、尾上さんがパネルをされますけれども、コリン・ウィルコック、さんと、それから、ミッコさんですね、こちらの、5G の 5GIA と、それから HEXAX プロジェクトのですね、ダイレクターの方々とか、それから先ほどパワーの基調講演ございましたけれども、ゴサイン教授、そしてサレー大学のですね、タファゾリ教授ですね、この方も後ほどお話をされますが、こういう方々のお話を聞いて、非常に議論も深めたということがやってきたことになります。で、この途中で6月にですね、大変大きな成果というかですね、この 国際委員会中心となりまして、総務省がこちらの 6G フラッグシップとメモランダム・オブ・アンダースタンディング MOU をですね結ぶというこういうまず最初の MOU が結ばれたということがございました。ここまで来ましてだいぶその国際連携のですねエンジンがかかり始めてきたということになります。で今日はですねこの後技術のですねご専門の方にお話をいただくわけですけれども、それにあたりまして少し私の方から今国際委員会がどういうことを考えているかについて少しだけお時間いただいてお話ししたいと思います。でこれはですね最近私が特に思っていることなんですけれども、国際委員会で新しい戦略2つやろうとしております。1つがコモンビジョンを皆さんと一緒に作っていくということです。これいろんな国々からホワイトペーパーが出されてますけれども、統一的な方向性、特にビヨンド 5G が実現された社会のですねビジョンを共通化して議論したいという思いが一つあります。でもう一つがですね、これは今日もたくさん共通点があったと思うんですけれども、国際的な協調が必要なR&D の柱、R&D ピラーをですね、これをアイデンティファイしたいということがあります。で、これを素早く立ち上げる必要がありますので、パートナーを見つけてスタンダーダイゼーション、それからサプライチェーン、今日もたくさんセキュアなサプライチェーンが必要だというお話がありましたけれども、エコシステムを作っていきたいということがあります。で、この最初のゴールのですね、コモンビジョンなんですけれども、実は我々参考にしている 6G フラッグシップのプロジェクトで、ホワイトペーパーを書く作業が行われてきましたけれども、この作業はですね、実は30カ国273人の方々がこれに関わってですね、なんとアカデミア、ガバメント、インダストリー合わせまして88のですね組織が一緒になってこのホワイトペーパーを書いています。ですから、こういった活動を見ましても、もう一国で白書をですね出して、でそれで終わりということではなくて、戦略企画戦略委員会でホワイトペーパーを作られていますけれども、こうしたものを持ち寄って、で各国の情報を集めた上でですね、コモンビジョンを立てていくという、こういった活動が必要なのではないかなと考えています。それで、これはですね、ちょっと中尾は何の話をするんだろうと皆さん思われるかもしれませんけれども、実は 6G のリサーチエリアというのは非常に広い範囲をですね扱おうとしておりまして、テラヘルツ、AI、高周波ですね、こういったことがですね議論されています。でこれをどうやってですね我々、カバーしていくことができるかっていうのを考えたときに、日本語ではですねよく縦糸、横糸っていう表現を使います。これどこから来てるかっていうと、こう1枚の布がありましたら、それを縦の糸と横の糸でこう縫ってカバーしていくっていう、こういうことをやるんですね。でこれ英語ではですねワープとウェフトってこう言うんですけれども、これをですね少しリサーチエリアに適用すると、縦の横と横の糸は何なんだろうと。で私の結論は、まず縦の糸っていうのはですね、これはインターナショナルに一緒に作っていかないといけない、非常に協調性が必要なテクノロジーの柱ではないかと。で横は何かって言いますと、これはリサーチコーディネーションじゃないかと思います。チームを組んでですねこのリサーチをアタックしていくということが必要なのではないかなと思います。でそこで我々は2つこの縦糸と横糸をどう実現するかということについて総務省さんと議論をしまして、でこれでインターナショナルアドバイザリーボードという IAB ですね、これがまず横の糸を作るということをですね考えました。で横の糸はたくさんあるわけですけれども、まずは芯となる一番柱となる横の糸を作りまして、これまだ予定なんですけれども、でこれをいくつかテクニカルなですねワークショップを開くなりしてですね、横の糸をどんどん増やしていこうということを考えています。これは先ほど申し上げたコモンビジョンを作るために必要な一つの戦略ということになります。 で、もう一つがですね、これがこれからお話をしていただく、ワーキンググループなんですけれども、これが縦の糸になります。で、今、意図的に5つのワーキングを書いておりますけれども、どういうリサーチオーガナイゼーションが必要な、コーディネーションが必要かというのは少し置いておいて、まず国際的に協調が必要な分野っていうのは何だろうと。技術分野っていうのは何だろうというところをですね、我々、これを考えました。で、実は ITUR ではですね、WP5D というところで、各国の人がこういう技術が必要だろうということを挙げているんですけれども、これちょっと小さいくて申し訳ないんですが、後ほどスライドが共有されると思いますので、後でご覧いただければと思います。で、この中で我々がまず一番最初に必要なもの、ワーキングとしては5つ立ち上げようということを決めました。まず最初、スケーラビリティですね。これは LEO、ロービット衛星、それからハップスのようなカバレージを拡張するという活動になります。で、これは一国では当然成し得ない技術になりますので、こうしたところ、それから機械学習、今日もたくさん出ておりましたけれども、オートノミーですね。それから3番目、ハイフリークエンシー、テラヘルツ、サブテラヘルツ、ミリメーターウェーブ、このあたりは周波数の強調が必要となります。で、セキュリティ、暗号化ですね。これも一つの国で作っていてはしょうがないと。相手の、通信相手がですね、他国にいた場合は協調が必要です。で、最後、シンクロナイゼーションですけれども、これは同期、日本語ではですね、自国同期であるとか、時空間同期って言いますけれども、これに関しましては、非常に通信に必要なものになりますけれども、これも他国との連携、標準化が必要となります。で、まずはこの5つについてワーキングを立てるということをですね、この場でアナウンスをさせていただきたいと思っております。で、じゃあこれだけなのかと言いますと、今日も話題に出ておりましたオープンラン、ソフトウェライゼーション、ローパワーのシステムオンチップ、ユースケースですね、まだまだ国際協調が必要な技術分野っていうのはありますので、こちらに関しても検討を進めていきたいと思います。で、私の最後のスライドですけれども、今日この後ですね、この5つのワーキングのリーダーの方に、それぞれこれまでのですね、調査の活動の結果をですね、ご講演いただくということになっております。皆さん楽しみにお聞きいただければと思います。それでは私の講演とさせていただきます。どうもご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakao. Next, Dr. Morio Toyoshima, Director General of the Wireless Networks Research Center at the Network Research Institute of the National Institution of Information and Communications Technology, NICT, will give a speech. The theme of his speech is scalability. Dr. Toyoshima, please.
ご紹介ありがとうございます。情報通信研究機構 NICT の豊島と申します。本日はですね、中尾先生の後にですね、スケーラビリティと題しましてお話をさせていただきたいと思っております。今日お話の内容はですね、非地条件ネットワーク NTN、非常にホットなトピックになってきておりますが、最初にトレンドを少しお話しさせていただいて、でその後ですね、やはりNTN、規模が地球規模ですので、国境もない宇宙空間まで広がっています。ですからやっぱりインターナショナルな国際連携っていうのは非常に必須なことだと思いますので、そういったことをこれから考えていくにはどうするかというようなお話につなげていきたいと思います。最初にですね、NTN 非常に期待されておりまして、それはプラットフォームの革新がございます。衛星で言いますとハイスループット衛星HTS と言っておりますけれども、そういったデジタルテクノロジーがどんどん衛星に採用されるようになってきておりまして、でコストパービットが非常に低廉化していると。それからあと、言わずもがなですけれどもレオコンステレーション、それからハイアルティテュードプラットフォームで、それから衛星を使いますので、例えばローラーのような システムを使いますとグローバルな IoT ができますので、そういったアプリケーションもどんどん出てきています。それからソフトウェアデファイン、仮想化を使いまして、5G の地上系とどうやって衛星側をつないで、また NTN とつないでいくか、そういった技術を非常に欧州が進んで検討されています。でそういった動向を少しご紹介させていただいて、当然標準化進んでおりますけれども、そういったところで日本の中でも議論が数年前から始まってきておりまして、この NTN と 5G、そういったものをどう連携するか、それをビヨンド 5G にどうつなげるか、そういった議論の中から、いくつか日本の中でこういったユースケースがいいだろうという議論もありますのでご紹介したいと思います。で最初にブロードバンドの通信衛星のトレンドですけれども、この一番左の方を見ていただきますと、これが従来の静止衛星、ジオ衛星ですけれども、大体ですね、非常にまだコストが高くてですね、大体1ヶ月メガ BPS 単位で$350ぐらいのサービスになってございます。でそれがですね、右上行っていただきますと、ジオのハイスループット衛星になってきておりまして、でコストで言いますと、$40パーマンスぐらいのコストのレベルになってきております。でさらにですね、進化進んでおりまして、一番上静止衛星のベリーハイスループットサテライト VHTS ですけれども、$5パーマンスぐらいのターゲットコストを狙っています。でこれはヨーロッパでやられてますコネクトですとか、あと US のジュピター、それからバイアサットなどが該当します。それからもうちょっとリージョナルに使うジオのスモールフレキシブル HTS というのがございまして、この真ん中のところの絵ですけれども、例えばボーイング、それからタレス・アレニア、それからエアバスなどが進めていまして、日本ではですね、技術試験衛星9号機、ETS9 で三菱さん中心に進めてまして、ただ一つユニークなのは、日本の計画はですね、ハイブリッド、RF と光を両方使うような HTS になってございます。でもう少し下の方行っていただきますと、ノンジオコンステレーションということで、レオコンステレーションがございます。これはですね、これも低価格を狙ってまして、$5パーマンスぐらいの価格を狙ってます。ただレオはちょっと違いまして、私の個人的な視点ですけれども、上からのジオのサービスといいますのは、今までのコンベンショナルな通信でレイテンシーも高いんです、長いんですけれども、確実な通信で、下側のレオはですね、やはり地上系の拡張、要はレイテンシーが短いですので、いわゆる今までのアプローチと違う方向になっているんではないかなと思います。でどんどんキャパシティが増加しておりまして、2019年トータルキャパシティ 2.9 テラ BPS だったのがですね、これは予測ですけれども、2026年には26テラになるという予測をされています。でレオコンステレーション、細かくはご紹介しませんけれども、もうすでにワンウェブのシステムでは300機以上が起動上にございます。それからご存知のようにスターリンクはもう1700機以上が起動上にございます。一部レオサットのようにキャンセルになったものもございますけれども、いろんなコンステレーション計画が進んでいるのが現状です。それからハイアルティテュードプラットフォームシステム、ステーションのシステムですけれども、これもですね、トレンドとしては固定翼、上側の3つが主なものを挙げただけですけれども、固定翼で進んでおりまして、一番進んでいらっしゃいますのはサングライダーを成層圏で実証されましたハプスモバイルさん、これ昨年実証されてまして、あとゼファーのエアバスはですね、今年ですね成功させています。それから下側がですねバルーンタイプですけれども、タレスとストラトバースはですねエマージェンシーシステムの実証をしているという状況で、あとですね渓流的なヘリカイトですとかスーパータワー、こういったバルーンタイプのものがすでに LTE ベースのデモを行っているというのが現状です。で衛星を使いますのでIoT といっても非常にグローバルな IoT が可能でございまして、さまざまな超小型衛星を使ったサービスがどんどん出てきています。例えばミリオタという衛星は50機の 3U の 1U っていうのが10センチ10センチ10センチ角の衛星ですけれども、そういったものを使うシステム、それからあとハイバーっていうのもあるんですけど、スカイ&スペース、これらは私の知るところではキャンセルになったと聞いておりますが、どんどん小型衛星が低価格で開発できるようになってきておりますので、どんどん計画が進んでいるのが現状です。さて、今日ですね、ビヨンド 5G のテーマの前になります、やっぱり 5G がどうやって衛星で展開するかという話は、やはりトレンドとしてはですね、ヨーロッパが先行しておりまして、2つ代表的な例を挙げさせていただいておりますが、左側がですね、ホライゾン2020で進められておりました35Gで、右側がですね、欧州宇宙機関、ESA で進められておりましたアルテスというファンディングで進められておりました35G、サティス5でございます。で、左側の方はですね、キーテクノロジーとしまして、地上と衛星側をどう効果的につなぐかということで、仮想化を使ったり、そういったことを研究開発されておりまして、2017年から行われております。で、右側の方がですね、主にテストベッドを提供できるようなシステムになっておりまして、実際に実装をどうするですとか、評価をどうするですとか、そういったことができるようになっておりまして、後でご紹介しますけれども、このヨーロッパのシステムと、日本のシステムをつないで国際共同実験をしようという流れもございます。で、これはビヨンド 5G のリクワイアメントですけれども、上が5G の KPI ですが、それに加えてですね、この右下のところがこのスケーラビリティの範囲になりますが、ノンテレステリアルネットワークにどういうふうに拡張していくかということが非常に大きなテーマになってございます。それで国内の検討グループで少し検討を行ってきておりますが、NICT がオーガナイズしまして、2年ぐらい前から検討を始めてますが、やはり 5G と衛星のインテグレーション、どういうことに意味があるかということで、いろんなユースケースを検討してました。で、一番日本なんで国の色がいろいろ違いますので違いはありますけれども、3つのケース、スマートシティ、それからモビリティ、それから災害、こういった3ケースにはですね、非常に 5G と衛星のインテグレーションは親和性があるという結論になってございます。で、そのワーキンググループでですね、作られたネットワークコンセプトのイメージがこの図でございまして、これまでですね、ネットワークほぼ二次元的に4G も 5G もですけども平面的に行われてきたコネクションがですね、今度3次元に縦軸にバーティカルにどうつながっていくかと。で、それがなおかつヘテロジニアスなネットワークですので、そういったものをどうやって縦串を通してスタンダーディゼーション、標準化をして周波数マネジメントしてつなげるかと、そういうようなことがこれからは大事だということが分かります。で、これはですね、NTN を使ったビヨンド 5G へのコンセプトを NICT の方で書いたものですけれども、やはり将来スマートシティの中ではいろんな有望なアプリケーションがあると思われます。当然遠隔医療、将来のテレワーク、いろんなこの図の右側のようにありますようなアプリケーション、それをどうやってシームレスにインテグレートしてつないでいくか、そういった技術が非常に重要になってきます。それから海上の IoT、それから海上の無人機、無人船、そういったものから宇宙まで、宇宙っていっても衛星まで、月まで、そういったところまでどうつなぐかということが大事になってきます。で、その中で2つほど主な技術を挙げておりますけれども、フレキシブルなネットワーク制御、それからもう一つは光通信を使ったり、フレキシブルなデジタルシステムを使ったり、で、あと量子暗号も入りますが、ハイセキュリティなシステム、そういったものを検討していく必要があると。で、それらがですね、例えばレーザー通信の光リンクでつながると、そういった世界を一つ考えてございます。で、本ワーキンググループスケーラビリティということでございまして、どういった国際連携をしていくかということを考えないといけないんですけれども、やはり NTN は国境ございませんので、まずどの技術エリアから連携していくのかということを考えないといけないと思います。で、それにはですね、オペレーター、それから製造者、それからユーザー、 いろんな方の意見を聞いて技術領域をアイデンティファイしていかないといけないと思うんですけれども、例えば NTN で考えますと、ドローンのエアリンク、ハップスのエアリンク、その下のネットワーク層、それからそれを仮想化で共通化するのかとか、そういった技術領域を同定してですね、それでその次にですね、連携国を同定して連携していくと、そういうようなことを検討していく必要があると思っています。で、この後まだ現状ですけれども、今までのグローバル IoT と、あと衛星と地上衛星と 5G のインテグレーションのちょっと例をお示ししたいと思います。それからもう一つはこれはただ一例ではありますけれども、どうやって国際連携をしていくかということで、一例の一案としましては、例えば NTN のグローバルなコンソーシアムを形成していくとか、そういったことを考えていく必要があるのではないかなと考えます。で、これはですね、グローバル IoT の国際連携の例ですけれども、東京大学さんとタイの AIS というところの連携の例でございますけれども、森林の火災をセンサーでディテクションしまして、それをですね、ローラーで衛星に送って、でその火災を知らせるというような技術ですけれども、こういったものはですね、一国ではできませんので、国際連携が必要です。で、その時にですね、おそらく展開していく時に、各国電波法も違いますし、その周波数の使い方いろいろ特殊なものがございますので、そういった制度に関して調整がいる場合はですね、そういったことを解決しながら国際連携を進めていく必要がございます。それからこれもう一つですね、衛星と5G の連携のヨーロッパとの連携の国際連携の話ですけれども、2つありまして、ちょっと字が小さいので申し訳ありませんけれども、左の方はですね、ヨーロッパのフランホーファーと結びまして、先方のですね 5G コアと日本のですねネットワークをつないでですね、例えばそこつなぐだけでインターフェースが正しいかどうかも分かりますし、その長距離のロングホールで例えばストリーミングですとか、あと通信の低レートなもの、いろんなタイプの通信をつなげてみて仮想化ですとかスライシングがうまく動くかというようなことを検証しようとしています。それから右側の例はですね、ローカル 5G の基地局、これをですねバックホールを衛星でつなぎまして、同じように5G ですとか仮想化がうまく動くかどうか、そういったことを連携して行おうとしているものでございます。それで最後ですけれども、先ほど申しました一例としましては、例えばNTN のグローバルコンソーシアム、こういったものを形成してですね国際連携していくのはどうかという一案でございます。で、左側から企業のパートナーさんがですね、もし NTN つなぐときに、国際的にもですねなんか困ったなという話があったときに、そのグローバルコンソーシアムにですね相談をして、そこからですね今度、NTN の実際のプレイヤーおられますので、そこにですねこれどうかと、フィジビリティスタディ検討するようなことをして、でそこで解決が分かればもうユーザーサイドに返せばいいんですけど、もしそこで解決しない場合、例えば制度的な問題ですとか標準化の問題がありましたら、それをですねコンソーシアムから例えば制度とか標準化のボディにですねプロポーザルをしたり、あとアウトプットを世界的に出していって、統一の見解を皆さんで持っていく、コモンビジョンを持っていくような方向を取るような、こういったものもあってもいいんじゃないかなというふうに思います。はい、最後にまとめさせていただきますと、最初にですねHTS、それからレオ、それからハップス、グローバル IoT のトレンドをお話しさせていただきました。で NTN は非常にグローバルカバレッジがありますので、スケーラビリティという意味では非常に重要な手段でございます。で日本で期待されるユースケースご紹介しました。そういったものから取り組んでいくのがいいかなと思っています。で実際に NTN を共通化して具現化していくにはですねいろんな国際連携が必要だと思っておりますので、先ほどご紹介したIoT の例、それから衛星5G インテグレーションの例、そういったものを土台にですね皆さんと一緒にですねどうやったら NTN をスムーズに世界で共通で使って展開していけるか、そういったことをワーキンググループで議論できればと思いますので、ぜひご協力をよろしくお願いいたします。私からの発表は以上です。どうもご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Toyoshima. Next, Mr. Hideyuki Iwata, CEO and SVP of the Telecommunication Technology Committee, and Mr. Leon Wong, Senior Research Engineer of Research and Innovation Department at Rakuten Mobile Incorporated, will give a joint speech. The theme of their speech is autonomy.
Good afternoon, good early morning. This is Iwata from TTC. Thank you for choosing autonomy as a key technology for beyond 5G. My role is to convey autonomy technology to everyone, easy to understand manners. I will explain the difference between automation and autonomy using Japanese culture, whole-frame manga, and technology, a vending machine. In this case, the whole-frame manga is not the story of introduction, development, turn, and conclusion, Kisho Tenketsu, but please forgive me. Using automation technology, we can purchase day and night without clock. Automation technology has reduced number of the people working. However, we need to select drinks and pay. With autonomy technology, a vending machine can also automatically recommend a drink. Autonomous vending machine will present recommended drinks for the day based on outside temperature, humidity, body temperature, and past purchases, etc. Did you all understand autonomy? Now that my role is over, I'll give a baton touch mic to Leon-san, an expert on autonomous networks, which applies autonomy to networks. Thank you very much.
All right, I hope everyone can hear me well. A very good afternoon to everyone. Real pleasure to be here. In this era of Corona, we need to take off our masks once in a while. Again, real pleasure to be here talking at Beyond 5G International Conference today. My name is Leon. I'm from Rakuten Mobile Research and Innovation Department. Thank you so much, Iwata-san, for the kind introductions and the very interesting introductions to the word autonomy. So, who we are? I mean, we are a team of research scientists, engineers, and as well as experienced telco professionals with the mission of making truly autonomous network a reality. Now, it's a tough job, but I'm here today to share thoughts on this topic of autonomous network, which is one of the R&D pillar that Professor Nakao previously introduced. Now, I hope everyone here is somewhat familiar with Rakuten Mobile. Now, one interesting fact that I want to share with you all today is that Rakuten Mobile Networks is that it is fully virtualized end-to-end. In particular, wireless access networks called RAN was said to be difficult to virtualize due to the high computations complexity and the demands for delays, but this has been successfully virtualized through the dedications and innovations by Rakuten Mobile. But I'm not here to talk about that today. Rakuten Mobile continues to bring in key innovations in Japan and global telco industry. Now, some of these innovations are like complete adoptions of Open RAN across 100% of the network, implementations of highly advanced edge network, as well as full automations of our network operations. Now, just as beyond 5G is the next generation of mobile communication systems, the next generations after 5G, we as a team of researchers for Rakuten Mobile are looking at what's next after automation. So, what's beyond automation? Now, which we believe is autonomous networks. Now, first, what do we mean by autonomous networks? I'll try to explain, comparing to what the nice manga that Iwata-san has shown. Let me try to explain this as best to my ability. So, just as machine learning seeks to find ways to bring automations to the operations of the network for well-defined problems, autonomy seeks to bring automations to the operation of unknown. So automation implies independent operation of system within well-defined parameters based on a limited set of predefined rules of constraint, while autonomy implies a large degree of adaptation and learning and decision-making by the system itself. So, autonomous networking reflects the transfer of cognitive and reasoning capabilities to machines. Of course, this is not going to be easy. It raises key questions on how to enable such functionalities, such as how the autonomous systems can know and decide when to act, when to execute a given plan. Now, how can autonomous system deal with unknown and previously unseen situations? Now, can the autonomous system produce a new approach to solve problem by itself? These are the very interesting questions that we are trying to look at. So that brings us to why evolution-driven. I mean, with some of our eagle eyes audience here, you might have seen the title of my presentation was Evolution-Driven Autonomous Networks. So why evolution-driven? So I think by now you are already familiar with the definitions of autonomous networks. One of the main questions of autonomous operations is how to adapt to the unknown or unexpected for the purpose of addressing or improving given situation. Now, at the moment, such challenges requires human beings to be involved most of the time and to craft a new or better approach using their creativity. Now, various machine learning technologies are essentials in solving problems today. Deep learning is often used to find anomalies, recognize people, or translate language. However, when AI is applied to optimize a system, it does not necessarily mean that the system is acting autonomously. So as development and maintenance still heavily relies on human. So our challenge, my difficult task, is to achieve this with minimal human involvement, hence achieving autonomous networks through evolution. Evolutionary represents a codifiable way to achieve a form of creativity. Now, in other words, it is a way to write down the process of creativity. Evolutionary computing comprises a broad set of techniques which are very effective at finding the best or close to the best solutions in a vast and irregular search space. It is also based on a set of generic approaches that can accommodate unanticipated changes in the current and future system. Now, combining these two elements will enable evolutionary computing to create new and effective solutions. Now, if you look back what autonomy implies earlier in the previous slides, this too goes in line with large degree of adaptations as well as learning and making decisions by the system itself. To realize this goal, and evolution-driven autonomous networks, we are developing a novel architecture framework for autonomous networks using population-based AI techniques, namely evolutionary computing. Now, this framework is rooted in three main functional building blocks or concepts, namely exploratory evolution, real-time responsive experimentation, and dynamic adaptations. Before you ask what are these, to put it simply, I just explained, they are about create, validate, and apply. Now, create is the generation of new logic through composition or adaptations of closed loops. Validate is the experimentation of candidate closed loops in realistic operations environment. Apply is the applications of validated closed loop to network operations. It's kind of simple in that sense. But concepts are nice to talk about, but how does it really look like in the network? Now, this image is a high-level view of the architecture that represents the new level of abstractions and how we plan to realize autonomy. Again, this is rooted in the 3 functional building blocks or concepts that I explained in the previous slides: create, validate, and apply. Now, based on this architecture, I want to highlight 3 points. Evolution, the process of creativity. Now, this is hosted in the evolution engine on the top left. This is where new logic or controllers will be made creatively by the machines through selections of parameters and combinations of modules. Experimentation, the validation of creativity, validations of new ideas. Hosted in the experimentation engine, I think it's on the right, to ensure that they are fit for purpose. The validations occurs through trial and error, or generally by evaluating them against the task that they're supposed to perform. Now, this is also the way that we can provide reliability and trust in the mechanisms that is generating the controllers. And controllers in dynamic adaptations, the interface to apply and achieve autonomy. I mean, you can create, you can validate, but if you don't apply, then it doesn't make much sense. Now, concretely, dynamic adaptation subsystem is responsible for creating a set of controllers which may be considered as fit for purpose and ready to be deployed in the production network. Now, this set is drawn from the controller which were validated by the experimentation engine. So additionally, this subsystem is responsible for which of these curated controllers should be selected for actual deployment and operations of the managed entity. Now, you might have also noticed some in the middle, the figure also displays the knowledge base, which is used to host information about controllers and types of knowledge such as historical configurations and operation data. Now, with the 3 functional building blocks or concepts, this architecture framework will provide networks with the ability to go beyond their predefined program and learn to evolve on their own. Now, with that said, achieving autonomous network is still a big task. I echo this with what Sam from Cisco said earlier. We strongly believe that an open collaboration is the key to successfully achieving autonomous networks together. Under the Beyond 5G R&D promotions project from NICT, Rakuten Mobile will be collaborating with Oki and Nagoya University to perform R&D on this interesting topic of autonomous networks. So my sincere gratitude for that opportunity. So just as how Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium has created this international conference to act as an open collaborative platform for us to be here today to share and discuss. Now, open consensus-based standardizations bodies like ITUT and TTC plays a crucial role as well as for successfully achieving autonomous network together. Now, Rakuten Mobile is driving the work in ITU focus group on autonomous networks. Also, TTC has also created an autonomous networks ad hoc group to advance the effort of this in Japan industry itself. So we also see the importance of academic community plays in such advanced domain. We are collaborating with multiple universities to leverage the advanced research and knowledge from academia. Now, the work of research cannot stop if our target has the word beyond in it. Now, to go deeper, you can find more information about our approach and realization of our website from our website. You can also learn about our various initiatives on autonomous networks. With that, let me conclude my presentations with again the note that we hope to achieve autonomous networks and evolution-driven autonomous networks, and collaboration is the key to success in achieving this together in Japan and internationally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iwata and Mr. Wong. Next, Mr. Iwao Hosako, Executive Director of the Beyond 5G Research and Development Promotion Unit at the National Institute of Information and Communications Technology, NICT, will give a speech. The theme of his speech is high frequency.
皆さんこんにちは。ただいまご紹介いただきました情報通信研究機構の大迫でございます。今日のお話はですね、高い周波数のところの話ということでですね、簡単にですけれどもご紹介させていただきたいと思います。で、この表紙のですね、左側の方に私どもの NICT が発表しましたホワイトペーパーの表紙を飾らせていただきました。ぜひですね、私どものホームページに訪れていただきまして、ご覧になっていただければ幸いでございます。で、周波数高いところというところがどのようにですね Beyond 5G、6G で使われてくるかということに対する期待というのをですねまず述べさせていただきたいと思います。でこれはですねご存知のように、1G からですね 4G、5G といったところのですねデータレートを縦軸にとってございます。縦軸は対数軸になっています。で青点がその実際のデータでございます。で横軸は年齢西暦が書いてあるわけでございます。でこれを見ていくとですねきれいにですね対数の直線にこう後半 3G あたりから乗ってきているわけですね。でこの自然な延長上目を伸ばしていきますとちょうど2030年にですねなんと無線で1テラビットというような非常にハイビットレートのところに到達してしまうんですがこれは本当なのかどうかというところが私どもの疑問でもありチャレンジでもあるわけですね。で現在ですね 5G ではですねミリ波と言われているところで400メガのバンド幅を取ってですね10ギガ BPS 程度のビットレートが出るということになっておりますので例えばテラヘルツのところで40ギガといったようなバンド幅を取れればですねまさにその技術が本当にそのまま使えればですね1テラビットを到達してしまうんですがその後は問屋が下ろさないという日本語のワードがありますけれどもそう簡単ではないということになります。でこういったところのターゲットがですねさまざまな期待となっているわけでございます。でその期待というのはですねここに数少ない例でございますがさまざまなホワイトペーパーの例示をさせていただきます。ここに載ってないホワイトペーパーも非常に多数ございますけれどもほぼどのホワイトペーパーにですねテラヘルツが次に来るよと書いてあるわけなんですね。非常に大きな期待がですねテラヘルツに寄せられているということがあるわけです。非常に嬉しいことだなと思います。でそういった中でどういったアプリケーションがあるのかなという一つの典型でございますけれども 8K ムービーのストリーミングトランスミッション非圧縮でですね送りたいというようなことを考えるとですねこれはまさに6G でテラヘルツを使うアプリケーションの一つではないかと思うわけです。で非圧縮でということを条件にしますとかなりのハイビットレートが予測必要となります。例えば60フレームのですね 8K の画像を送りたいとなると48ギガ BPS というビットレートが必要になってくるわけです。でこれが例えば両眼で立体視というようなことになると100ギガビットというようなビットレートが必要になってきますのでまさに先ほど申し上げたようにですね1テラビットあったとしてもですねそれが10組あればですね使い切ってしまうよといったような感じになってくるわけですね。でまさにそういったユースケースはどういうところにあるんだろうかというような議論がかなり盛んにされております。で人が見るようなですねゴーグルであるとかですね人を介さないマシントゥマシンといったところでもですね非常にハイビットレートのデータのやり取りというのは必要なのではないかというディスカッションがさまざまなところでなされているというところがありましてこの辺のディスカッションもですねやはりかなり皆さんとですね議論を深めていく必要があると思いますのでこれもインターナショナルなディスカッションというのに今後期待していきたいと思うところでございます。で私ども NICT などではですねニューサービスとして 6G のところでですね特に高い周波数を 使ってですね、どんなものがあり得るんだろうかというようなディスカッションを過去にこれまでにもですねしてまいりました。で、真ん中に書いてあるのはですね、VR のゴーグルなどを使ってですね、現実とは違うバーチャルなシステムの中に入り込んで何かを行うといったものだと思います。で、そういったものが非常に今後出てくるのかなというところがありまして、ここの例はですね、コンサート等でですね、皆さんフロントラインに並べるよみたいな話なんですけれども、そういったところで使われてくればいいなと思いますし、また、左の方にはですね、医療の現場であるとかですね、遠隔医療の現場などで使われていくのではないか。また、大きなスクリーンとですね、セットボックスの間といったところでもですね、使われたりですね、放送スタジオの中、そして、これデータセンターの中でですね、ワイヤレスを用いていくということもあるだろうと。で、さらには、モバイルのフロントホールでとかバックホールなどでもですね、使われていくような野外のユースケースもあるだろうといったことがディスカッションされてきているわけでございます。で、こういったですね、研究開発にどの程度の投資がなされているのかというのを簡単にちょっとエスティメーションということでやってみたいと思います。で、これは何かというとですね、Google スカラーというデータベースがございますので、そちらの中で、ミリ波とコミュニケーション、もしくはテラヘルツとコミュニケーションというキーワードでどのくらいの文献が毎年出ているかというのを見ているものです。で、横軸は、西暦ということになります。で、これを見るとですね、ごく最近でですね、25,000件以上の、発表がですね、毎年なされているというようなことになっておりまして、非常にたくさんの研究がなされていることが分かります。しかもですね、これ点々点で書いてある、点線で書いてある部分は、これエクスポネンシャルフィットをしているものなんですが、ちゃんとですね、この指数関数的に伸びてるんだという、もうきれいに乗るわけですね。これは我々のようなその理科系のものから見るとすごいなと思うわけですね。フィッティングがぴったり合うぞと嬉しいわけです。で、これが今後も伸びていくんだろうなという気がします。で、1件あたりの論文でですね、どのくらいの投資がなされているのかという調査がですね、2013年の JST の、NI ステップというレポートの中でですねありました。ちょっと古いんですけれども、1件あたり日本円でですね1200万円ぐらいだということなので、それをかけるとですね、今地球全体でどのくらいの投資がなされているかという数値が出てくるわけです。これが本当に正しいかどうかというのは別なんですが、大体オーダーとしてはそんなに違わないんだろうなという気がいたします。では、このテラヘルツとミリ波といったところで、この成分に分けて見てみましょうということになります。で、同じようなプロットで赤がミリ波、青がテラヘルツということになります。今縦軸はリニアスケールになっておりますので、このようなカーブになっているというところになります。で、次にですね、ちょっとリニアスケールで見るとですね、ミリ波の方が最近ちょっと頭打ちになっているのが気になるところでございますが、こちらはおそらくですね、5G の研究開発がちょっと一段落ついて、ではないかなというような予測を勝手にしているところでございますけれども、証拠はないので分かりません。で、現在のですねテラヘルツの規模感というのはちょうどこの矢印で書いているように10年前のミリ波に相当しているというところが非常に分かりやすいなと思っております。で、5G でミリ波を使うよという話が出てきまして、そしてその研究開発の投資が行われて始まったというのは大体10年前だと思うんですけれども、その時の規模感と現在のテラヘルツの規模感というのが合ってきているというのは非常に不思議な符号なんですけども、面白いなと思います。で、どちらもやっぱり対数軸に乗ると結構ぴったり乗っているというのはまたこれは面白いんですけれども、どちらの若干ですねカーブのきつさが違うというところがありまして、このカーブがじゃあ2035年ぐらいになる、このままいけば2035年ぐらいになるんで、ちょうど Beyond5G、6G がですね世界中でデプロイしたというような時期になるのかなと思って、その辺もまた符号としては面白いなと思うものでございます。で、ここまでのサマリーでございますけれども、ミリ波テラヘルツは非常に注目を浴びている技術であって、特にテラヘルツというのを使うと1テラ BPS みたいなところまでもカバーできるのではないかなという期待感があります。で、その R&D のですね規模感というのは10年前のミリ波と現在のテラヘルツが同じぐらいであるといったことが言えると思います。で、この研究開発投資というのはこのまま勢いでいくのかなと思いますし、またそのためにですね競争というのは激しくなってくるんだろうなと思います。で、競争するばかりではなくて、やはり国際的な協調でですねこの周波数帯をうまく使っていくということが非常に重要になってくるのかなと思っております。 で次に、ではどこの周波数帯を具体的に使うのだという話がこれまでの話にもたくさんあったのかなと思います。で一番右側の明るい青で書いてあるところは、2019年の世界無線会議 WRC19 でですね、決まったものでございまして、トータル 137GHz がですね、LMS と FS、地上の移動サービスと固定サービスに対してですね、特定化された、アイデンティファイされたというものでございます。でそれより低い周波数のところはです、濃い青で書いてあるんですが、その以前にですね、すでに同じようなサービスにですね、アロケーションされているものでございます。で一番左側の薄い灰色で書いてあるところはですね、同じ WRC19 で5G のシステムに対してアイデンティファイされたというところになります。なので非常に広大な周波数帯がですね、我々待っているわけですね。これどこを使うか迷ってしまうんですが、さまざまいろんな意見があるのかと思いますが、少なくともですね10ギガより広いところを使っていった方がいいだろうというようなことがありますし、真ん中あたりでですね、ちょうど濃い青と薄い青がくっついているところは連続して 44GHz も取れるわけですね。でこういったところをですね、狙っていくという考え方もあろうかと思います。ここはまだディスカッションが足りていないところですので、世界的にですね強調しながらここのディスカッションを進めていき、標準化を進めていく必要があるんだと思っております。でテラヘルツの特性というところで重要なのはですね、左の上に小さい図で書いてあるようなデバイスのアウトプット特性になります。でちょうどですね周波数に対して F の事情でですね落ちていくようなカーブがあって、これがあるがゆえにいろいろと難しいことが発生します。で、デバイスのチョイスというのがここで出てくるわけですね。で、右側に、フリスの、伝送公式というのが出ておりますけれども、この P、TX というところは F の事情で、ちっちゃくなっちゃうよということが、あります。次にですね、G の TX、G の RX のこのアンテナゲインが書かれているんですけれども、このアンテナゲイン実はですね、アンテナの大きさを固定しておくと F の事情で大きくなります。で一番最後に書かれている項が自由空間ロスになりますけれども、ここは F の事情で小さくなるということになるので、アンテナの大きさをフィックスしておくとですね、この公式自体をですね F に対して変化しないという公式になってくるわけですね。それを遊びで言ってるわけではなくて、このフリスの公式を見直すということは非常に重要ですよということを申し上げたいわけです。で高い周波数に行くとですね、下にシャノン・ハートレーのセオリーの公式が書いてあります。このバンド幅を広く使いましょうというところが重要になってくるわけです。でこのバンド幅を使いますよというところを考えるということは、やはり先ほどの周波数を選ぶというロジックにおいてもですね、広いところを取っていきたいということにつながるのかなと思います。また大気の吸収というのは非常に大きいよと言われているところです。標準大気に対してですね、大きな吸収があるというのはこの青いカーブで書かれているんですが、1km あたりの自由空間ロスと比較するとですね、ちょうど 1THz あたりでですね、それが入れ替わるような形になっていると。つまり 1THz 未満のところはですね、これまでの無線とそんなに大差ないような考え方でいけるという領域でもあるということになります。またですね、雨が降ったらどうなるのという話をよくされます。でこれは昔々のFCC のデータを持ってきているものなんですが、50mm/h という、土砂降りの雨の時にですね、大体100GHz から 300GHz ぐらいのところにおいてはですね、20dB/km ぐらいのロスが発生します。で例えば30ギガあたりと比較しますと、30ギガあたりでは10 dB ぐらいなので、10 dB ぐらい差が出てくるなというところが雨が降った時の状況でございます。また一番下にちょこっとだけ書いてありますけれども、これは人体に対する電磁界のですね放射の強度をどの辺ぐらいまでだったらいいですかというガイドラインでございます。このガイドライン2020年に改定されておりまして、300ギガまではその通知があるといった状況になっています。でこのような状況でございますので、これサマリーの2でございますけれども、時間もなくなってきていましたので一言で申し上げるならば、原則に立ち戻ってですね考えていくということが非常に重要だということになるのかなと思います。で最後ですね、標準化のところでございますけれども、デジュールスタンダードということで ITU のですね帯域を取るという話が WRC19 でございました。で一方ですねフォーラムや組織のですねスタンダードということで IEEE があるかなと思っております。で一番下にデファクトって書いてあるんですけど、デファクトというようなものではないと、テラヘルツはないということで、テラヘルツは今赤字で書いてある ITU のところと IEEE のところでありますということになります。 で、先ほど IT のところは若干ご紹介させていただきましたので、IEEE のところですね、すでにあるスタンダードについて若干ご紹介させていただきます。802.15.3D というスタンダードが2017年できておりまして、ここに書いてある5つのですね、ユースケースをすでに持っているというものになります。非常に短距離の伝送からデバイス間、そしてデータセンターの中、そして野外ではですね、フロントホール、バックホールといったものがあるわけです。で、フロントホール、バックホールについては大体 1km ぐらいを想定しているというところで、それぞれのユースケースに対してはですね、日本とヨーロッパのプロジェクトで大体カバーされて、これまでに実証されてきております。で、そういった点からもですね、今後のですね、発展というのが見込めるのかなといったところがございます。ですいません、時間が過ぎてしまいましたので、ここのスライドは飛ばしていきますけれども、このようなですね、チャンネルプランがあってですね、テラヘルツのファイとしてシングルキャリア、そして OOK のファイというのが定義されているというような状況で、現在来ているところでございます。で、これまでの、スピーカーの皆様からですね、タイムラインが示されていた通り、まさにテラヘルツのところはこのタイムラインに乗ってですね、国際協調を重要に考えたですね、ディスカッションをしながらやっていく必要がございます。非常に重要なタイムラインだと考えているところでございます。以上、私からの講演は以上でございます。ご清聴いただき大変ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Hosako. Next, Mr. Yutaka Miyake, R&D Manager of the Security Division at KDDI Research Incorporated, will give a speech. The theme of his speech is security.
Thank you for my introduction and thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I'm Yutaka Miyake from KDDI Research Inc. So I would like to explain about the security. Okay. So when new things are introduced, we need to consider the security issues. So in this slide, new technology, new services, and new functions, new infrastructures. These new things may bring additional security issues. We should analyze security threats for these new things and consider countermeasures against the new security threats. So first, I would like to talk about the security for new futures. You may see this picture many times in this conference. This picture is copied from the homepage of the Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium. And this picture says some new requirements and new features for the Beyond 5G and the 6G. Many items have been discussed to improve 5G features and to realize new features for the Beyond 5G and 6G. Regarding security issues, ultra security and resilience, we will discuss on the security issues. But we also consider security issues for another topics. So many things we need to discuss for security and when we consider new futures, security issues and security threats will be introduced. Sorry. For example, this slide shows some security considerations for new futures. For example, ultra fast and large capacity. We may consider high speed encryption decryption, or we need to consider new security monitoring and processing methods. As that, there are many security topics for each topic. And regarding ultra security and resilience, new security monitoring and defending mechanism or resilience mechanism for attack features, privacy preserving mechanism, trustworthiness of different nodes and domains, accountability, validation of and delivered services. We also consider the many topics and for each topic. So as shown in this slide, when we consider about the beyond 5G security and 6G security, not only for the big topic, we also consider the each topic. So when we consider the new futures, we consider such security topics. Okay. Next is the security for future threats. I would like to talk about the two things. First, quantum computing. It is proved that the future high-spec quantum computers can compromise public key cryptography. That is widely used now. So in order to counter these threats, there are two major types of research. One is quantum cryptography, and another is post-quantum cryptography. Regarding quantum cryptography, that is normally used to share cryptographic keys between two entities. This is called quantum key distribution, QKD, and can detect eavesdrop and tampering by attackers by utilizing the properties of quantum mechanisms. On the other hand, post-quantum cryptography is a public key crypto systems based on the mathematical problem that cannot be solved by quantum computers. So currently there are two major research topics in this area. First, regarding activities on QKD, in this area, Japanese companies and Japanese organizations are very active. First is the NICT. NICT has many research topics on the quantum cryptography. And the Toshiba and NEC is also active, and the Toshiba is now considering to sell the equipment for QKD, quantum key distributions. And I would like to emphasize these organizations and companies also contribute to the international standard of QKD at ITUT aggressively. So they are provided many contributions to ITUT, and some document has already published as a recommendation from ITUT by their effort. Next topic, activities on post-quantum cryptography. Also this area, Japanese companies and organizations are very active. KDDI, NICT, NTT, and Toshiba. KDDI proposed MLWR sign that is used for digital signatures, and NICT, Toshiba, and NTT has proposed the public key cryptography, Lotus, Geophantos, and the N2HRSS. Regarding this area, there are many international contests on research and standardization, and they submitted their research results to their contest. Okay. Another topic on new technology is AI. So according to the progress of AI technology and its adaptation of wide areas, security concerns related to AI are also increasing. When we consider related to AI, there are two aspects. One is the security using AI. Another is the security for AI. Regarding security for using AI, many cyber attacks will use AI technologies, and we should consider how to use AI for cyber defense. And in this picture, red square is related to the security using AI. Another aspect is the security for AI. So many attackers are trying to deceive the AI engine by using cheating techniques. So we need to consider countermeasures against this kind of attack. So this picture is copied from KDDI's 5G, 6G, beyond 5G, 6G white paper, and the blue square is related to the security for AI. Okay. Next is the international coordination on security. So regarding security, there are many topics such as isolated big subject and subtopics that are brought by other topics. So I think that we need to exchange security topics that will be required by beyond 5G network and new security threats with other beyond 5G, 6G activities. And by exchanging security topics, we may use research results mutually to accelerate practical use. So first we need to exchange some topics, and we can share the research topics, and that will promote, will make a progression to the research, I believe. Another aspect is coordination. So collaboration with other projects is very important. So sharing research results can expand research activities and can spread key technologies. When we consider new mechanisms, we need to experiment, evaluation, and the implementation. So these mechanisms, the collaboration framework can be used for these actions, I think. In case of security, international collaboration is essential to make international standards security certifications. So especially for security certifications, so this is related to the supply chain security. So we need to some criteria for security. So, but when we use equipment, when we use a service, so security certification will be very important. But this will be, especially this is required for the international collaboration. So such area is very important for security, I think. Okay, thank you very much for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miyake. Our next speaker is Dr. Yuko Hanado, Director General of the Electromagnetic Standards Research Center at the National Institute of Information and Communications Technology, NICT. The theme of her speech is Time-Space Synchronization.
ご紹介ありがとうございます。情報通信研究機構の花戸と申します。すみません。本日は時空間同期に向けた高精度な時刻周波数技術について発表いたします。この発表はですね、通信技術そのものについてではないんですけれども、正確な時間、周波数を発生して提供する技術は基盤技術としてBeyond 5G、6G を支える重要な役割を果たすだろうと思っております。また、今回の発表では、すみません、国際連携の話がですね、入っていないで、どちらかというと議論有利な話になってしまっているんですけれども、このような検討が、これからの議論のトリガーに、なっていけば、幸いと思っております。本日は、こちらの2点についてお話しいたします。最初に時空間同期におけるキーテクノロジーのいくつかをピックアップしてご紹介し、続いてこれらをベースとする時空間同期で可能になるかもしれない未来像について簡単にご紹介いたします。まずキーテクノロジーである時間と周波数技術についてご紹介いたします。 現代の社会においてはですね、時間と周波数の同期は大変重要です。例として想定される場面を3つ挙げてみました。まず、世界の標準時や日本の標準時は、交代機での共通レファレンスとして、必要ですし、交通管制やトレーディングのような複雑な分散システムの制御においては、情報の順序や操作のタイミングといったものが極めて重要です。また、正確で安定した周波数の維持というものは、無線通信の運用管理などにおいて、不可欠となっております。でこのように、正確な時間と周波数が必要というフレーズの中には、実はいろいろなケースが含まれております。それで、同期の制度と方法はさまざまなユースケースに合わせて、カスタマイズされていく必要があると思っております。ということで、ユースシーンに応じたネットワークシステムのレイヤーを想定してみました。ざっくりした分類ですけれども、上部が一般的なサービスに近い部分、下の半分が専門的な用途に近い部分となっております。で、上からいきますと、まず、エッジサーバーを起点としたモバイルネットワーク。で、その下に、光原子度計などを相互接続した基幹ファイバーネットワーク。で、3番目は、国や世界の標準時を生成維持するレイヤー。で、一番下が、学術研究や専門技術領域など、超高精度な信号が必要なユーザー向けのネットワークです。それぞれのレイヤーにおけるニーズは異なるので、適した技術でネットワークを構築するのが、効率的と考えます。で、まず値の絶対的な正確性や精度が必要な、そういったものの供給を第一と目的とする、下半分のレイヤーについてですけれども、こちらの、標準時の発生や維持供給に関しては、洗練された国際ネットワークがもうすでに構築されておりまして、将来に向けたいろいろなアップグレードも、進んでおりますけれども、今回は、時間の関係でちょっと省略します。ということで、はじめに、プロユーザーへの伝送技術として、光ファイバーによる超高精度の伝送技術についてご紹介いたします。こちらが、光ダークファイバーを使って、時刻信号の、1ppс、1パルスパーセカンドですね、と、標準周波数である 10MHz を、高い精度と信頼精度で伝送する技術の紹介です。双方向の伝送とノイズキャンセルを使うことで、超高精度な信号伝送を実現しています。で、こちらのシステムによってですね、NICT と東大キャンパスとの間で、日本標準時に基づく正確な時刻と周波数を NICT から常時配信できるようになりました。こちらが計測精度になります。で、周波数の精度に関しては、セシウム原子度計などの評価に十分な精度を実現しております。また、こちらの時刻信号、絶対時刻の信号の配信についても、GNSS よりも1桁程度良い SN で伝送ができております。続いて、よりBeyond 5G に近いと思われますアプリケーションに近い要素技術を3件ご紹介します。まず、ワイヤレストゥーウェイインターフェロメトリー、通称 YY で、スマホにも搭載可能な原子時計のチップ、そしてこれらを組み込んだ、クラスタークロックタイムのコンセプトです。それぞれ順番にご紹介します。まず、ワイヤレストゥーウェイインターフェロメトリー、通称 YY ですけれども、こちらは、無線で、双方向に時刻情報をやり取りすることで、お互いの内部時計の時刻差と、それと同時に、相対距離を測ることができる技術です。こちらの、2way サテライトタイム&フリクエンシートランスファーっていう、超高精度な衛星仲介比較の時刻比較があるんですけれども、その原理を普及型の、無線通信技術に適用しました。精度として、時刻同期としてはピコ秒の精度、距離の測定としてはミリメーターの計測精度が得られるポテンシャルを持っています。こちらが、開発したハンディサイズの通信モジュールの試作機です。 通信レンジはノーマルタイプで 100m、ハイパワータイプで 5km が可能です。衛星通信用のシステムは高価で大型になるんですけれども、こちらは安価で小型のモジュールを実現して、さまざまなシーンで広く手軽に使えるようにしていきます。こちらが機能確認の事例になります。この写真はですね、この電動カートで動き回る人のポジション、この人がこのWi-Fi を装着したヘルメットをかぶって電動カートで動くんですけれども、こちらのポジションを Wi-Fi で計測しました。で、実験結果としましては、おおよそ 3cm の誤差で軌道をトレースすることができています。ただ、こういった計測はですね、反射の多い環境、室内のような環境ではまだデータ取得に問題があるために、現在その解決に向けた取り組みの最中です。また、Wi-Fi はですね、通信モジュール間で位相同期が可能です。この実験では複数台、ここでは7台使っておりますけれども、こちらのモジュールがここの装置のモジュールのボタンをポンと押すと、ほぼリアルタイムで位相同期できることを確認しております。このように Wi-Fi を仲介とした位相同期によりまして、正確な位置決めやワイヤレスの電力伝送、また通信機能の強化などが期待されます。続いて、アプリ系2つ目の要素技術であるアトミッククロックチップについてご紹介します。これまではですね、一般に各ネットワークサーバーがそれぞれ内蔵発信機のローカルタイムで動作しているために、サーバー同期が細かな位相同期が必要となるような運用ができませんでした。でもし同期動作をさせようとしますと、このプライマリークロックに対して頻繁に時刻を調整する必要が出てきてしまう。これは通信コストアップにつながります。でこういった問題はこの周波数の安定度の良い内蔵発信機が実現することで解決します。つまりこの内蔵時計のチップによって各デバイスが自律的に長時間の同期を維持する。で、プライムクロックとの同期作業がほとんど必要なくなるということになります。で、このような小型原子時計についてはですね、数センチ角サイズの市販品がすでに発表されておりますけれども、私たちはスマホなどに搭載可能なチップサイズの原子時計の開発を目指しております。で、この実現の鍵となるのがマイクロ音響デバイスの導入です。でこちら推奨発信機の代わりにこの音響発信機を使うことで大幅なダウンサイジングが可能になります。こちらの写真にありますけれども、この電子回路部がここのゴマ1粒ほどの大きさで実現できるということになります。こういった2つの技術、Wi-Fi によるクロックの密な相互比較と、周波数が安定した原子時計チップを組み合わせることによりまして、進化したシステムタイムを実現することができます。こちらは、分散時計の合成で作るクラスタークロックタイムのコンセプトです。この、クラスタークロックタイムは、多数のクロックの、平均周波数が刻む時計です。正しい時刻周波数に時々合わせる必要がありますので、時々こういったレファレンスタイム GNSS とか日本標準値世界の標準値こういったものにリンクして調整を取ります。この仮想時計の特色としましては、少なくとも一つの時計が生きていれば独立して連続性を維持できるので、装置故障の被害を軽減できるということが一つ。また固定のマスタースレーブ関係がないので、壊れた致命的となる特別な時計がありません。すいません。また、各時計がこの仮想時計からの時刻差をそれぞれ知ることができるので、この時刻差をキャンセルすることで個々の時計が仮想時刻を実際に実現することができます。実はこれは国際原子時や日本標準時で採用されている合成原子時の原理を採用したものになります。ここまで正確な時刻と周波数信号を届けるための要素技術についてご紹介してきました。でこちらをベースにして時空間同期が実現するかもしれない未来社会についてイメージしてみます。 でここで、時空間同期というのは、どういった概念かといいますと、デバイスの内部クロックが同期され、さらにデバイスの位置がローカルエリアで相互に認識された状態を表します。こちらが時空間同期が実現している将来のネットワーク社会のイメージです。まず UTC 世界の標準時からユーザーまでのタイム、ユーザーまでの時刻のリンクパスは安全に提供されています。非常に高精度で正確な信号が必要なユーザーに対しては光ダークファイバーネットワークで信号が供給されています。一方、一般ユーザーに対しては無線ベースの同期ネットワークが柔軟に構築されています。ここでこの Wi-Fi でリンクする機器群は準リアルタイムに互いの位置を把握して位相同期していますので、連動して自律的に細かな作業を行うことができます。またこの原子時計チップを搭載した機器は一度同期すればその後はほぼ調整なしで正確な時刻と周波数を保つことができます。またクラスタークロックタイムを採用しますとローカルシステムタイムもまた安定かつロバストに運用することができます。このような時空間同期環境によってドローンによる物流とか車の自動運転、また建設現場や農業におけるフルオートメーションなどが実現するかもしれません。最後にこのようなインフラ基盤が実現することを想定してBeyond 5G、6G に向けて私たちが描く3つのユースケースをイメージしてみました。例えば情報サービスにおいてはコンシェルジュのように各種のクラウドサービスへのアクセスをいつでもどこでも提供できる情報ゲートウェイの実現があったり、物流や交通においては高安定高精度な測位によって3次元システムを使い尽くす基盤の物流システムが実現したり、また災害対策や環境保全においては時空間を把握したセンサーネットワークで効率的な防災対策が施された治水里山環境などが実現できることを夢見てみます。でこれらについてはこちらのNICT の Beyond 5G 6G ホワイトペーパーに詳しく紹介されておりますのでよろしければご覧ください。ということで最後にまとめです。時間と周波数の技術はBeyond 5G、6G 社会で重要な役割を果たしていきます。必要となる技術は利用の層に応じて異なります。例えば超高精度の信号が必要な場合にはオプティカルダークファイバーを介した時間と周波数の転送、高度のモバイル伝送に対しては Wi-Fi と原子時計チップ、ロバストでレジリエントなローカルシステムタイムが必要であればクラスタークロックタイムなどの技術がサポートすることができるでしょう。でこのような技術の組み合わせが時空間同期の世界を実現していくと期待できます。この時空間同期の技術が高度な仮想通信とか自動機械の同期動作などBeyond 5G、6G の時代に向けて期待される技術になっていくことを願っています。私の発表は以上になります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Hanado. Now we will set up the stage for the next panel session. Please wait for a few minutes. Thank you. Now we will move on to the panel session. I would like to give the floor to our moderator, Mr. Seizo Onoe, Chief Standardization Strategy Officer for NTT Corporation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Seizo Onoe of NTT. This session is about the panel discussion on the elements for realizing beyond 5G. Now I'm alone on the stage, but you know okay. Okay. We are connected to 7 great panelists here. Then, could you change my slide? Slide, please. Okay. To open this panel, let me give you a small talk a little bit. First is about the 5G boom. 5G boom gave me lots of opportunity for 5G presentations like this. Here, I'd like to ask you to look back. Please, people, everyone in this room, please look back for the group picture. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay? Then the conclusion of this story was just a 5G boom created cross-industry collaboration. And that was a key to success for 5G. That's one thing. Oh, sorry. Then next is about my second law of mobile communication generations. I found the law of great success only in even numbers generation. As you know, a few years ago, this law was not unpopular with the people involved in 5G. But I believe that today they have already become love to this law for 6G. I believe so. But originally, my message with this law was a positive one by saying that in cross-industry collaboration will make 5G a great success. But I feel, as of today, that some more effort will be needed to make 5G a great success, a real success. One more thing I thought recently is I'm wondering how far would the generation go up? I asked this question to the audience in some occasion. I got the answer 10G, or 10G, good number. But in another occasion, the answer was 11G, odd number, no good. So the answer was corrected to 12G. I remember one of the panelists, Dharma-san, was involved in this discussion here. And the story continues. One day, I was questioned the necessity of standardization. The answer is, of course, definitely necessary to connect the world. Even before my nomination as a candidate for the ITU, director of the ITU Telecommunication Standardization Bureau. But later I thought that we could not deny the possibility of the new paradigm emerging in 10G or 12G. I'm looking at beyond 2030. Here, my message is that just we should think 2030 as a part of longer term. That's my message here. Then, back to the focusing on the main topic of this session, elements for realizing beyond 5G. Here, I like to invite some panelists to give a speech. First, Colin Wilcox-san, please. Are you ready?
Thank you for the invitation. Let me see if I'm ready. Can people hear me? That would be a good start. Okay, then let me see if I can share my slides. So, firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. What I'd like to do is just spend my allotted 4 minutes to talk a little bit about 6G activities in Europe. What's going on in Europe in 6G, and maybe give that as a basis for the further discussion. So, to start with, maybe I can just introduce myself. So I'm chairman of the board of the 5G Infrastructure Association, which has now chosen to change its name to the 6G Infrastructure Association for obvious reasons. And the association tries to be the voice of European industry on all things 5G and 6G. When we say industry, we also mean the SMEs, the big players, but also the universities and research institutes, the whole ecosystem around cellular communication. So if we look at what is going on in Europe in the 6G area, firstly, we have a set of projects which are currently running, which are part of the existing partnership, the existing research program, the 5G PPP. And these are the so-called ICT 52 projects. And these are all looking into aspects of beyond 5G. And these projects have been running since about January this year. Maybe just to highlight one, the one in the middle, HexaX, which will be mentioned because the project coordinator is one of the panel today, Mikko. But this is the 6G flagship project for Europe. So this is setting the roadmap, the direction that Europe thinks is right for achieving the 6G technology. As well as these projects which have been started, there has also been a white paper created. So this you can find under the links. And this again gives, from the association's point of view, looking at the European industry and beyond, where we think the steps towards 6G should be, and the vision of that ecosystem. And hopefully that can be important information for people participating in this session as they look forward to try and understand what 6G will be. And then just as a last slide, looking towards the future. So we have a major new partnership, a major new research program called Smart Networks and Services. This should be starting very shortly, so November this year. And this will be a major 8-year research program to drive 6G technology in Europe, investing somewhere around 900 million euros of public funding, trying to kickstart cellular research and cellular technology in Europe. And I think with that, that is my 4 minutes taken. Thank you again for the invitation. And with that, I shall hand back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, Wilcock-san, thank you for your presentation. Next, Mikko Ushitaro-san, please.
Thank you, Onoe-san, and hope you can also hear me well and see my slides. Great. So, yes, I'm Mikko Ushitaro, coming from Nokia Bell Labs, Finland, and leading a radio research department there. And but here I'm then representing this HexaX, the European 6G flagship project that Colin already mentioned. Leading this project, and we started beginning of this year for 2.5 years, and we are a great consortium with Nokia overall lead, Ericsson technical manager, then many high quality participation from R&D intensive operators, technology providers representing verticals, high quality academia, and SMEs. And our vision for 6G is that 6G should unify the three worlds, human world, physical world, digital world, with the fabric of 6G key technology enablers. So human in control of the physical world with efficient human-machine interfaces, models of humans being built in the digital world, for example, then to detect any health problems, detect a heart attack before it happens, and proactively call for help. And also we need efficient connectivity between the digital and physical world to extend the current day digital twins to build entire massive twinning models of the physical world to be able to better design, plan, and operate the physical world. We have identified 23 use cases, clustered those into 5 families. We are updating this list and publishing a new version beginning of March next year. 6G needs to be sustainable, and also we need to see how 6G could help other sectors of society become more sustainable. Already talked about this massive twinning. Use case family telepresence, about the human or set of humans interacting with other humans independent of the location, interacting with machines, interacting maybe with some digital objects that don't exist in physical form anywhere, and this independent of location and using all needed senses. Then we have use case family robots to cobots, about a set of machines helping a human or set of humans collecting information and also here preventive action and detecting things to be reacted on before they happen, as well as use case family of local trust zones. So then just very quickly going through then the research challenges we have come up with based on the vision and use cases. Sustainability I mentioned already. Network of networks needing looking at the way of tying together the subnetworks, collecting information on human health situation all the way up to the different hierarchy levels of the networks and new topologies. Connecting intelligence, looking at how could 6G be designed when the AI, machine learning would be as a fundamental base right from the beginning. We need to trust the networks. That needs to be a central design criteria right from the beginning. We need to take all the previous generation key performance indicators to the next required level, as well as look at the global service coverage. So we have published several deliverables telling about our results on our website. Link you can see here. So starting from explaining more about the vision use cases, societal values, also initial thoughts on sustainability, security, and spectrum, and then technology-oriented deliverables looking at what the technology could provide, where the gaps are with respect to the aims we need to get towards. In the area of terabits per second communication, service management orchestration, special purpose functionality, so local private networks, vertical needs, as well as the AI. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hishitaro-san, for providing the interesting HexaX vision. Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Rahim Tafazoli-san to give a speech.
Thank you, Seiza-san. Keep it very short. Thanks very much for the invitation. I would like to share with you the vision of 6G Innovation Center at the University of Surrey towards beyond 5G and 6G, which is the vision which was created with our industry partners. Because 5G is a very powerful system, very sophisticated and very capable. So it was very difficult to say what we should do beyond 2030 that we could safely say it is different from 5G and it would add value, environmental values, society values, as well as economic values. That was why we started, was our starting point. So this environment sustainability and what society requires in 10 years' time, what does the society looks like, and how we can make money out of it at the end of the day, or productivity. For this, we said that we need to look at ultra energy efficiency system, not 5% or 10% increase or decrease in energy consumption. We need to look at robust privacy and trust and solve in next 10 years digital divide. Obviously, we consider the 5G full capability release 16 as well as release 17 and 18 and the way it is evolving. We wanted to start with a clear use case which has a clear business case. What we need to do, we believe that video will be de facto environment media for communication between people and between objects. So 5G enabled three-dimensional video or virtual reality. So we want to add another dimension to video and call it teleportation. We need to look for substantial energy efficiency. We need to look at intelligent surfaces. We need to combine and bring sensing and sensing networks into communication. And for cost-effective solution, it has to be network of networks. One network cannot achieve all those objectives. What are the elements? I would like to highlight one important element to overcome digital divide is the coverage. How can we provide energy efficient and cost effective way of coverage broadband everywhere? Another one is the sensing and geolocation. And for the and another one which NICT presentation made it a lot easier on time and frequency synchronization. It will help to manage the radio resources, network resources, and also create new smart applications towards teleportation, for example. And more importantly, in time synchronization, is the time jitter. We need to enable in 6G. And if we have this, we can have many new services and applications like fast-moving driverless cars, robots interacting with each other in a real time. People can interact with each other in the physical world and the virtual world. And we need to look at techniques that we can do image sensing, environment sensing, and include, in addition to two of the human senses, which is hearing and seeing, other human senses like touch, taste, and smell, to bring that real and natural interaction between physical and virtual world. Most of this is highlighted in our the strategy paper, which is on our website, which is easy to read. Thanks very much. I hope we can have lots of discussion.
Thank you, Takazori-san, for providing the 6G IC vision, probably from the different point of view. Thank you, very interesting. Next, I'd like to ask Dharma-san to make a speech. Dharma-san.
Yes, I'm here. Let me see if I can share my window. Can you see my screen? No?
No.
I'm not sure why I can't share. I'm trying to share my window, but then I can't see my PowerPoint file. I don't really know why. It worked earlier. Maybe someone else is also already sharing, no?
Not yet.
I think you are sharing your own picture. You need to share your presentation.
Yeah, I can't share. When I try to do sharing, it's blocked. Okay, then I will skip the sharing. First of all, I would like to say that I am most honored to participate in this debate with this group of highly respected panelists. I would also like to say that I am especially, of course, honored by joining this panel debate led by Onoe-san, who is, of course, in my view, has been one of the 2-3 most important people in the history of wireless communication. The discussion is about beyond 5G, and of course that implies going beyond 5G towards 6G. And to me, 6G is really, at this stage, we don't really know what 6G is. To me, 6G is, in some sense, whatever we will have around 2030. Many people are talking about that year. That also means that the question about what is 6G really turns into the question, what do we need in the 2030 perspective, and the question about what technologies and technology elements are important in the for 6G, that really turns into the question of what technology components do we need in the 2030 perspective. And I believe a key thing there is really that, as all of the Rahim and other people have talked about here, that we're going to a much wider range of new type of services. We're going to virtual reality, telepresence, sustainability becomes extremely important. That also implies that we're going to a much wider range of requirements that we have to handle in the future. So we will not only be about higher capacity, higher data rates, higher latency, but we will go into things like possibility for much more flexible deployment. Network energy efficiency will be very important. Truly reliable connectivity truly everywhere, trustworthy systems. So all of these things are becoming kind of new types of important requirements for the future. In terms of technology components, there are of course a number of important components already out there under discussion. One being lots of talk about going to even higher frequencies. People talk about sub-terahertz or even terahertz communication. I believe that will happen, although we have to have in mind, the lower frequency bands will continue to be the kind of backbone of our networks, which also means that also in the future, 6G systems will have to be operated in the lower frequency. We already have current systems. So I believe that possibility for coexistence between new technology and old technology will be very important. Another area, of course, of importance is this entire thing about AI and machine learning. People talk about things like an AI native, etc., even having the AI system designing the physical layer. I may not be that optimistic, but clearly the AI and machine learning advance that have been taken during the last few years and the last 10 years will have a big impact on our networks in the future, and they already have, of course, in our implementation of networks, but will become much more important, and we will have to take that into account in the standardization. Finally, I would like to add just one more area that I think is very interesting as a possible extension of our networks, and that is the one that's also been mentioned about this sensing, using our communication networks as also a tool for sensing the environment, not just a position, but detecting different objects, even non-active objects. And I believe the benefit here, the alternative would of course be to create a completely new network for that kind of application. The benefit here is that one could then introduce this kind of sensing functionality on top of already existing or on top of networks or anyway deployed for communication purposes. So in a sense, one will be able to introduce that kind of functionality at a very low incremental cost. It's somewhat similar to once, long time ago, we introduced mobile broadband on top of a system anyway deployed for speech. So you could start to introduce mobile broadband services at a very low incremental cost. We are right now getting more and more into these IoT type of services, putting them on top of our mobile broadband networks, thus being able to introduce such services on a very low incremental cost. And now I think could see the same thing with the sensing applications. So I think I will end there, and I'm sorry for why I'm not sure why I'm not able to share my slides. I was able to do that earlier, but I think that kind of summarized my point here, that we have key thing, we're going to a much wider range of the services, implying a much wider range of requirements, new type of requirements, and there are already a set of technology components that are under discussion, and many of these will most likely be part of these beyond 5G and future 6G systems. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Darama-san, for your how to say the warm words for me. You are also the technology guru in wireless area, definitely, yes. And next, last speech from the Hans Schotten-san, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, and it's an honor for me to be allowed to present here the German 6G program. I briefly try to. So I hope you can see my slides. Okay, so I'm scientific director at the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, also working at the University of Kaiserslautern, but I'm here today as the coordinator of the German 6G platform, which is the umbrella organization for the German 6G program. And the German 6G program that started this year was already announced by Professor Schieferdecker earlier this day here in the workshop. And it has a volume of approximately 700 million euro for the next 4 years. We have 3 instruments, the research hubs that I will describe later on, the 6G platform that I'm coordinating, which is this umbrella organization harmonizing the outcome and providing a platform for collaboration, and in particular international collaborations, and the 6G industry projects that are currently in the preparation phase and will probably start next year. So what already started are the 4 6G research hubs that are coordinated from Berlin, from Dresden and Munich, Aachen and Kaiserslautern, my group, that already consume quite a part of the budget. We have 160 research groups from more than 20 universities and many research institutes. It is a very large scope of what might become 6G. I think several colleagues already indicated that we do not yet know exactly what 6G will be. So what we are addressing here in this research program is everything from microelectronics and new materials up to software virtualization techniques, of course, the scope of radio, including also the convergence with photonic solutions, disaggregation techniques, but in particular also enablers for applications. Speciality of the program is that we try to integrate products of SMEs in this program from the very beginning, so already 40 SMEs are part of the network. Research focus, not a big surprise, and several times already mentioned, sustainability and digital sovereignty are key design criteria. And we are looking in end-to-end solutions, so covering everything, as said, hardware, software, communication, sensing, radio photonics, so everything that you have already heard here in the conference. We have a few things that might be a little bit out of the mainstream, like organic networking, infrastructure-free networks, or alternative authentication techniques, things that are mainly driven from the strong position of the German vertical industry. Of course, starting with the research hubs, there is a strong footprint of academic work, like exploration of new information theoretical concepts. You might have heard about post-Shannon and other ideas, and of course, preparing 6G for the quantum area. And as important as end-to-end solutions is, of course, the big issue. Digital sovereignty is based on security, resilience, and privacy. Target applications is digital sovereignty of citizens. That's a little bit the vision around which the 4 hubs are working. So this is the digital sovereignty, and then the human in the center of a hyper-connected world where they are interacting with autonomous cobots, robots, AGVs, whatever. So that out of this enablers, application enablers that are for the 6G era, whatever it will be in detail has to be seen, but human-machine interaction is something where we feel that many things will happen. Telepresence, already mentioned, holograms, etc., autonomous interacting cobots, adaptive logistics, medical application, particular precision medical applications, and new service classes that are based around new functionalities that we expect to see in the networks, like sensing, trust, and also AI functionalities that will be provided by the network also for third-party services. Thank you very much. That's an overview on the 6G program. As said, industry projects are currently in the definition phase. And at the end, congratulations to the organizers of this wonderful panel and the whole workshop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shoten-san. From now on, I'd like to ask a question to panelists. First, I'd like to ask a question to Etienne Chaponier-san. You are the keynote speaker at the previous session. So here I'd like to ask a direct and general question. What elements are required for realizing beyond 5G? If you have several elements, which is the most important? That is my question.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the question. Can you hear me okay?
Okay.
Okay, great. Well, and first, thank you for having me also on that panel with also those other distinguished guests. I thought about that question because you were also asking that before. And here, there's a few things, right? So in terms of components for basically enabling or getting a beyond 5G system up, obviously we're going to need some spectrum, right? Because this is what the thing on which everything is built. And obviously we're going to need more spectrum because we have systems that tend to use larger bandwidth and tend to be very hungry in terms of they have additional needs, like my colleagues were indicating before. So spectrum is certainly an important one. We're going to need definitely substance, meaning technology. And obviously my colleagues here were describing a number of programs that they're working on and that a number of universities and companies are working on to put the substance together, right, to put on that spectrum. As you were talking about also before, we're going to need standards, right? Because one thing that's really important and to effectively make sure that the economies of scale are met and that we can do some systems which can work everywhere around the world, standards are really important to get that. And then there's additional things, testing, certification, and everything. The item that I thought would be actually probably even the most important, and maybe to make it in a more interesting way, is what you need to make this work is a previous G. Because effectively what we're doing when we're building those 5G or those 6G is there's a lot that we're doing, which is leveraging the fact that we have a G that's already out there and being deployed. I'm not saying with that it's not possible to redefine something completely new. What I'm saying is that to have the success that this industry has been able to have, it's been building on top of existing generations before, right? Existing systems that are there, existing industry groups, existing relationship between companies that we're able to have. So basically, to me, the most really important aspect is really having a G that's actually already there. And to go back to your earlier points before, right? If I go back to 3G, if I count the number of G proposals, right, technology proposals that have been made to the ITU, I think at the time, if I have my count right, there were about 5 of them. So there was CDMA direct spread, CDMA multi-carrier, there was CDMA TDD, there was TDMA single carrier, and there was FDMA TDMA. There were 5 of them. If I go 10 years later, for 4G, there were basically 2. There was LTE and there was WiMAX. If I go another 10 years, for 5G, there's basically 1. People might argue there's some other things that have been proposed at the ITU, but in terms of an actual system that has been defined, you know, like the real work of the entire system being defined, there's basically 1, and that's like NR, right, or 5G as it's known today. And to me, that speaks 2 things. One is, so for our dear moderator, if you want to have another rule about the number of standardization proposals that go down, you can try to guess what is the next number after 1. Is it 0 or is it going to stay at 1? So that's going to be the guess for 6G. I hope it stays at 1 because I think there needs to be at least 1 standard that is being there and you know, being made available. The other thing that it tells me is that it becomes more and more difficult to create those systems and have the same success as others unless you have a G that you're being basically building on top of. This was also a number of the items that I have during my keynote, is that, you know, we're building 5G, we're going through 5G advanced, we're going to beyond 5G or 6G. The fact that we have a previous V to G to me is probably the most important aspect that we have here. So there it is. Thank you for the question.
What is your conclusion? Which is the most important? Spectrum?
The most important to me is to have a G already that was there.
G, or
previous
existing G, okay.
Existing G.
And next I'd like to ask Samuel-san. Samuel-san is also the keynote speaker in the previous session. You talked about some involvement of the verticals, and also I talked about in the opening, cross-industry collaboration. Actually, the involvement of the other verticals were the new trend for 5G. My question is, what next, and what impact do you expect on the 6G design and realization of 6G?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Cesar-san. That's a very good question. It's one I've been pondering for quite some time since 5G was announced. 5G was, as everybody understands, was kind of a new direction to go in. It was no longer just a public cellular system. It was something which was addressing new industry, or attempting to address industry. And so just following Etienne's cue, I'm kind of curious as to whether that will continue in an effective way. And there's a point here that crossed my mind as the previous speakers were talking. And then it's this, that yes, you do need a previous generation. So I think Etienne's absolutely right. But what I see in the CISO law, as our moderator has, is that you have the generational shifts tend to stretch the technology's applicability to the people you're targeting. So in other words, if you have, in this case, 5G brings a whole bunch of new stuff. It stretches what people think it can do. And then the next generation starts to look at that and moderate it a little bit to say, okay, maybe this is the stuff that can be used going forward, and I build on top of that. So what do I mean by that? If you're an enterprise or a vertical, you've got this catalog of things that 5G has, and then you're trying to see how that industry can use it. And inevitably there are, I guess, analogies that come to mind. So if we look at trends along the lines of how cloud infrastructure is absorbed, how enterprises tend to work, then you start to see that the cloud infrastructure became useful to the enterprises, and that's the reason why they moved into the cloud. Among other things, the technology was easy to use, and of course the costs were perhaps appealing in order for them to use that technology. The same is true for 6G. If something comes along, then it has to be something that the enterprise and verticals absolutely need, and therefore its utilization goes up. So while we have some of the panel speakers speaking about the technologies that we will inevitably need 10 to 20 years time, and it's absolutely right that we do that, otherwise we never stretch progress. But at the same time, for 6G or beyond 5G, it's more, in my mind at least, how do we make sure that those technologies that we've already developed or about to develop are more usable for the constituents that we're targeting? How does enterprise get hold of a 5G or 6G system easily and incorporate it easily into what they already have? If we're able to solve that piece, then I think you will have a successful 6G. You'll have something fundamental to build on. On the other hand, if we don't, then we start to see that the technologies that we have might diverge. You might not have just a unified 6G standard, or we might view the 6G as something which is not usable, which is nobody really wants. So in order to make it usable, we have to increase, I think, the level of heterogeneity that we accept into a system. I think Raheem mentioned it, that it's got to be a network of networks, and I think that's absolutely true. And so that's a different change in the approach to standardization. It's not like we need one standard to rule them all. It's just we need one standard to be able to integrate them all. And I think that's a slightly different approach too. So although I've taken a slightly different view, more of a pragmatic one perhaps, I firmly believe that we need to have technologists, evangelists, proposing new technologies that will drive the industry forward or drive, I guess, society forward. At the same time, I think we ought to need to have a pragmatic view as to whether the technologies that we are proposing are actually usable or adaptable for use. And if they are, then we end up with a successful generation. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway, there's something new things happening in 6G regarding the verticals, right?
Yes, there are.
Next, I'd like to ask Hans Schotten-san. You talked about AI. Then my question is, what role will AI play in the realization of 6G?
Yeah, thank you very much. Certainly AI was mentioned several times today, and it seems to be one of the key technologies. So AI for 6G, so that AI will help making network functions more efficient and smarter and predictive, etc., is very obviously what we all talk about. And as Eric already mentioned, that is not new for 6G. We are doing this since at least 2 generations of mobile systems. But nevertheless, so with the progress in AI, that will play an important role. From my point of view, much more important is this AI on 6G, so that 6G might become the backbone, the infrastructure for mobile and dynamic AI services that rely on network internal resources and functionalities to be implemented and to be mobile, because mobility, providing mobility is of course one of the strong functionalities that mobile networks provide. What are these kind of functions? So it's the whole chain that you have in smart services like sensing, like data fusion, like inferring, but also trust and pseudonymization for sensing services. And what are the services? That is everything that needs trusted hardware or software resources in order to do reasoning, and doesn't want to have and wants to have this in the network. For example, because we are collaborating, smart contracting, with other sites where we need to have a trust anchor. So I see this AI on 6G probably as even more important than AI for 6G functionalities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But today, for 5G, AI play some roles. Do you see any different role in this 5G and 6G? Just
certainly.
More important.
We have quite some progress in AI. So when AI is used already in 4G and 5G, of course, we are using this mainly for improving functionalities, network functionalities. That is known and will just be evolved in 6G. But the network as the infrastructure for mobile AI services, that's from my point of view the difference to 5G.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Darman-san. Simply, you talked about the new use cases. What are the key new use cases that cannot be properly handled by 5G evolution?
I think that, thank you very much for the question. I think there are many new different use cases. Perhaps it's not so much in one specific one, but more like the very wide range of use cases. One thing is, of course, is that wireless communication, wireless connectivity becomes more and more, how to say, a critical part of society in the sense that, I mean, we are more and more rely on that we have the wireless connectivity available. So I think that is an important thing. It's fundamental in itself. I mean, regardless of, there could be different applications. It could be public safety. It could be other things. But I mean, this entire thing of having kind of truly always available connectivity. I have one area which I honestly believe quite a lot in myself. And that is this entire thing about, you can call it AI or virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, all these kind of things. I honestly believe that will be a very big thing in the future, and it will be part of kind of for the industry applications. You use these to kind of better control your process, etc. I honestly strongly believe also that will be a key application, kind of key thing in the case of gaming. So I honestly believe that these XR and VR will be one extremely important application. And there we come up with a lot of new requirements in terms of data rates, latency, etc. At the same time, it's important to have in mind here that, and that's been true, I think, for all the generation we had, that we're not having like a kind of big shift towards a new application, a new use case when it comes to a new generation. But because the new generation will always be very limited deployment initially. So all these new use cases we have, they will also be applied on the previous generations. But then you can fully benefit from them or fully get the potential from these new use cases for the next generation. So once again, if I would say one of them, I would say is probably the XR and VR use case. But otherwise, it's kind of this kind of very large range of new use cases, very much then implying this kind of truly global coverage, high trustworthiness, etc.
Thank you. But my question was too accurate to know the reality. I mean that every generation to provide a new generation as an operator, it is a tough situation to find a new killer application. Then the real question from the general people is there any use cases that can handled by new generation, not by previous generation? Do you have any idea?
As I said, I don't think we ever really have had that situation. Although I fully understand your point that from an operator point, it's good to have being able to kind of highlight such applications. But if you look historically, I mean, all the applications we have kind of in the new generation, we can always at least partly support them already with current generations. So in the sense, if you take mobile broadband, that was very much kind of in 4G, but we could have mobile broadband also in LTE, or in HSPA, but we could do it much better with LTE. So it was LTE that really brought it kind of big boom for mobile broadband. But it's not so that we couldn't do it in 3G. All of these IoT services, of course, we can do them in previous generations as well, but we can do them much better in 4G and 5G. And I think that all these kind of virtual reality, mixed reality kind of services, we will be able to do them already in 5G, perhaps even partly in 4G, but we can do them much better in 6G. But I personally, I don't think it's very difficult, at least for me, to strictly point at the service that we cannot do it all in 5G, but that we can do in 6G. Then I fully understand that will be always, in the end, of course, a need for the industry to promote such services, that kind of 6G type of services.
Okay, Tafadori-san raised a hand. Do you have any comment on this topic?
Yeah, I just want to build on what Eric said in terms of the application use cases and what can 6G bring where 5G cannot do. I fully agree with Eric that VR and XR is the de facto service and media environment for future, for at least the next 10, 20 years. What cannot be done in 5G is interactivity between virtual physical world and in a VR world. Low latency allows interactivity between two people or two objects, but we cannot have interactivity between a number of objects using 5G. So low latency is good, but it's not sufficient. And for that interactivity, we need time synchronization at the physical layer, network layer, and application layer. And that's why what I meant by fusion between virtual and physical world and in a kind of teleportation. That is not possible to be done with 5G.
Thank you. Thank you for your interactive comment. Very helpful. Next is tough as San turn, but do you have any thing you want to say here? My planned question was about the international collaboration. What should we do to strengthen international collaboration for 6G? Do you have any idea?
Yeah. 5GIC and 6GIC was set up on the basis of collaboration on research, pre-standards, pre-competitive research, and innovation. No one country or one company or one continent can solve all the problems. The cooperation across the world, as I think Hans mentioned on the German program, and Colin mentioned on the European Commission one, we have to collaborate together from very beginning in terms of the vision. We need to have a consensus to develop a common vision to streamline our resources in one direction. And then we get diversity of innovation coming from different organizations and from different parts of the world. And research, as you know, is expensive, especially for industry. To reduce the cost of research, collaboration and cooperation towards one goal and one standard is key. I think that's what I would like to emphasize on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Shitaro-san. Again, what elements are required for realizing beyond 5G? If you have several elements, what is the most important?
Yeah, so we have been looking at the European 6G flagship project HexaX. What are the central values for 6G? And sustainability is the starting point. So 6G needs to be sustainable. And as I said, we need to find ways how with the help of 6G we can make other sectors of society more sustainable. Second value is trustworthiness. So as more and more very sensitive data and other data gets digital and gets wireless, so people need to trust on the technology. And then a third value is inclusiveness. So we need to see ways how we can take even higher portion of the population on Earth to be able to, in an efficient way and meaningful way, to join these services. So sustainability as the most important, and trustworthiness, inclusiveness.
Okay, thank you for your clear answer. Next, probably this will be the last question to Colin Wilcox-san. What are the 6GIA's idea for international collaboration for 6G?
Thank you for the question. As was mentioned a little bit earlier in this panel, we're trying to develop a global standard. The strength and value of 3G, 4G, 5G is that it is a global standard, that we have one technology standard that spans the whole globe. I can turn my mobile device on hopefully anywhere in the world, and frequency, assuming that frequency is supported, I will get a service. And we must make sure we do not lose that we do not, in the geopolitical tensions that we see around the world now, have a fragmentation. To achieve that, as was mentioned, it is vital that we have strong connections between the different regions. There are or there will be major 6G research activities in many places in the world, be that North America, many Asian nations like Japan, Korea, China, and indeed in other new places like India. And we need to make sure that we have some mechanism for bringing these various communities together. We have an existing collaboration for 5G, the so-called MOU between the peer entities. So this is something that has been signed and created by my own organization with peer entities in Japan, Korea, Brazil, North America, China, and India. And through that, we are able to organize events, exchange knowledge, and indeed try to pull together joint projects or bring together projects which have the same ideas or areas which they are trying to research. I see this as the future. We are already working with the Beyond 5G Consortium in Japan, for example, where we've had several meetings and events in addition to this, and we will welcome deepening that collaboration so that we can really together define what 6G would be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good answer to close this panel. Actually, then the time to close the panel, through the whole event of this event, we knew that 6G discussion had already begun and also the very active in the world. But it's still in the stage where the various perspective, requirements, and use cases are examined and shared by many people, various groups, industries, countries, and regions. The overall direction will be set out through such activity, collaborative activities. There is no doubt that the establishment of such a cooperative framework is important at this point for realizing the beyond 5G or 6G. I hope such event, international conference, will help to strengthen such cooperative framework. Then here I'd like to close this panel. Thank you for all panelists and audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of the panelists and to Mr. Onoe, the moderator. And now please give us a few minutes to set up the stage for the next presentation. Now we are pleased to announce the establishment of the International Advisory Board. ここで皆様にインターナショナルアドバイザリーボード創設を発表いたします。中尾様、マティ・ラトバ・アホ様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。Dr. Nakao, Dr. Latva Aho, please.
Hello, everyone. I think everyone is already tired, but I'd like to use a few minutes to make an announcement of what International Advisory Board of International Committee. So can you pull up my slide? Because my friend Mati is on the stage, I'm gonna present in English instead of Japanese. So earlier today, I made an announcement of a working group, and I also said that we plan to have an internationally advisory board, IAB, Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium and the International Committee. But at that time I said I planned, but actually we plan to make an announcement of establishment of an international advisory board today. And the objective of this international advisory board is define a common vision, as I said, towards the beyond 5G enabled society. And we would like to share information on visions and directions. And we'd like to foster another level of coordination, such as technical workshops. I said the horizontal thread. So the one form of horizontal thread is International Advisory Board. But maybe we can instantiate other levels of coordination, such as technical workshops. And using this opportunity, so we'd like to invite the first member of IAB, Professor Mati Larvaho. He is a 6G flagship project, as you may know, but you may notice that I put the University of Tokyo title of his capacity. So in University of Tokyo, we have a Global Fellow designation program. And can you show a slide a little bit, Elaine? And we decided to start a Global Fellow designation program. Because of COVID-19, we can't invite distinguished researchers from abroad physically, so we decided to do that virtually. And this designation program started already, so we are ready to invite Professor Mati Larvaho as a Research Global Fellow. And we already press released, and we made to a lot of press releases already. And it was, for example, one paper said that the Finnish 6G flagship director becomes research fellow at the University of Tokyo, names the head of sustainability. So that's why I put the new title of Professor Mati Larvaho as the University of Tokyo professor. So, Mati, if you're online, can you say a few words?
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Professor Nakao. First of all, I'm extremely humbled to have an honor to serve as a Global Research Fellow in Professor Nakao's group at the University of Tokyo. I promise that I will do everything within my capacity to have really great collaboration in the future times with our joint target of trying to pave the way towards 6G systems. Of course, no one knows exactly what it will be in the end, but I think we share the same vision and values towards what we should start to develop it. So besides lots of very intriguing, interesting technical research challenges as topics that we all researchers and professors are struggling and working on a daily basis, there are also other aspects that require probably more global discussion than ever before. As we heard from the previous panel, that mobile communications systems has become already part of critical infrastructure of the societies. And increasing digitalization of societies is further making the role of wireless connectivity solutions really cornerstones of future societies. And now we have to be very careful when we are planning the future systems. There are lots of sustainability related challenges that we are aware of. How do we tackle those in defining the targets and technical solutions in 6G? How do we see the business landscape changing for the future to really enable this holistic utilization of mobile communication networks and applications in the future? And then last but not least, regulatory challenges. I think these, for example, spectrum regulation that we are all very familiar with, has had certain traditions in past. I think Japan has shown excellent example to the rest of the world by opening this local 5G concept already. And that type of new innovations we need to explore as researchers first and try to justify those and prove that yes, those might give good solutions for future societies. And so all in all, the research challenges are much more multidisciplinary than ever before. The need for global collaboration is probably bigger than ever before. So this is a great opportunity to join in this international advisory board and try to bring together our Finnish and European research community close to Japanese research community, and our expectations are really high that together we really can make this thing happen. I really believe so. Thank you.
Thank you, Matti. So in fact, our friendship goes back in time, like more than 10 years ago. You know, when we first met at NICT workshop, it was more than 10 years ago. But since then, and especially after we started this Beyond 5G promotion consortium, so we are talking to each other on daily basis. So I would like this international advisory board to become on a daily basis literary advisor to international committee, and we like to foster very tight cooperation and collaboration. Not just Finland, but all the other countries. And starting from my close friend Matti, we can start this advisory board. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, Matti, for accepting our invitation as a first member. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakao and Dr. Latova Aho. 中尾様、マッティ・ラトバーホ様、どうもありがとうございました。Thank you all for joining us over the last 2 days as we have held the Beyond 5G International Conference 2021. We will now like to conclude the conference with some closing remarks. さて、2日間にわたって開催してまいりました Beyond 5G 国際カンファレンス2021も閉会のお時間となりました。2名の方より閉会のご挨拶を頂戴いたします。First, as a representative of the organizers, Mr. Yasushi Kaneko, Minister for Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan, will give some closing remarks with a video message. 主催者である総務省を代表いたしまして、総務大臣の金子康よりビデオメッセージにてご挨拶を申し上げます。
総務大臣の金子康でございます。ビヨンド 5G 国際カンファレンス2021の閉会にあたり、主催者を代表して一言ご挨拶申し上げます。まず、本カンファレンスにご登壇いただいた国内外の政府、民間企業、研究者の皆様、本カンファレンスの協賛者であるビヨンド 5G 推進コンソーシアムの五ノ上誠会長、中尾明宏国際委員長をはじめとする関係者の皆様に心より御礼申し上げます。本カンファレンスでは、ビヨンド 5G 推進に向けた産学官の取り組みの加速化と国際連携の強化に焦点を当て議論してまいりました。ビヨンド 5G は我が国が目指す科学技術立国実現のための大きな鍵であり、総務省としても研究開発を促進するため最大限の支援を行っております。同時に国際標準規格の策定等国際的な取り組みが必要であり、国際共同研究などビヨンド 5G の研究開発にあたっては国内外の関係者が連携して進めていくことが大変重要であります。本カンファレンスを契機に国際的な交流連携を一層加速し、有志国との連携のもと毎年開催する本カンファレンスの場などを生かし、今後のビヨンド 5G の実現に向けた国際的な議論を我が国がリードしたいと考えております。今、世界は さまざまな社会課題に直面し、大きな岐路に立たされております。我が国も頻発化、激甚化する災害や地方と都市の格差などの課題を克服し、社会経済を成長させていくには、オールジャパンで取り組むことが肝要でございます。情報通信技術は、地方と世界を結びながら、さまざまな社会課題を解決し、持続的成長を実現する社会基盤となることが期待されております。本カンファレンスが2030年代における世界の革新的な社会基盤となるビヨンド 5G の早期実現に大きく寄与することを期待し、私のご挨拶とさせていただきます。2日間、誠にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaneko. Lastly, Dr. Susumu Yoshida, Vice President of Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium and the Chairman of the 5th Generation Mobile Communications Promotion Forum, will make some closing remarks. 最後に Beyond 5G 推進コンソーシアムを代表いたしまして、同コンソーシアム副会長で、第5世代モバイル推進フォーラム会長の吉田進よりご挨拶を申し上げます。吉田会長、よろしくお願いいたします。
皆様、こんにちは。ただいまご紹介いただきました Beyond 5G 推進コンソーシアムの副会長を拝命しております第5世代モバイル推進フォーラム 5GMF 会長の吉田でございます。まずは本カンファレンスに参加され、Beyond 5G に関する中身の濃い示唆に富んだ最先端の素晴らしい知見をご披露いただきました講演者、パネルディスカッションのモデレーター、パネリストの皆様、そして開催にあたりご尽力賜りました総務省をはじめとする関係の皆様に心より厚く御礼申し上げます。特に海外から参加された専門家の皆様には改めて感謝申し上げます。さらにご来場の皆様、そしてオンラインでご視聴いただいた皆様も長時間にわたり本当にお疲れ様でした。感謝申し上げます。ただいまの金子総務大臣のご挨拶の直後ということで大変僭越ではございますが、また皆様大変お疲れのところ大変恐縮ではございますが、金子総務大臣よりは少し長いお時間を頂戴いたしまして、5GMF の活動を通じて、また今回のカンファレンスを拝聴いたしまして感じた点、さらには今後に向けた期待などですね、試験を交えましていくつかお話をさせていただきまして、閉会のご挨拶に変えさせていただきたいと存じます。まず皆様もご承知のとおり、国内外におきまして 5G の普及展開が進んでおります。ただコロナ禍でですね、遅れも発生していることも事実でございます。先月 5GMF が関係いたしました CTEC2021 オンラインでのですね 5G 関係のワークショップが開催されまして、そのワークショップではですね、日本での現状につきましていろいろな意見が出されました。通信事業者の方からはですね、5G ネットワークの展開は非常に極めて順調に進んでいるというお話がございましたが、個人ユーザーの中にはですね、5G に対する期待が、事前の期待が非常に高かった分、また今はですね、エリアの展開が途中で、かつアプリによっては 4G までとの差異が顕著でないという理由でですね、ややがっかりとされた方もいらっしゃったという、そういった報告もございましたが、これについては時間が解決すると思われます。一方ですね、異業種、いわゆるバーティカルズでの利活用に関しましては、さまざまな実証試験を通じて 5G の利活用を掘り起こした経緯もございまして、着実に広がりを見せつつあり、ユーザーの生の声が上がり始めているとのことでした。とりわけローカル 5G につきましてはカスタマイズ可能な点、例えば映像系のアップリンクをですね、より高体化できる点などに期待する声がたくさん多々ありました。今後 5G の特徴である低遅延や多数同時接続を実現するスタンドアローンの導入が本格化する中で、産業界での利活用に向けた活動が活発化することを期待しているところでございます。 次に課題といたしましては、特にローカル 5G の普及展開に向けた課題といたしましては、コストがございます。この1年間でコストは約半減したとの報告がございましたが、この水準ではですね、導入を検討している多くの企業にとっては、投資対効果の評価が厳しいのが現状と思われます。Wi-Fi などですね、他の無線方式と比較してローカル 5G でしかやれないことを見つける必要があるのではないかとの意見があり、まさにその通りではないかと感じたところです。またシェアリング、共用ですね、シェアリングの必要性を訴える声もございました。サイトシェアリング、さらにはですね、管理運用体制のシェアリングもですね、できればいいのではないかとの指摘があり、まさにそのような方向で進んでいけばと願っているところでございます。また今回のカンファレンスでも名前よく出てきましたオープン LAN、いわゆる OLAN 等にも期待するところでございます。次にですね、たとえ 5G に興味があっても、その利活用方法やですね、導入手続き等がよく分からずにためらっておられる方もいらっしゃる可能性がございます。そういう方々をですね、後押しするためにも、導入事例、あるいは成功事例集のですね、幅広い国民への周知広報が極めて重要であると考えております。総務省ではですね、皆様もご承知かと存じますが、5G と題した 5G の普及と利活用を促進するための素晴らしい広報用のウェブページが開設されておりまして、その中で例えばですね、地域課題解決型ローカル 5G 等の実現に向けた開発実証などがですね、広く紹介されております。大変素晴らしいと思います。しかしながらですね、5G やローカル 5G の取り組みがすべてですね、網羅されているわけではございませんので、5GMF といたしましては、日本のどこでですね、どのような利活用が 5G の利活用が進んでいるのか、一目で分かるようなですね、情報発信を考えたいということで、そういうウェブページを今計画しておりまして、おそらくは年内に公開できるのではないかと考えているところでございます。またそれに合わせまして会議ではCTEC ではですね、自治体の事業につきまして、自治体では河川監視カメラとか補助監視、医療画像連携等々があるようなんですが、そういったところではどうしてもアップリンク、上り優先でですね、やりたいということで、先ほども触れましたが、ローカル 5G のカスタマイズ機能を生かしまして、アップリンクをより高体験にしたいと、そういう声がございました。そういう意味で、それをサポートするためにも、こういったローカル 5G などの導入、運用、保守をですね、支援することが重要ではないかと考えます。以上ごく一例をご紹介いたしましたが、このような課題はですね、必ずしも 5G の普及展開に限られた話ではなくて、ビヨンド 5G の研究開発や、そしてその普及展開にも通じるところがあるのではないかと考えております。したがってこれらの課題解決に向けてですね、今後とも全力を挙げて取り組んでいく必要があると考えます。次にこれからのですね、ビヨンド 5G の検討を進めるにあたって、ごく簡単に思うところを述べさせていただきます。まずですね、言うまでもないことですが、このビヨンド 5G 研究の立ち上げ期におきましては、オープンマインドで、多彩な視点からグローバルに検討することが極めて重要であり、その意味ではですね、国際連携の重要性は言うまでもありません。したがってこの本カンファレンスの持つ意義はですね、極めて大きいところでございます。大きいと思います。現状ですね、世界中でこぞってホワイトペーパーが発信されております。日本のホワイトペーパーにつきましては、昨日かなり詳細について報告がございました。日本としてもですね、特色をできる限り盛り込むことが期待されているのではないかと存じます。また 5G の折のですね、ビジョン作成のプロセス同様に、ビヨンド 5G につきましてもですね、その必要性が肌で感じられ、かつ新規ビジネス創出にもつながるようなですね、明快かつ魅力的なビジョンがですね、早期に共有できるようになればと願っております。技術的には 5G イボリューションとプラスレボリューションが想定されますが、特にそのレボリューション、新しいですね、レボリューションの部分が大いに期待するところですが、本日午後のセッションでもコンソーシアムとして重点的に取り組んでいる課題とかですね、他のスピーカーの方々からも多々そういった技術について紹介がございました。今後ですね、さらにですね、革新的な新しい技術が生まれてくることを期待しております。これに関連いたしまして、今後は今日の報告でもございましたテストベッドの有用性が高まるのではないかと予想しているところでございます。 最後にですね、今後の展望といたしまして、SDGs との関わりについてちょっと触れさせていただきたいと思います。5G とか Beyond 5G に代表される ICT はですね、社会との関わり、相互依存が非常にますます強くなっておりまして、社会の変革と不可分な関係になってきたことからですね、その潜在的な可能性を誰もが認識し、利活用を考えられるような社会になればと願っております。それに関連して2015年の国連サミットで採択され、2030年までに持続可能でより良い社会を目指す国際指標でもございます SDGs にもですね、積極的に貢献できるよう留意して検討を進めるべきではないかと考えます。くしくもですね、ターゲットイヤーが両者ともに2030年頃ということもありまして、Beyond 5G の研究開発、サービス展開にあたってはですね、常にその SDGs を意識し、その達成に顕著な貢献をすることにより、この Beyond 5G の潜在的な能力や魅力を伝え、ひいては専門家の皆様がですね、社会的にも評価されるようになることを切に願っているところです。現在、英国では COP26 ですか、26ですか、における地球温暖化対策についても、これが開催中ですが、5G から Beyond 5G に切れ目なく取り組んでですね、できるところから実現していくことが重要となります。以上、大変極めて雑白なですね、主見を交えたお話になってしまいましたが、今回のカンファレンスを一つの契機といたしまして、Beyond 5G のビジョンや KPI についてオープンマインドで SDGs 達成に向けた視点も忘れることなくですね、多彩な視点からグローバルに検討がより一層進むことを記念いたしまして、私からの閉会のご挨拶とさせていただきます。どうもご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoshida. 吉田会長、どうもありがとうございました。This ends the Beyond 5G International Conference 2021, hosted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications of Japan and the Beyond 5G Promotion Consortium. We wish to thank everyone who attended in person or online for their participation. 以上をもちまして、総務省及び Beyond 5G 推進コンソーシアム共催による Beyond 5G 国際カンファレンス2021を閉会いたします。ご来場の皆様、オンラインでご参加いただきました皆様、誠にありがとうございました。